By Wuxia said, to explain the matter of talent to you clearly, we need to start from the root. The talent of a martial artist represents the affinity of a martial artist to different elements. You already know about this. I will not repeat it. I will only talk about historical karma. Bai Wuya pointed to the sky outside and said, the god race created the human race because the god race was unable to surpass the spirit void realm. They wanted to see if there was another sky above the spirit void realm. Therefore, the human race is a kind of species that is similar to the god race, based on the outline and attributes of the god race itself. In other words, apart from our appearances, our innate attributes and martial attributes are the same as those of the god race. As a result, many things between our two races can be communicated, such as the Tao heart. The human race is a pill created by the god race. However, it is not used to raise one's cultivation, but to increase one's talent. Xianxia said, your talent can also be improved? This matter was not new to Xianxia. It was not like he had never seen a medicinal pill that could increase his innate talent. However, even though the god race had 5 divine talents, how could they improve? Could it be that there was a higher talent than the divine grade talent? Bai Wuya said, divine grade talent itself represents infinity. Therefore, if you want to continue advancing in the spirit void realm, you can't simply rely on increasing the capacity of the spirit sea and personal strength. Instead, you need to increase the grade of your talent to upgrade your realm. As for the divine grade talent itself, it is divided into 9 levels. The single meridian divine grade is level 1. For example, if you possess a lightning meridian divine grade talent, then your divine grade talent will be considered as level 1 divine grade. The dual meridian divine grade is 2 levels. If you possess a divine grade lightning meridian and a divine grade fire meridian, then you will be considered a level 2 divine grade talent. By analogy, the divine race possesses 5 divine grade innate abilities that are at the 5th level. Xianxia said thoughtfully, just now, you said that divine grade talent is divided into 9 levels, but 5 divine grades can only reach 5 levels. Then how did you reach the 6th level? Bai Wuya stretched out a finger and said, talent fusion. For example, if you possess the 5 divine talents of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth, then according to your attributes, you will obtain a major talent. For example, your major talent is fire, right? If you fuse the wind meridian divine grade talent with the fire meridian talent, it will be a tier 6 talent. If you fuse the earth vein with the fire vein talent, it will be level 7. If you fuse water, wood, and fire veins, it will be level 8 and level 9. At this time, your entire body only has 1 innate talent. It is a 9th grade fire vein. Xianxia said, I see. 2 have merged into level 6, 3 into level 7, 4 into level 8, and 5 into level 9. That's right, Bai Wuya said. A tier 1 divine grade talent can only carry at most a tier 1 spirit void realm. In other words, an ordinary god race possesses 5 divine grades. They can only increase to a tier 5 spirit void realm at most, so they will be capped. Xianxia nodded silently. But they need to refine humans into medicinal pills. They need human Tao hearts. Could Tao hearts allow them to merge their innate talent? Bai Wuya said, not everyone in the god race only has the divine spirit 5 meridians. Some of them were born with a 6th grade divine talent, while others were born with a 7th grade divine talent. The 9th level is the highest. A god race with a 9th level divine talent is already at the divine king level. In time, such a person will definitely rise to the 9th level of the spirit void. Xianxia said, then, what about the talent of the human race? Bai Wuya said, everyone in the human race possesses a divine grade talent. It is a 1st grade divine grade talent. You must be very surprised. Our dream world's rare divine talent is actually the rarest and most common among the human race in the real world. Xianxia said, that's true. Bai Wuya said, there are also a few mutated martial artists in the human race. Like the owner of this dream, he possesses a 5th grade divine talent. Xianxia said, then I don't understand. Since there are 3 tier 5 divine rank experts in the entire human race, Why did the god race insist on annihilating the human race? Such a human race is simply unable to contend against the god race. Wuxia said, on the one hand, it's for the sake of harvesting. They sucked away the Tao heart of the human race, and then used the divine herbs to refine it. In the end, they refined it into a Tao pill. This Tao pill can help them fuse with their talent. On the other hand, they are also afraid of humans. What are you afraid of? Xianxia was even more puzzled as he said, the strongest person that has appeared in the human race is only a 5th grade divine grade. He is more than 1 grade inferior to the 9th grade divine grade of the god race. At this moment, Wuxia stretched out a finger and pointed at Xianxia's chest. The god race is afraid of you. Afraid of me? Xianxia's eyes widened. Wuxia said, to be exact, I'm afraid that a martial artist like you possess a lightning meridian talent that exceeds 5 other talents. Let me tell you this. Originally, there were only 5 innate attributes in the real world. They were wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. This law has been in existence for trillions of years and has never been broken. However, after the god race created the human race, they discovered a very terrifying phenomenon. That is, within the human race, accidental mutations would allow the human race to possess a new talent other than wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. For example, your lightning meridian talent, such as light talent, dark talent, golden flame meridian, and so on. These talents shouldn't have appeared, but they did appear on humans. Xianxia suddenly remembered the feelings of humans towards the eternal vicious beast. He nodded and said, the god race suddenly realized that they had created a terrifying race that they did not even know about themselves, and that they might even be unable to control one day. Wuxia smiled and said, the appearance of divine talent represents countless possibilities. Just imagine, if you, Xianxia, possess wind, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning meridian's divine talent. You already have 6 divine items. And what level is the fusion of 6 items? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Level 10. Wuxia smiled and said, that's right. Rank 10 divine grade. This talent is called the Sacred Vein. The Saint Vein's talent only exists in legends. It is something conceived by the god race. However, after humans appear, the Saint Veins may truly appear in the world. Humans with sacred grade talent can break through to the spirit void realm. Hearing this, Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. He finally understood why the god race was desperate to find the last surviving human. They were afraid of humans. Wuxia put his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky. If there really was a creator in the world, then the creator would have created the god race and bestowed 5 gifts on the god race. Wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. The humans created by the god race are like breaking the creator's laws of creation. It's understandable that we humans are a race that shouldn't have appeared, but we have appeared, and we have appeared in a terrifying way. Wuxia turned around and looked at Xianxia seriously. You possess the qualifications of a Saint Vein, he said. What a great and beautiful miracle of life it was. It was just like how humans created eternal beasts. The eternal beasts created by humans made humans feel fear, and dread. Therefore, they desperately wanted to exterminate the eternal beasts. The god race had created humans, a race that possessed unlimited possibilities. Therefore, they were also desperate to eliminate humans. Thinking of this, Xianxia sighed and said, creation is always a mysterious and beautiful thing, but accompanied by beauty, there will always be unexpected disasters. It's like a child holding a stick to stab an unknown tree. One day, it will stab a hornet's nest and attract death. However, Wuxia, there's one thing you're wrong about. It's impossible for me to possess a sacred vein. At best, I only possess 1 divine grade talent. At most, I'm only a 1st grade divine grade. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. There are many obvious things in front of us, but we are too accustomed to it. We always turn a blind eye to it. However, if we are really willing to think about it carefully, we will find many unreasonable things. Xianxia said, you mean, Bai Wuya pointed to the sky and said, "The owner of the dream world wants to create a dream world to hide the last of us exiled humans. But why did he create so many different universes to separate humans?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "I really haven't thought about this question." "Yes, why? A universe is so vast and boundless that it can accommodate all humans. But why are we still divided into countless different universes?" Bai Wuya smiled and said, "Why do humans always appear glorious in ancient times, with millions of experts at the 9th level of heavenly tribulation appearing? But in modern human history, this kind of situation has never happened again. Xianxia, there is a reason for everything. However, you didn't pay attention to it. In fact, many small details have laid the groundwork for the answer. However, you just passed by in a hurry and didn't taste it carefully." "Yes," Xianxia said. Bai Wuya said, "The ancient human civilization, the Thunder Bull God, the fall of civilization, the rise of martial arts once again. These details, if you connect them together, you can get the answer you want. Actually, there was only one universe in the early days of the dreamscape. All the ancient martial arts civilizations took place in that universe. They repeated themselves from tens of billions of years ago, hundreds of millions of years ago. And every time martial arts civilization arises, it will attract the slaughter of a lightning bull god. This is because after a large number of humans have reached a high realm, their strength is already large enough that the dreams of the journal owner cannot be completely concealed. That Thunder Bull God is the killer sent by the god race to chase after the murderers." Xianxia asked, "Why did the Thunder Bull God fall into a foolish dream? Why didn't it directly kill the owner of the diary?" Bai Wuya said, "It was the Dream Master who dragged the Thunder Bull God in. If he didn't do this, the Dream Master would be found by the Bull God. However, the Ox God is a true body, not a consciousness. Once it is dragged in, it will possess its complete realm, the Spirit Void realm. Right now, the God race's divine messengers that are beginning to appear are not at a high level. That's because what they are entering is not their true bodies, but their consciousness." "No wonder," Xianxia suddenly realized. "I'm still curious why these divine messengers who entered the dream world are at such a low level." Bai Wuya said, "There is a price for the Dream Master to drag the Ox God into the dream world. Every time he drags the Ox God into the dream world, the Dream Master's strength will weaken once. Throughout the ages in the vast ocean of history, there were a total of 7 times that the Ox God was dragged into a dream. The power of the Dream Master had also declined 7 times, and it was about to reach the point where it was unable to sustain the dream. At this time, Dream Master made a difficult and painful decision. He separated the dream universe." Xianxia's eyes lit up. Bai Wuya smiled and said, "Yes, Master Dream Realm discovered that humans in dreams ascend too quickly. Every time a great civilization rises, it attracts the Bull God. That's why he divided the dream world into countless universes, allowing each universe to share a portion of the power of the primordial dream universe. A universe is divided into thousands. This is the apportionment." Xianxia said, "Is it really evenly distributed? If it is really evenly distributed, why are the universes of different planes divided into different levels? There are first and second planes. Shouldn't all planes be at the same level?" Bai Wuya smiled and said, "Don't worry, listen to me slowly. Dream Master divided the primordial universe into countless parallel universes. But how did this happen? That's because the Dream Master divided his 5 divine talents into 5 grades. In other words, the parallel universe is divided into 5 large star domains. And his 5 divine grade talents have also transformed into the 5 spirits of the star system. They are the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and MOU. The Azure Dragon is wood, the White Tiger is earth, the Vermilion Bird is fire, the Black Tortoise is water, and MO especially is wind." Xianxia hurriedly asked, "MOU?" Bai Wuya said, "Well, MOU has been divided into 2 races for a long time. One is the current demon race, and the other is the 9 desolate eye race. The 9 desolate eye race is a demon race? Xianxia said. It's not like that, Bai Wuya said. It's like your middle finger and index finger belong to your fingers, but you can't say that your middle finger is your index finger, and your index finger is your middle finger. Understood, Xianxia said. Bai Wuya said, the 5 spirits were originally divided into 5 major star domains. It can be said that the power sources of these 5 star domains were all obtained from the 5 spirits. The deeper explanation is that these 5 spirits are the 5 gifts of the Dream Master. Everything we use now comes from the innate strength of the Dream Master. Xianxia said, then why did the levels of the 5 star domains change again? Bai Wuya said, Dream Master discovered that the 5 star domains are all first-grade planes. Everyone possesses at least one heavenly grade talent. However, humans have limitless possibilities. Even if the primordial universe is separated, humans are still constantly producing super experts. In the end, the Dream Master made another decision. He began to let the 5 spirits fall asleep in turn. He was the first to let the Azure Dragon fall asleep, and the star system that the Azure Dragon was in charge of began to decline. The earliest time the Azure Dragon star system declined was in the current level 5 plane. Then he let White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and MOU fall asleep one after another, creating a 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st plane. The last one to fall asleep is MOU, Xianxia said. Therefore, the starfield under MOU's control has the shortest decay time. It is still a level 1 plane. If another period of time passes, this plane will no longer exist. Yes, Bai Wuya nodded. As he listened to Bai Wuya's explanation, a vast history scroll slowly spread out in front of Xianxia. The history scroll was silent, but it was so shocking. Not only was Xianxia touched by this, but the owner of the dream world, the person who brought the last hope of humanity and resolutely jumped into the river of time, was truly great. What kind of mind was this? Xianxia thought that he had done a lot for humanity. Although the final result might not be so ideal, at least he had worked hard for humanity. But compared to now, the Dream Master who had silently contributed so much to humanity, in front of him he was like a star, insignificant. It was hard to imagine how a man who had slept in the river of time and spent countless years alone could endure this loneliness and silently cultivate the future for mankind. Xianxia's eyes turned slightly red as he said, "Who exactly is that Dream Master?" Bai Wuya smiled and pointed at Xianxia, then pointed at himself and said, "He is us. All of us are part of his dream world. We are all his dream avatars. It can be said that we are all him. He used the Tao heart he stole to shape our flesh and blood for us, the monster race, the demon race, the dragon race, and other races. He used his own spirit to shape our souls." Xianxia's heart trembled as he said, "Spirit splitting is a very painful thing." "Yes," Bai Wuya said. "So you should imagine how many painful divisions he has experienced. Each division is like a purgatory, but he has been trying to hold on. It's not because he's crazy and he likes stimulation. It's because he loves people. He is a person who loves boundlessly and is a great person. I, Bai Wuya, have lived my entire life. Can be said that I have never placed anyone in my eyes. However, if there is one person truly worthy of my respect, it is the owner of this dream world." At this young age, with a dream of martial arts, he wrote down that tender diary bit by bit, looking forward to the little boy of tomorrow. He never expected that he would experience so much when he was an adult. No one would have thought that this little boy would become such a loving man. Xianxia closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time before saying, "I want to see him again. I can give you a ride," Bai Wuya said. After saying that, Bai Wuya waved his hand. Xianxia felt the scenery before him change. All the galaxies and universes began to overlap, converge, and shrink crazily. Finally, a man sitting in the river of light appeared in front of Xianxia. The last time Xianxia saw him, he only took a quick glance, but this time, he had a different mood. Xianxia did not say anything, nor did he move. He just stood in front of the man and looked at him. The man sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his expression stubborn and strong. He endured fear, and countless god races were searching for him. He endured the loneliness and sat alone in the river of time, allowing the river to cut him cruelly. He didn't move, nor did he speak. He was like a guardian god, stubborn and lonely, guarding his dreams, guarding the last of humanity. At this moment, that man was a mountain in front of Xianxia. "How long has he been sitting here?" Xianxia said. By Wuxia side. Compared to the real world, perhaps he has only entered the river of time for a few months or a few short years. But his consciousness is immersed in dreams, so he has actually been sitting here for tens of billions of years. If it was me, I would have collapsed countless times already, Xianxia said. By Wuxia smiled and said, "Everyone says that hate lasts longer than love. What do you think of this sentence?" Xianxia shook his head. "I have a negative attitude. I know that hating someone can make people hate them for a lifetime. It may just be a fleeting moment to love someone. But in reality, there is an end to our hatred. After we take revenge on our enemies, this hatred will dissipate. But love is a race that never ends. How does it end? The scariest thing is that love has no end and can't end." Bai Wuxia nodded in relief. He pointed at the man and said, "Now you should know what motivation he used to persevere. All right, I didn't push you into the speed of light. The man in front of you is just a scene in my memory." Bai Wuxia waved his hand and everything dissipated. Xianxia once again appeared in the Bai clan ancestral hall. "Continue talking about talent," Bai Wuxia said. "The 5 spirits are asleep, and the 5-star domains are in decline. However, as I said, all of our strength comes from the owner of this dream." Xianxia said, "What do you want to say? If you can convince him to liberate the 5 spirits guardian, then the 5 spirits will awaken again," Bai Wuxia said. "As for you, you need to find the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and MOU, and seize their hearts of 5 spirits. Xianxia, you will have 6 divine talents. You will be the only man with a sacred vein. You will become a god-slaying realm expert." At this point, Bai Wuxia patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "Xianxia, I have ruled the world all my life. I have devoted myself to martial arts and have no distractions. It can be said that I have never loved anyone before, because I look down on everyone. I've never hated anyone before, because no one has the qualifications to make me hate them. But now, I have hatred in my heart." A kind of anger appeared in Bai Wuxia's eyes. He stared into Xianxia's eyes and said, "I'm already dead. No matter what, I can't be revived. But my hatred hasn't subsided. Xianxia, I know that you also hate me. Please bring along my hatred and kill the gods on the altar and chop them down by the saber." Bai Wuxia put his face close to Xianxia's ear and gritted his teeth, but said in a very low voice, "Kill them." Xianxia took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, when he opened his eyes again, there was already a dazzling light in his eyes. However, in the end, Xianxia still sighed and shook his head, saying, "But my Tao heart is already dead. I'm already tired. This has nothing to do with me anymore. As I said, I came here just to satisfy my curiosity. Now that I've heard the story, I have to go." Bai Wuxia didn't stop him. After Xianxia walked out of the ancestral hall, he called out to the little bird and crashed into the void again, returning to the azure planet. Bai Wuxia looked at Xianxia's back and nodded slightly. "Your Tao heart is not dead, and you have no intention of letting go. On the contrary, your battle intent has reached an unprecedented level. It's just that you don't know that you need a motivation to awaken your Tao heart." At this point, Bai Wuxia looked up at the sky and said, "It's time to counterattack." Wuxia, Dali. Waves of void-piercing sounds rang out. In the dense forest of the distant mountains, Xianxia was practicing martial arts, sweating profusely. He punched out like the wind and kicked like thunder. His movements weren't very fast, but they contained a unique charm. "Damn it, I still can't." Xianxia smashed his fist on the tree trunk, causing the tree to shake fiercely. Xianxia gritted his teeth and lowered his head. No matter what, I can't awaken my Tao heart. This spiritual qi is actually unable to enter my body in the slightest. The big snake smiled and said, Little brat Xianxia, you are just a saber-mouthed tofu heart. You said that you were going to the ancestral hall to watch the fun. But you went crazy to practice as soon as you came back. Stop being sarcastic. Xianxia said, What did you say to me? Does it matter? I have the intention to kill a thief now, so I can't do anything about it. I can't even awaken my Tao heart, so how can I promise by Wuxia anything? Damn it. How can this damned Tao heart awaken? Xianxia took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He began to circulate the most basic level of the spirit qi sensing chapter. He attempted to recall the existence of the spirit qi. Even if he wanted to start cultivating again from the body-tempering realm, he was willing to do so. However, after working hard for a day and night, he opened his bloodshot eyes and was still unable to accomplish anything. Ha! I'm already a cripple. Xianxia smiled self-deprecatingly as a trace of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. The serpent said, No, because you saw this world clearly, your Tao heart fell asleep. I believe that there is one thing that can awaken your Tao heart. One person, one thing. It's easy to say. I can also tell you the truth. Xianxia shook his head and dragged his exhausted body out of the dense forest, heading towards the inn. Xianxia knew that he thought that he had lost his fighting spirit, which was why he let his Tao heart fall asleep. But now that his battle intent was soaring into the sky, why hadn't his Tao heart awakened yet? Why? This question puzzled Xianxia bitterly. That night, Xianxia sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV boredom. There were several strong black-clothed men guarding every corridor and entrance of the inn. They were responsible for protecting Master Wang. On the open space outside the inn, the tall woman, Long Chinner, was still cultivating like a tiger. At this time, a black-clothed man walked through the living room, walked outside the door, and whispered a few words into Long Chinner's ear. Long Chinner's eyes lit up and she said happily, Really? Master Wang has finally acknowledged me. The black-clothed man nodded. Master told you to rest early. Tomorrow he will personally review your results. This is a cup of spirit ginseng tea. Drink it, recover your strength. Tomorrow morning, go all out. Long Chinner was overjoyed. She drank the ginseng tea in one breath and said, I'm going to rest now. Don't worry. I will definitely live up to Master's expectations of me in the morning. Long Chinner ran back to the living room and stopped in front of Xianxia. She proudly waved her small fist at Xianxia and said, You're very good at fighting, aren't you? Hey, brat. I'll be even more powerful than you soon. When the time comes, I will beat you all over the floor to find your teeth. Her words were quite powerful, but Long Chinner's face was full of smiles. The small conflict between the two of them had already been resolved. In fact, they had been friends all these days. Xianxia chuckled and said, Then congratulations. I'll wait for the day you knock me down. Long Chinner made a playful face at Xianxia and walked up the stairs with her youthful steps. Xianxia continued to look back at the TV, but an imperceptible gloom flashed through his eyes. This little girl's perception is really good. She is a good material for martial arts. Unfortunately, she was born in the fifth plane and buried. The big snake said, Don't beat around the bush about the bush, Xianxia said angrily. The big snake chuckled. This girl, in the eyes of you humans, should be considered very beautiful. Xianxia thought to himself, Well, forget it. Didn't you think about taking in disciples? You, Xianxia, have been so powerful that even by he has been defeated by you. Aren't you afraid that there will be no successors? Said the serpent. Accept disciples? Xianxia mocked himself. I look like a ghost. How can I accept disciples? The serpent said, Are you using a realm to recruit disciples? Is Su Kaiwei your master? Is she even lower than you? Everyone says that Master is leading the way and cultivating on his own. Master is just the guide of his disciple. This Long Chenner is very smart and has a unique perception. She doesn't lack anything. She only lacks a master teacher and an advice. Xianxia shook his head. Shut up. I don't have the time. Early in the morning, 3 o'clock. A bright moonlight shone through the window, illuminating Long Chenner's exquisite body and delicate nose. Her lips were red, and her breathing was gentle and steady. The door opened gently. A figure appeared at the door. The figure whispered to both sides of the corridor. Prepare your pockets and car. Carry the corpse away and bury it. Remember, don't let anyone see you. Yes. A low voice came from both sides. Then the figure flashed and entered the room. In the moonlit room, the figure stood at the head of the bed, staring fixedly at Long Chenner, who was sleeping. He whispered, "The effects should be enough to keep her asleep until noon tomorrow. Miss Long, don't blame me. I'm also thinking about my own future. If you hate me, then hate this world." At this point, the figure took out a small bottle from his bosom and aimed it at Long Chenner's forehead. However, he did not make up his mind and could not pull the cork out of the bottle. In China, killing people is a big deal. To any martial artist, this was an ordinary act, but in this country of China, it was an obstacle that no one could easily overcome. Even Master Wang, who had already made up his mind, was trembling when he was asked to kill with his own hands. "Not bad, you're not always evil." Suddenly, a soft voice came from the corner of the room. As if struck by lightning, Master Wang suddenly turned around, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. He shouted in shock, "Who is it? Who's in the room? There's a third person here?" Master Wang broke out in cold sweat. He hadn't noticed that there was still a third breath in the room after coming in for so long. In the corner at the end of the room, a person slowly walked out from the shadows that could not be shown by the moonlight. This person revealed his true form under the moonlight, but he was a man wearing a strange black robe, his face hidden in a hood. There was no such thing on the market. "How dare you?" A fierce light flashed in Master Wang's eyes as he said, "If you don't inquire, how did my name come to be known as Wang Jingyun?" The black-clothed man said, "I know that you have cultivated. Hundreds of Special Forces soldiers can be easily defeated by you." Master Wang was already at the 6th level of body tempering. This level of cultivation was no longer something that ordinary Chinese could comprehend. What was the concept of body tempering 6th layer? Ordinary bullets could no longer pierce through his skin, and he was not afraid of anything except armor-piercing bullets. "Since you know that you still dare to come, I'm tired of living." Master Wang stepped forward and punched out like a strong wind. The black-clothed man didn't even bother to dodge. He similarly took a step forward, bypassed Master Wang's fist, and slammed his fierce knee into Master Wang's stomach. At the same time that Master Wang was sent flying, the black-clothed man grabbed Master Wang's right leg and pulled him back, smashing an iron fist into Master Wang's face. Grandmaster opened his mouth to scream miserably. The black-clothed man lifted Grandmaster up with one kick, followed by a shoulder-hugging iron mountain leaning against him. Just as Master Wang was kicked up, he was knocked out of the window before he even touched the ceiling. What was even stranger was that the black-clothed man had already pushed the window open. Master Wang had already fainted. He flew out of the window and landed in the small bamboo forest behind the inn. The black-clothed man sneered, "It won't be able to withstand a single blow." With that, he hugged Long Chenner inside. "I really owe you. All right, I'll consider taking you as my disciple." Thus, the black-clothed man carried Long Chenner and jumped out of the window. In the woods, it was already dawn, and Long Chenner slowly woke up and turned around. She rubbed her temples and opened her eyes with difficulty. At first glance, she realized that she was not in her bed, but in a forest. Especially opposite her was Xianxia, who was sitting upright. Long Chenner panicked, but she forced herself to calm down and quickly recalled her current situation in her mind. She calmly looked at Xianxia and said, "Do you know that you have committed a crime?" Xianxia smiled. Long Chenner wrapped up her pajamas and said, "I know that we had a little friction in the past, and I know that you are not a good person to provoke. But I didn't expect that you would actually embark on the path of crime. You disappoint me quite a bit. However, I am still very clear that you are not a bad person. If you let me go now, I can let bygones be bygones and give you a chance to start over. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. He took out a wine bag from his backpack, pulled out the plug, and drank 2 mouthfuls of strong liquor. Long Chenner's expression turned cold as she said, "Don't be stubborn. Do you think I'm begging you? I'm saving you. You should also know that I cultivated with Master Wang. With my current skills, I can defeat you in minutes. I'm giving you a chance." Xianxia was speechless and said, "Don't be brave. I know that you only learned the spirit chi sensing chapter from Wang Jingyun. At most, you still have a basic body technique. This isn't even a martial skill." Long Chenner's eyes widened as she was about to speak, but she was interrupted by Xianxia's wave of her hand. Xianxia took out something from his bosom and said, "I've been dealing with all kinds of people for the past 20 years. I've learned some self-preservation methods in Jianghu. I don't want to waste my breath with you. Take a look at this thing yourself." Xianxia threw that thing over. Long Chenner took it and saw that it was a small and exquisite camera. She hesitantly looked at Xianxia and turned on the camera to look. In the picture, there was a dark room. First, a person appeared in front of the camera. That person was Xianxia. "Long Chenner, as evidence, I prepared this in advance. I can explain everything to you in the future," Xianxia said to the camera. "Next, take a closer look." Later, the scene that happened in the room last night was completely played out on the camera again. Long Chenner looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "This? What does this mean? Master Wang wants to kill me? You saved me? Can you beat Master Wang? What exactly is going on? Why did he kill me?" Long Chenner's mind was in a mess. Xianxia said, "He wants to seize your Tao heart, and the end result of seizing your Tao heart is death. You still can't understand these things for a short time, so I won't explain them to you in detail. All you need to know is that I saved you." Long Chenner slapped him on the ground angrily and said, "I'm going to expose him, this hypocritical liar. I'm going to inform the media and let everyone know his true face." Xianxia shook his head and threw over a pile of documents. Long Chenner flipped through it doubtfully and said, "These are Master Wang's disciple lists." Xianxia took a sip of wine and said, "His plan is very good. Since the first day he recruited believers, he has taken the lead in targeting media workers. It can be said that the media leaders in the whole country are all his apprentices." Turn back. It's the second page. Basically, the local officials and the police have also taken Wang Jingyun as their master. Now, they treat Wang Jingyun like a god and come to worship him. You are a smart girl. I think you should know what this means. Long Chenner panicked. Then she panicked and said, "Aren't you also exposed? Your figure and skill can easily make him think that the black-clothed man is you." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and said, "So now, the two of us are going to live a fleeing life. However, you're still fine. You didn't let me save you for nothing. You have a conscience to think about my safety at a time like this." Long Chenner was at a loss and said, "My mind is in a mess now. Please let me clear my mind." Xianxia shook his head. "There is no need. There are only 2 paths ahead of you. First, you were caught by Wang Jingyun and then you died. Second, follow me and leave this place. There is still a chance of survival. This is a single-choice question. It's easy to make a judgment, isn't it?" At this point, Xianxia stood up and said, "All right, your Tao heart is very precious. Wang Jingyun will not let you off easily. His subordinates probably came out to hunt us down 2 hours ago. I don't need to guess. He has already complained to us first. He beat us up. I'm afraid we've already become fugitives. So from now on, we can't use any means of transportation, nor can we use courage to appear in a crowded place. All we can rely on is our legs. It's time to go. Follow me." Xianxia patted his butt and turned around to leave. Hey, you wait for me." Long Chenner got up in panic and trotted towards Xianxia. "Wait a moment. What exactly are you trying to do? You can't comment on it. Just let me follow you." Xiang ignored him and only walked quickly. This time, Long Qian'er suffered. She followed Xiang with all her might, but she could only guarantee that she would not be left behind by Xiang at most. She chased after him while shouting, but Xiang did not respond, causing her to gnash her teeth angrily. The most irritating thing was that Xiang seemed to be enjoying the scenery. He wasn't in a hurry to make his way. Occasionally, he would stop to look at the scenery of the distant mountains and drink a mouthful of wine. Even so, she still couldn't catch up with Xiang. The more she chased after him, the more astonished she became. She had already cultivated the spirit qi sensing chapter. Spirit qi had greatly enhanced her physique. She had also learned some seemingly good physique techniques. It could be said that her foot strength was still very outstanding at this moment. However, Xiang was as agile and swift as a leopard. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but he took large strides like a meteor, moving like a strong wind. The most shocking thing was that Long Qian'er was stepping on withered leaves and stones with a deep foot and a shallow foot. It was quite difficult to walk. As for all the obstacles, Xiang had perfectly circled them. She didn't even see how Xiang circled them. It was as if every step Xiang took was coincidentally stepping on the best position and the most stable place. It was like a forest ranger who had lived here for countless years and was incomparably familiar with every small pit and stone. There were some things that the layman couldn't see, but once the expert discovered these details, he would feel that Xiang was unfathomable. Long Qian'er had suffered enough to realize this. Where exactly are we going? Long Qian'er chased after him and shouted in an atmosphere. Xiang still did not answer. At night, Xiang finally stopped. He cleared out a circle of fire ditches and lit a campfire, his movements skillful and capable. Long Qian'er leaned against a tree and her feet were already blistering. She kept stepping on the crooked stone, causing her ankle to sprain. She buried her face in her knees and couldn't help but cry softly. Xiang mashed some herbs out and crushed them into powder, boiling them in clear water. Finally, the water ran dry a few times, leaving behind a sticky ball of stuff. Then, he walked over with a small casserole in his hand. He grabbed onto Long Qian'er's legs. Long Qian'er was shocked and randomly kicked. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me, quickly let go." Xiang said in a deep voice, "You don't want your feet anymore? Don't move." Xiang gaze was filled with an imposing aura that could not be rejected, instantly suppressing Long Qian'er. "You have sprained your ankle. You need to reset it first and then apply some herbs to recover. Endure the pain." "Ah!" A scream sounded in the woods. Xiang put down the herb and brought a basin of water. He said, "Wash it yourself. After washing and applying the medicine, don't wander around this night." Long Qian'er held her mouth in grievance. She was washing her feet in pain while peeking at Xiang. "I don't know if you plan to bring along the casserole and the foot wash basin for cooking medicine," she said. Xiang held a small sacred spirit stone in his hand and looked at the campfire. All of his attention was on the sacred spirit stone, but he was still talking to Long Qian'er. "Spiritual energy keeps you strong, so you don't feel particularly tired right now. Body techniques keep your body healthy, so you can move freely," he said. "However, you only did not start body refinement. Your physical strength is no different from that of ordinary people, so your feet are injured." Long Qian'er was inspired when she heard this. "How do you know so much? By the way, you can actually defeat Master Wang. Where do you come from? Then what about body refinement?" Xiang said, "Don't speak. I'll teach you a set of mental techniques now. Cultivate slowly by yourself. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." Xiang had passed on a set of beginner-level body refining techniques to her, but this technique had been personally improved by Xiang, so it could be said to be priceless. Long Qian'er tried to cultivate without understanding. She basically didn't know anything about this kind of mental art and was asking Xiang anytime, anywhere. Half a day later, she really felt a surge of Jinqi circulating in her body. She could clearly feel that her daytime exhaustion and pain were decreasing. She cultivated like she was thirsty. After dawn, Xiang immediately advanced without saying a word. Long Qian'er was much more obedient this time, but she was still unable to catch up with Xianxia. After running for a day, she continued to cultivate the body refining technique at night. Xianxia sat silently by the campfire, playing with the Holy Spirit stones in his hands. It had been like this for several days. Long Chenna realized that her skills were getting better and better. On the first day, when she chased after Xianxia, she could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. However, even though she was still unable to catch up with Xianxia, she was no longer in such a sorry state. She didn't know where Xianxia was going, and Xianxia didn't seem to have any motives. He just kept shuttling through the mountains. After 10 consecutive days, Long Chenna no longer needed to apply any herbs to her feet. She took off the adhesive tape and saw that her feet were white and not even bruised at all. She looked over in surprise and said, "Look, look, my feet are fine." "Yes." Xianxia only snorted and casually tossed her a leaf, saying, "Chew and swallow." After eating the leaves, Long Chenna felt that her mouth was extremely bitter, but later her stomach was warm. A warm current flowed along her body, as if she was being illuminated by the sun. She carefully looked at Xianxia beside the campfire. Under the light of the fire, this man's resolute cheeks were filled with mysteries and vicissitudes that were difficult to understand. Long Chenna did not know why such a young man had a weathered temperament on his face. However, she didn't dare to ask. In addition to answering her doubts, Xianxia basically didn't talk to her and was very strict with her these past few days. Ever since she was a child, she had always been the proud daughter of heaven in the hands of others. This was the first time that a man of the opposite sex had treated her so coldly. "Have you ever been a soldier?" Long Chenna finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and gathered her courage to ask. Xianxia did not answer. Long Chenna didn't know what she was thinking and giggled. "Are you the kind of soldier king in novels?" Xianxia glanced at her indifferently and said, "There is no need to cultivate today. Let the leaves of the spirit herbs nurture your empty dantian and have a good rest." With that, Xianxia walked to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. That night, Xianxia had a dream. In his dreams, he was a person who rowed a canoe and floated in the vast ocean. He was helpless and didn't even have an island. He was puzzled. He knew that this dream was caused by thinking day and night. He knew that this dream represented his sleeping Tao heart. However, he didn't know how to awaken his Tao heart. He could only vaguely feel that perhaps he could find a breakthrough from Long Chenna's body. This was also the reason why he had agreed to give Long Chenna some pointers. However, he didn't understand why he felt this way. It was just an illusory sixth sense. What can she give me? I can find the answer to a problem that even I can't solve by myself? Xianxia did not believe it. When he woke up, Xianxia discovered that Long Chenna had disappeared. Xianxia sighed helplessly and said, "My realm and strength are all gone. My vigilance has also dropped to a freezing point. That little girl escaped overnight, but I was actually unable to notice her. Big Snake, why didn't you remind me?" The big snake chuckled and said, "That's a problem between you two. I won't interfere." Xianxia frowned. "I didn't say I wanted to take her in. I just wanted to give her some pointers. It really is a headache. If she is caught, she will probably die at the scene. This girl won't ease people's worries." Along the mountain road, Xianxia chased after him. Sensory stress is gone, but the experience of tracking people is still there. Very quickly, Xianxia walked along the mountain path covered in weeds and entered a small city surrounded by mountains. "Let me go, let me go. I'm not guilty, you can't arrest me." At the entrance of a clothing store, Long Chenna was dragged to the car by a few people wearing black suits. She clutched at the car door tightly and was treated rudely by a few strong men. She couldn't help but feel sore in her heart and began to cry loudly. Ever since she was young and spoiled, she had never received such treatment. Thinking back to her current desolate environment, she felt sad. People came and went on the streets, pointing at her. This made her feel even more desperate and helpless, and she cried even more miserably. She was finally dragged into the car. The engine of the car rumbled and flew away. She leaned against the window and looked out of it in despair. She shouted for help, but no one was willing to help her. She was in despair. But at this moment she saw a shadow. A vigorous figure was leaping forward on the roof of the building on the left side of the road. She saw Xiangnan's cold and resolute face. He didn't look over here, only his eyes stared straight ahead, constantly shuttling through the buildings, advancing forward. She suddenly felt a sense of security for no reason. The man wanted to save her. The few men in suits in the car also noticed. Kill him! The two of them took out their pistols and shot at Xiangnan outside. Xiangnan's body dodged nimbly and disappeared in a few jumps. He knows what to do. The two men put away their pistols and said, "Continue firing." Long Chenner's heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. She lowered her head and laughed bitterly. She knew that she had done it herself. If she hadn't escaped quietly, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, she always had an unreasonable expectation of Xiangnan. She felt that Xiangnan should not give up on her like this. Perhaps he could create a miracle, but she knew that she was thinking too much. Damn it! At this moment, the driver cursed angrily, and the car stopped abruptly as it turned around the intersection. Right in front of him, on the street, there was a person standing in the middle of the street. It was Xiangnan. Long Chenner felt her mind buzzing. He was back. He really was back. At this moment, in Long Chenner's mind, the man who blocked her path with his body was like a mountain. "Accelerate! Kill him!" said a few burly men angrily. The car accelerated and flew towards Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan had no intention of escaping at all. After stopping for a moment, he actually ran towards the car. Holy shit! This kid is crazy. The driver's eyes widened in surprise. The moment the waiting car was about to collide, Xiangnan hugged his shoulder and leaned against the iron mountain. Boom! The entire front of the car was caved in by the collision. The car suddenly stopped, the front of the car stood on the ground, and the rear of the car rose from the ground. Xiangnan jumped with one leg and kicked the roof of the car into a dent. The car was kicked back to the ground. Following that, Xiangnan punched the broken windshield and pulled the driver out. He slammed his knee into the car like a leopard and heard a few heavy hits from inside. Even a car door was knocked out fiercely. Pong! A car door was sent flying by a heavy kick. Xiangnan grabbed Long Chenner by the collar and quickly left the scene. A few strong men were nestled in the car, motionless. Heavens, what happened just now? Someone used his body to stop the car. The crowd on the street cried out in alarm. Long Chenner was both shocked and delighted. "Ah, you really came to save me, you?" she said. "Shut up. I don't care if you're a woman or not," Xiangnan said coldly. "But as a martial artist, the first reaction after encountering danger should be to fight. You've learned body refining techniques and body techniques, but in times of crisis, all you know is to clasp your head and scream, completely forgetting all of your advantages. I can understand that you were already familiar with being an ordinary person before, but I warn you, this is the first and last time. Don't blame me for letting you die the next time I see you being captured and forgetting to fight back." This was the first time Long Chenner had heard Xiangnan say so much. Her face was pale from fear. High mountains. Xiangnan threw Long Chenner into the weeds and looked down at her coldly. Long Chenner lowered her head in fear, not daring to look at Xiangnan. "Hit me," Xiangnan said. Long Chenner was stunned and looked at Xiangnan blankly. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. "Are you deaf? I want you to hit me. Now, immediately." Long Chenner stood up with her red eyes and ran towards Xiangnan. Her small fist greeted Xiangnan's face. Xiangnan slapped open her fist and kicked her back into the weeds. "Again," Xiangnan said. Long Chenner got up again and attacked Xiangnan with a trembling voice. Xiangnan kicked her back and shouted, "Come again!" Several times in a row, Long Chenner finally covered her stomach and cried on the withered grass. Xiangnan grabbed her collar and lifted her up. He coldly stared into her eyes and said, "Don't think that you are wronged, and don't feel that your background is so miserable. I'm beating you now so that you can survive. In order to survive, you must learn to fight. I just want to buy a clean set of clothes and a pair of shoes," said Long Chenner with a snot and tears of grievance. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart softened. This once gorgeous girl was really in a sorry state now. Her entire body was extremely dirty, and there were withered grass branches in her hair. She looked like a beggar, and there was still half a pretty girl there. Xianxian let go of her and said, "Do you know what I've learned over the years?" Xianxian clenched his fists and scared Long Chenner back repeatedly. He said, "I've learned a little. Everything depends on me. No one owes you anything, and no one should take it for granted that they love and care for you like your parents do. If you want to survive well, you have to learn to stand up and protect yourself." Xianxian pointed to the distance and said, "I'll give you two choices now. One way, I can send you to a safe place and let you spend the rest of your life calmly. Alternatively, you choose to enter the martial arts world and receive my training. Choose for yourself." Long Chenner gritted her teeth and nodded. "What? Speak!" Xianxian scolded. Long Chenner was so scared that she shrank her neck and said, I want to learn martial arts." Xianxian said, "The world of martial arts is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you are facing a scene that is even more terrifying than the most terrifying nightmare you've had in the past 20 years? Long Chenner's eyes were filled with stubbornness similar to Xianxian's. She nodded forcefully and said, "I've thought it through. Where are the clothes?" Xianxian nodded. Long Chenner said pitifully, "I lost it." Xianxian glanced at her and said, "Wait, don't leave." With that, Xianxian left. Half an hour later, a few bags were thrown in front of Long Chenner. Xianxian said, "It's getting late. Let's settle here today." After saying that, Xianxian continued to ignite the fire. Long Chenner grabbed a few bags. Inside were all kinds of clothes, and there were more than a dozen of them. She quietly looked at Xianxian, opened her mouth, and did not dare to speak, afraid that Xianxian would scold her again. The big snake laughed and said, "It's obviously related. Why are you pretending to be so cold?" Xianxian snorted coldly in his heart and said, "She must learn to leave her ivory tower as soon as possible and adapt to the cruel society. If I indulge her now, I will be harming her." That makes sense," the big snake said. "Little sparrow, little bastard, come here," Xianxian said. A ray of light flashed across the sky. The little bird stood in front of Xianxian, chubby. It tilted its head and stared at Xianxian's face with its cute big eyes. On his short and fat little arm, there was a dog in its arms. "Yeah." Long Chenner covered her mouth in shock and said, "There are still such small people in this world." Xianxian said to Little Sparrow, "Go dig up some Tier 2 spiritual herbs for me. I want to use them. Hurry up and go." The little bird put its beak in front of Xianxian and used its grass roots to stimulate the dog's nose. The dog sneezed and spat Xianxian's face full of saliva. Little Sparrow laughed mischievously and ran away with the dog in his arms. Xianxian picked up a branch and threw it out, smashing it on the back of the bird's head. The little bird scratched its head and flew away. Xianxian was helpless, but he felt that it was funny, so he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Long Chenner couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Seeing that Xianxian was in a good mood, she hurriedly took advantage of this good opportunity to ask, "You? Why did you help me?" Xianxian coldly looked at her. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and waved her hand repeatedly. "I won't ask anymore. I won't ask anymore," the big snake said. "Let's see how scared you are." Xianxian sighed and said to Long Chenner, "I don't come from a good family. My family once faced a life-and-death hopelessness. Every day, my family might be destroyed. At that time, I lied to Grandpa. I said that I met an expert in the back mountain. He was willing to teach me kung fu. However, this world is not a fairy tale. On the contrary, it is very cruel. There are no so-called experts who have guided me in the back mountain." Xianxian looked at Long Chenner and said, "Perhaps, back then, my small, destitute clan only needed one person to stand up and show us a bright path. Perhaps, it won't be that difficult for us to live. I know how much influence a so-called expert can have on a person. I'm very ordinary. I didn't encounter such an expert, but I can be your expert now. I hope that I can make up for the small youth's faint hopes back then. Long Qian'er blushed and whispered, "Who wants to be your disciple?" Xiang Nan looked at her indifferently and said, "Do you know how many people would kneel in front of me and beg me to take him in if I were to send word to take him in?" Xiang Nan pointed at the starry sky and said, "You know, if you declare your identity, your master is Xiang Nan. Look at the boundless starry river. There are countless universes and countless planes there. There will be countless people who will treat you like a guest. There will be countless big shots who will take care of you like their own daughters." Chi, blow. Long Qian'er curled her lips and said, "You're speaking so exaggeratedly. Why aren't you going to heaven? Isn't it just that your fist and foot skills are a little bit more powerful? Speak of yourself as if you were a deity. If you want to be my master, just fly one for me to see." Xiang Nan smiled and shook his head. That night he had another dream. He dreamed that he was floating on the boundless sea, helpless. In her dream, there was a woman carrying a lantern and walking over on the sea surface. She walked in front of Xiang Nan and whispered a few words in Xiang Nan's ear. Xiang Nan did not hear what she was saying clearly. Just as he was trying to hear it, he woke up from his dream. In retrospect, that woman looked very similar to Long Qian'er. Long Qian'er had already quietly wiped her body, put on new clothes, and was standing in front of Xiang Nan. When Xiang Nan woke up, she immediately turned around proudly to show her curvaceous beauty and said, "How is it?" Xiang Nan said thoughtfully, "Look into my eyes and tell me what you saw." Long Qian'er stared curiously into Xiang Nan's eyes and said, "Vicious. There's more." Xiang Nan shook his head. Long Qian'er stared at her sparkling eyes for a while and said, "It's cold." Xiang Nan shook his head disappointedly, but he refused to give up. He said, "Look again, what I let you see is not my eyes. I let you see me, the person who looks at me, my heart. Based on your own understanding, what do you think you saw? Speak your mind." Long Qian'er also became serious. She carefully stared at Xiang Nan for a long time before saying, You gave me a strange impression. In the past, every time I saw you, you always had a smile on your face. It was as if you were kind to everyone. But in reality, your eyes were very empty and did not have any true human colors." "What do you mean? Although you're smiling, looking at trees and rivers, you're also smiling. It's no different from looking at humans. I don't know how to describe it, but I feel that in your eyes, other people don't seem to be any different from vegetation. You don't have any human feelings." Xiang Nan's heart thundered. The strange scene of the vast ocean actually appeared in his mind when he was awake. Furthermore, the ocean was currently rolling violently. "There's more." Xiang Nan suppressed his excitement and asked. Long Qian'er thought for a moment and said, "I'm guessing nonsense. I feel like you have a murderous aura on you. It's as if you're ready to fight someone to the death at any moment. But I don't know why you want to fight to the death. Where did this ruthlessness come from? Is it for the sake of people, or is it purely for the sake of fighting? I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense. Don't worry about it." Xiang Nan's expression changed as he silently turned around. I know why my Tao heart can't awaken." Xiang Nan let out a long sigh and shook his head. "I already have the will to fight in my heart. I want to seek revenge from the God race. But this is not my Tao heart, original heart. In my subconscious, I no longer treat these people as living people. I only treat them as symbols, the illusory silhouettes of dreams." The snake said, "In that case, it seems to be true. In the past, when you looked at someone, there was always a kind of pity in your eyes. But now, this kind of pity has disappeared. The anger and fighting spirit in your eyes only came from the injustice of fate. Xiang Nan, you no longer love creatures, and you no longer fear life." Xiang Nanru was struck by lightning. He could vaguely feel a signal that something was awakening in his consciousness. That was his dream. Dream, what is a dream? Was his dream a dream? Or was he living in a world constructed from dreams? He was also a member of the dream. The dream world made Xiang Nan doubt reality and no longer believe in living humans. It was difficult for him to freely convert between dream and reality. He could no longer distinguish between them, nor could he see through them. But now, he could feel his dream Dao gradually awakening. Perhaps this journey of the Wuxia realm would allow him to achieve great success in his dream Dao. This was an opportunity. Xianxia finally understood why he wanted to hide on this blue planet. He didn't understand at first, he just wanted to come. Only now did he know that he was waiting for an opportunity to awaken the dream Dao and achieve great success in the dream Dao. If he could comprehend something between this dream world and the so-called reality, then his dream Dao would truly be perfect. Xianxia looked at the sky and reached out to grab it. A dazed, brand new reflection of the world appeared in the sky. He suddenly pulled, and the illusory dream world descended. Fusion with the real world. At this moment, everyone stopped moving and the world stopped spinning. Xianxia's heart trembled. How similar was this scene to when he first comprehended the Tao of dreams on the island of exile. A dragon appeared in the sky. It was the Nether Dragon. It was the Nether Wolves following behind the Nether Dragon. Xianxia's mind buzzed. However, the next moment, the dream dissipated and everything returned to normal. Xianxia lowered his head and said thoughtfully, "Looks like my dream Dao is really going to awaken completely. As long as my Dao heart can awaken, my dream Dao can also be completed. I just don't know what kind of chain reaction my dream Dao will have in the dream Dao of the owner of this diary." Xianxia smiled. He knew that he was not far from recovering. Moreover, this recovery would usher in an unprecedented explosion of strength. After sleeping, the ferocious beasts would become even more vicious when they woke up. "Hey! When can I become as powerful as you?" Long Chenner maintained a golden chicken independent posture and shouted in dissatisfaction. Xianxia glanced at her and said, "It's too early to be as powerful as me. You're not even at the first level of body tempering right now. Although you have already sensed the spiritual energy, you still haven't passed the basic body refinement." Long Chenner said, "Then continue to let me refine my body. Why do you want me to do this kind of ugly posture? It's useless at all. Don't tell me that if I meet an enemy, I can scare them away with a golden chicken's independence?" Xianxia shook his head helplessly and said, "Firstly, you must cooperate with spirit herbs in body refinement. Otherwise, your body will be depleted and your vitality will be exhausted. As for spirit herbs, I have already asked Little Sparrow to collect them for you. Second, golden chicken independence is not for you to fight. It is to train your balance. Straighten your hands and stretch your legs." Xianxia held the tree branch and twitched on Long Chenner's leg, causing her to grimace in pain. Xianxia shook his head, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. He was still thinking about that question. His fighting spirit had already recovered, but his Tao heart still hadn't awakened. Perhaps, as she said, there was no longer any human feeling in her eyes, and she did not treat humans as humans anymore. However, this kind of thing was subconscious, something that could not be forcefully reversed. Just like when humans know that shit is stinky and dirty, if they forcefully convince themselves and tell themselves in their hearts that it is not dirty, it is not dirty, it is not dirty, I must believe that it is not dirty. But if you pick up the shit and taste it, you still can't, because no matter how you try to convince yourself, your subconscious will know that you can't touch it. Xianxia was currently in such an awkward situation. He tried his best to make himself understand that humans were humans, but his Tao heart was still unable to awaken. "Hey!" Xianxia slightly opened his eyes and said, "What's wrong?" Long Chenner said, "Since you said that you live in another powerful world, why don't you bring me to your world? What's the point of me staying here? There are people everywhere who want to capture me. Right now, the world is the safest. There are some problems here. At the very least, I still have the ability to deal with them," Xianxia said. "And my world is filled with people fleeing from the heavens and the earth. Once trouble breaks out, I will not be able to protect myself. How can I take care of you?" Long Chenner curled her lips and said, "I knew you were bragging. Looks like you weren't that powerful." Xianxia shook his head and closed his eyes. "Hey!" Xianxia sighed and opened his eyes. "So what?" Long Chenner said, "You said that you are very powerful. Why aren't you so powerful now?" Xianxia said, "My Tao heart has fallen asleep. All of my strength has disappeared." Long Chenner thought for a moment and said, "Then, can you fly before that?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Long Chenner said, "Then how high can you fly?" "Can you fly out of the universe?" "Yes." "Really? How did you deal with the vacuum?" "Humans can't be exposed to the universe. A martial artist's physical fitness is very strong. The pressure brought about by the vacuum is insignificant." Xianxia closed his eyes. "Hello. Do you have something you can ask in one go?" "Oh. How long can you hold your breath?" "I haven't specifically tested it. The higher the cultivation level, the less demand there is for air. With my newest cultivation level, it won't be a problem for me to hold back for 10 to 8 years. "Holy shit, are you serious?" "You're exaggerating. How long can you stay in the flames?" "Stay for the rest of your life." "TSK. I said I can walk on the surface of the sun." "Yes, I can." Long Chenner's eyes widened as she said, "Nonsense. The surface of the sun is several thousand degrees." Xianxia smiled disdainfully and said, "I can handle 1,000,000 degrees." "Of course, you can eat the sun in one bite and chew it like cotton candy," said Long Chenner. Xianxia smiled and stopped talking. "Hey, you can participate in the Olympic Games. You will definitely win the championship." Xianxia simply took out his wine pouch and drank a large mouthful of strong liquor. He thought to himself, "It seems that it's impossible to be quiet for a while." "Why did you participate?" Xianxia asked. Long Chenner said, "How formidable is winning the championship? With the prize money, you can win honor for the country. You can go." "Not interested." Xianxia shook his head. Long Chenner said, "You take part in multiple events. What long-distance running, sprinting, high jump, long jump, and the like. How awesome it is to win multiple gold medals at one time." Xianxia still shook his head. "Not interested." "Then." Long Chenner thought for a moment and said, "You can change into a sports car for me." "No." "Can you change into an airplane?" Xianxia said unhappily, "I'm not a juggler." "Why is your mouth so broken?" At this time, with a whoosh, the little bird flew back. There was a big bug in his mouth. He held the dog in his left hand and placed the spiritual herbs on the ground with his right hand. "We can finally begin." Xianxia rubbed his temples and said, "If I don't let you refine your body, I will really be bored to death by you." "All right, you can stop now. Eat something simple first. I'll prepare the necessary items for you to refine your body. Follow me first. Eat while walking. Find a river." The little bird flew away with a whoosh. Later on, it flew back and pointed in one direction, saying, "There's something in the river." The two of them walked towards the river. Long Chenner had been staring at the little bird curiously and said, "What are you? Are you human? How can you fly?" Little Sparrow dodged back and said vigilantly, "The dog will not give it to you." Long Chenner giggled and said, "I don't want your dog. I asked you how you learned to fly. Can you teach me?" The little bird tilted its head and thought for a moment. After a while, it rose from the ground and said, "It's flying." Long Chenner's eyes lit up and she said, "How did you do it? Quickly teach me." The little sparrow landed on the ground and rose again with a cry, saying, "It's flying." Long Chenner was confused. "How did you do it?" The little sparrow landed on the ground and rose again with a cry, saying, "Fly. Do this." Long Chenner's face turned green. "Ha ha ha ha." Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Long Chenner glared at Xianxia and said, "What kind of friend are you? Why don't you understand human language?" Xianxia said, "He was not a human either." "All right, you don't have to worry about it anymore. When you reach the origin realm, I'll teach you a set of soaring sky techniques." This is it. When the two of them arrived at the river bank, Xianxia dug a big pit on the ground with his bare hands and said, "There are no wooden barrels here. Let's use the pit to make up for it first." He picked out 2 spiritual herbs from the little bird and crushed them into powder. He sprinkled them into the pit and filled it with water. Finally, Xianxia pointed at the pit of green medicine and said, Take off your clothes and jump in. Long Chenner blushed and said, then turn around. Xianxia smiled and turned his back to her. He said, you're fine. You know how to be ashamed. Every woman I've met in the past can take off her clothes in front of a man. Don't look back. If you dare look back, I'll call for help. Long Chenner carefully took off her clothes and hurriedly jumped into the green puddle. Turn around. Xianxia turned around and said, you can already smoothly circulate the body-refining mental technique that I taught you earlier. Now let's refine our body. Let's circulate our mental energy and absorb the medicinal properties of the potion at the same time. The process of strengthening your body requires a lot of energy. In the words of your world, it is nutrition. As for spiritual herbs, they can provide you with this kind of nutrition. With your outstanding physique, you can cultivate in the potion for 2 hours a day. In 3 days, you can officially possess your cultivation realm and talent. As Long Chenner practiced, she asked, what do you mean by having talent? Do I not have talent now? Xianxia said, theoretically speaking, people have talent from birth, but before they have a realm, talent is weak and difficult to distinguish. Stop talking. Cultivate diligently. Just listen to me. Innate talent is divided into different grades. Similarly, the realm is the same. They are. As Long Chenner cultivated, Xianxia gave her some basic knowledge of the martial arts world. To Long Chenner, these things sounded incomparably new, even more absurd and bizarre than fairy tales. Xianxia did not stop her, so he answered whatever she asked. But at the same time, Xianxia was also secretly observing her. He wanted to see if she could successfully cultivate when she was distracted and asked questions. It turned out that she really could. Xianxia felt relieved in his heart and thought to himself, it seems that this girl is really a good material for martial arts practice. For the next 3 days, the two of them stayed by the river and never left. On the 4th day, Long Chenner jumped into a puddle of water to soak. While she was refining her body, a large amount of impurities suddenly began to gush out from her body. Some black, muddy water-like things appeared. This frightened Long Chenner so much that she kept screaming. Don't be afraid, Xianxia said. Your body will be cleaner after removing the impurities. Can you cure bad breath? Long Chenner asked in surprise. Yes, Xianxia said. Can you cure body odor? Where is skin disease? Where is alopecia? Can you make skin white and tender? Pores shrink? She asked a series of questions. Anything. Xianxia nodded and frowned. How many illnesses do you have? Long Chenner gritted her teeth angrily. Who said it was me? I was thinking that if I opened a beauty salon this way, I would definitely earn a fortune. You actually suspect that I have so many soldiers, you? Long Chenner shook her little fist angrily. Boom! The pit full of potions suddenly exploded. The potion in the pit soared into the sky, and even the puddle was blasted into an even deeper puddle. Xianxia sat at the side and was sent flying by the impact. He rolled on the ground a dozen times before stopping. Shit! Something happened. Xianxia's eyes turned cold and he suddenly looked out. He saw Long Chenner lying naked in the distant bushes, her body rapidly drying up. He rushed forward with a few arrows and hugged Long Chenner in his arms. The woman's body was rapidly drying up. Her skin was getting drier and drier, and wrinkles had already appeared, like bark. The water in her body was also rapidly draining away, and a faint white steam was rising from her body. Deficit body? How could it be like this? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said anxiously, Little Sparrow, quickly bring over the spirit herbs. Hurry! He took a spiritual herb and quickly crushed it into powder. He soaked it in water and fed it to her to drink. It was simply courting death to directly drink an entire second-grade spiritual herb at the first level of body tempering. However, Long Chenner's situation required Xianxia to take this risk. After a spiritual herb descended, her body no longer dried up. However, it did not improve. Instead, it remained the same. Little brat Xianxia. Something's wrong with this girl, the big snake said. Xianxia was crushing the second spiritual herb and casually said, I know something is wrong. No, 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 you don't know. What I'm saying is, she's actually at the 5th level of body tempering. The medicine bowl in Xiangnan's hand stopped, and he asked curiously, Really? Then can I see wrongly? Said the big snake. Xiangnan thought for a moment and mixed the second spiritual herb with water for her to drink. Her complexion had already begun to turn red, and her dry skin was gradually filling up. It's actually not enough. Xiangnan frowned, crushed another half a second-grade spirit herb, and fed it to her to drink. Later, she finally regained her composure, but she did not wake up from her coma. Xiangnan gently placed her by the river and put on a set of clothes before he sat to the side and thoughtfully sized up Long Chenner, who was unconscious. Body tempering 5th layer? Xiangnan rubbed his chin and said, What's going on? Could it be that she already has a foundation in martial arts? Absolutely not, said the serpent. She didn't have any martial arts before. Xiangnan said, Then how can I jump from the 1st level of body tempering to the 5th level of body tempering? I don't know, said the snake. Looks like there are some secrets on this girl that we don't know. Long Chenner had been unconscious from morning until night. By the time she woke up, the sky was already filled with stars. What happened to me? Long Chenner rubbed her head and moaned. How uncomfortable. Xiangnan thought for a moment, but he still didn't tell her what was wrong. Even he didn't know, and she didn't understand. If he told her, he could only make her worry in vain. Nothing. Xiangnan shook his head and said, You've already advanced. Long Chenner said happily, Really? She jumped happily. This jump actually jumped more than 10 meters high. She was so scared that she cried out loudly and fell down from the sky in a sorry state, fiercely landing on the ground. She jumped up again and scratched her body in panic. I didn't fall to my death. I didn't break my arm and leg. It's amazing. I feel so strong, she said. Is this the result of body refinement? It's really amazing. This girl was overjoyed. She rushed over and threw herself into Xiangnan's embrace. She hugged Xiangnan and said, Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. So you didn't lie to me. I've really become stronger. Xiangnan was full of worries and forced a smile. Well, I said before, I won't lie to you. Eh? What is this? Suddenly, Long Chenner took a few steps back. She stretched out her right hand and a faint light floated in her palm. The weather first? Xiangnan was stunned, but he immediately rejected this idea. Firstly, it was impossible for the body-tempering realm to have the first weather. Secondly, the ball of light floating in her palm was completely different from the first weather. That wasn't the first weather, nor was it Yuan Qi, nor could it be Dipper Qi, but what was that? Xiangnan reached out his hand to touch the white ball of light, but it pierced through without any actual touch. Little Sparrow's short body was also floating beside him. He also curiously stretched out a finger to poke at the ball of light. However, with this stab, the little bird actually fell on its back and fell to the ground with an ordinary sound, not moving at all. Little Sparrow. Xiangnan's expression changed as he hurriedly picked up the bird. Whoosh whoosh. Before Xiangnan could figure it out, the little bird had already begun to snore. What's going on? Xiangnan's mind was in a mess. Many strange things had happened today that were hard to explain. He couldn't help but look at Long Chenner. Long Chenner also panicked and waved her hand repeatedly. I don't know. I didn't do it. I don't know anything. Xiangnan comforted. Don't worry. I know you didn't do it. How is he? Will he die? Long Chenner grabbed Little Sparrow's little hand, her eyes turning red from anxiety. Xiangnan said, There shouldn't be any problem with him. He's probably asleep. He'll be fine when he wakes up. The big snake said, Xiangnan brat, the situation is not normal. Little Sparrow is not sleeping differently. It sleeps every time it evolves, and this kind of sleep is exactly the same as every time it evolved. Xiangnan frowned and thought to himself, Are you sure? The big snake said, I'm absolutely sure that the little bird's vitality has been completely locked into its body. Not a single bit of it has leaked out. Right now, he is like a pupating insect, preparing to transform. I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up for a while. Xianxia then buried the little bird by the river. This little bastard was a martial saint, and he wouldn't die even if the earth exploded. It would be better to bury him and place him down first, so as not to bring him with him at any time and cause others to panic unnecessarily. Isn't this maggot-eating child going to die? Long Chenner asked guiltily. Xianxia said, "It's fine. Don't worry. This has nothing to do with you. There's no need to blame yourself. Release that ball of light again and let me see." Long Chenner hurriedly nodded her head, her right hand in the depths of her palm rushing forward. But after a long time, she asked curiously, "AI? Why can't I let it go?" Xianxia said, "Try again." Long Chenner tried several times in a row, but she was unable to release the ball of light. Xianxia said thoughtfully, "It seems that no matter what kind of light this is, you are still unable to accurately control it. It should have been unintentionally released before. How should I train?" Long Chenner asked curiously. "The light I emit can make people sleep. If I practice it well, won't I be invincible? Whoever hits me, let him sleep." Xianxia shook his head. "It shouldn't be that simple. I have to think of a way to test it out. Let's go. Follow me and sneak into human society. Find a few ordinary people to test it out." "Do I kill people?" Long Chenner said worriedly. Xianxia said, "No, I can't understand that light, but I'm sure it won't hurt people. Otherwise I won't let you do anything." The two of them descended the mountain and headed towards the edge of a small city. The big snake said, "That light made the little bird fall asleep, but it didn't work on you. Could it be that it was only effective against the demon race? Perhaps it is only effective against those who have a cultivation realm, because the difference between me and Little Sparrow still has a cultivation realm problem," Xianxia said. The two of them changed into ordinary clothes and wore their hats. This was bought by Xianxia last time. This is a tourist attraction. The small city is not big, but it is quite prosperous. The streets are full of people and traffic. The two of them arrived at a small supermarket at a gas station. On the television, there was a circular announcement of their arrest. The two of them had been personally ordered to be captured by Master Wang, so it had naturally become the most important event in recent months. The two of them lowered their hats and pretended to choose goods on the shelves. Xianxia pointed to a man who was shopping beside them and whispered, "Try him." Long Chenner tried to release the ball of light, but failed. If you don't succeed once, it's only twice. If you can't succeed twice, it's only 3 times. After more than a dozen times, that person had already checked out, but he still hadn't succeeded. "Don't be discouraged. Come again, we have more time," Xianxia said. They chose another target and continued to try. A dozen or so people tried in succession, but they were unable to succeed. The night was getting darker and darker, and fewer people came to buy things. After they locked onto another target, Long Chenner finally succeeded. She dragged Xianxia in surprise and said, all right. Xianxia nodded and pointed at the man who bought the item, saying, "Throw it over and smash him with the light." The two of them were like thieves, both nervous and excited. Xianxia was also considered a great martial artist, but he had never seen such a ball of light like Long Chenner after traveling in martial arts for so long. Xianxia was also extremely curious about this thing. Little Sparrow is a martial saint. Even a martial saint could be knocked unconscious by a 5th-level body-tempering martial artist with a ball of light. If this ball of light was used to knock people unconscious, it would be too terrifying. Long Chenner had already tossed the ball of light to the buyer. However, she actually threw it awry. The ball of light flew past the buyer's side. It easily penetrated the shelf, penetrated the wall, and flew without a trace. However, it did not cause any damage to anything. The buyer stared blankly at Xianxia and the other two. "What are you doing?" Xianxia was also stunned for a moment. He had ignored this question. Long Chenner had just entered the martial arts world, and her accuracy had yet to undergo a lot of repeated training. "Hurry up and leave." Xianxia grabbed Long Chenner's arm and walked out. At this time, a few cars suddenly stopped outside the door, and more than a dozen people in black quickly walked over from the car. The cashier stood outside the door and said, "It's the two of them. They've been sneaking around here for a long time, and I look like a wanted man. Ah, it's the Secret Service. Let's go. The back door." Long Chenner hurriedly turned around. Xianxia said, "Don't be anxious. It's time to test your skills and fight them. But don't hit them too hard. Don't beat them to death." Long Chenner hesitated for a moment. "Go!" Xianxia shouted coldly. Long Chenner gritted her teeth and was ruthless, then walked over with large strides. A few black-clothed men quickly surrounded Long Chenner, and two of them quickly moved into their arms. The action of touching something in his arms didn't mean much to Xianxia, but Long Chenner, who lived in this world, knew very well what that meant. She sprinted forward, wanting to knock one of the people in her arms away with her knees, but she was not used to her astonishing speed. Instead, she pounced over and threw the person to the ground. She hurriedly jumped up and threw a fist at another person who was touching her. The man had just pulled out his pistol when his wrist was broken on the spot, and his entire arm was dislocated. Long Chenner was shocked and said, "So powerful! Be careful!" At this moment, Xianxia suddenly rushed over from the side and threw Long Chenner onto the shelves. Rows of shelves were knocked down. At the same time, a stream of gas came from outside the door. With a whoosh of the gas, the small door was sliced open, and several rows of shelves on the other end were also sliced apart. "What is this?" Long Chenner broke out in cold sweat. Xianxia stood up, pushed Long Chenner aside, and said solemnly, "Sword Chi, move aside. You can't handle this situation." Outside, a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese tunic suit and carefully groomed his hair walked in with a smile. "Haha! I knew that someone who could defeat Wang Jingyun would be extraordinary. You actually know something like Sword Chi. It seems like your background isn't shallow." The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and smiled. "Master Li." Long Chenner was stunned and said, He is Li Zhaohai, Master Li, who is as famous as Master Wang." The middle-aged man raised his two fingers and said, "Since you know that this is Sword Chi, you should surrender and be captured." With that, he flicked his finger. A streak of Sword Chi of spiritual Chi broke through the air. Xianxia dodged the Sword Chi and shouted, "Run! Run along the main road and enter the mountain." Without saying a word, Long Chenner ran away. "No one can escape." Master Li smiled faintly. He slid a few meters away and accurately grabbed Long Chenner's arm with his right hand. Xianxia kicked a row of shelves to pieces. With the help of the rebound force, an iron mountain leaned against Master Li and sent him flying. As for Master Li, he reacted very quickly. He quickly condensed the weather and attached himself to the surface of his body. Pong! Master Li smashed into the wall and fell outside. He rubbed his shoulders and stood up. "What great strength!" he said coldly. Long Chenner was stunned. Did she know Xianxia's strength? Xianxia was a ruthless character who could even directly crash and stop a speeding car. If this kind of power collided with a person's body, then Master Li would actually be able to stand up. "That's right." Xianxia nodded and walked out. It seems that he has practiced quite a bit. He was actually able to defend himself with the weather in such a short period of time. Master Li's expression changed as he said, "Xiantan, how do you know this name? You know that Sword Chi is fine, but you can still call out the word first, weather. Who exactly are you?" Xianxia did not answer. The serpent said, "Kid Xianxia, this person is at the first level of the Xiantian realm. His Xiantian realm is already capable of breaking through your defenses. Don't let him hit you. Otherwise, the consequences will be worrying." "I understand," Xianxia thought. Then Master Li said coldly, "Really? Let me see how long you can keep your mouth shut." With that, he slashed his fingers and another strand of Sword Chi came. Xianxia bowed, bent down, and ran towards Master Li. In the middle of the journey, he suddenly shook his body, staggered from the weather, and smashed a heavy punch into Master Li's face. That Master Li was beaten so hard that his entire body fell backwards and fiercely smashed into the pillar of the gas station. Immediately, the pillar shattered and collapsed with a bang. "Why are you still here?" Xianxia turned around and saw that Long Chenner was still watching the show. So he shouted, "Whoosh!" A hemispheric outburst of early weather blew the ruins away. Master Li jumped out and his left face was already bruised. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good boy. After special training, your skills are really good." Xianxia shook his head. "Your realm is too bad. First, the weather is too slow to fly. You are no match for me. I know that you are all manipulated by someone else. I can let you live." Scram. Xianxia himself did not have the first weather and aura, and his movement speed was also greatly reduced. However, with his strong battle consciousness, it was more than enough to dodge the sword chi condensed from the first weather. However, Master Li didn't know what to do. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I don't capture all of you, how am I supposed to get along?" With that, he shook his right arm as if he had gone mad, and the weather began to sweep over him one after another. Xianxia dodged continuously, finding the right opportunity to charge forward. This kick directly kicked Master Li from the gas station onto the road, and ruthlessly crashed into a car that was galloping past, causing the car to drift horizontally and slide off the road. Cough! Master Li clutched his stomach and walked out of the depression of the car. He knelt down and coughed up a mouthful of blood. You! Master Li pointed at Xianxia out of breath. At this moment, a ball of light suddenly flew over and accurately hit Master Li. Master Li cried out in alarm. His entire body was shrouded in light, and he floated up. Xianxia looked at Long Chenner angrily and said, "Who told you to act recklessly?" Long Chenner stretched out her right hand and said, I want to help you." At this moment, Master Li was floating in the air under the shroud of light. The serpent exclaimed, "Fuck! Little brat Xianxia, you absolutely can't believe it. This fellow surnamed Li's realm is growing madly. It can't be." Xiangnian's heart sank. "Did you not see wrongly? Nonsense. He has already reached the second level of the Xiantian realm." "No, the second level of the Xiantian realm is mid-stage, late stage. Damn it, the third level of the Xiantian realm," said the serpent. Xianxia suddenly turned his head to look at Long Chenner. His eyes filled with disbelief. The serpent said, "Fuck! This girl's ball of light is not used to attack at all. That thing can actually raise a person's cultivation level." Xianxia said, "I've seen a ghost. Is there such a thing?" Long Chenner, run. Run. Long Chenner seemed to know that she had caused a great disaster, so her face turned pale and she turned around to flee. Xianxia grabbed a stone and used all his strength to throw it at Master Li. Pong! The stone collided with Master Li in the ball of light and was smashed into powder, while Master Li remained motionless. Xianxia gritted his teeth and ran wildly along the main road. At this moment, the light disappeared. Master Li descended from the sky. He laughed loudly. "The heavens are helping me too. The heavens are helping me too. That woman is extraordinary. I must catch her." With that, he activated Xiantian and chased after Xianxia at an unbelievable speed. Swoosh! A streak of sword chi slashed towards him. The Xiantian third-layer sword chi could already fly more than 10 meters away. Worse still, this level of sword chi was much faster than the first level of the Xiantian realm. Xianxia quickly dodged. Xiantian wiped his sleeves and flew out, slashing a car in half. The section was as smooth as a mirror. The car, which had been cut in half, spun along the road and glided to both sides, crashing into 2 other cars. Xianxia jumped onto the roof and stepped on it fiercely. He jumped far away with a whoosh, and the roof of the car was stepped on by a deep dent. Master Li chased after them and released sword chi. Streams of sword chi continuously split the traffic on the continent into 2. This scene was extremely terrifying. Everyone hurriedly braked and got out of the car and fled in a panic. Screams could be heard everywhere. Master Li jumped up and aimed at Xianxnian's back, swinging his sword chi down again. Xianxia dodged, and the sword chi cut off a car's waist. Boom! Xianxia crossed his arms in front of him and was blown away by the fire wave from the car explosion. "Give him another ball!" Xianxia roared. As Long Chenner ran, she panicked and said, "Then, Isn't he even more powerful? Xianxia said angrily. Such a small character is nothing. Right now, I just want to know if your ball of light can raise people's cultivation. Quick! Listen to me. Xianxia's heart beat wildly. He wasn't afraid of the so-called Master Li, but rather, his heart skipped a beat at Long Chenner's peculiar ability. If a person could casually raise another person's cultivation realm, then this kind of thing was simply too terrifying. Xianxia knew that this inexplicable ability definitely did not come from martial arts strength, much less martial arts talent. The only possibility was his physique. It must be that Long Chenner. She has a mysterious physique that no one knows. Just like Jiang Shuelu and Shen Qingzhu, they had strange physique abilities that were different from ordinary people. Long Chenner didn't dare to disobey Xianxia. She kept trying and finally succeeded again, throwing a ball of light at Master Li. When Master Li saw the ball of light, not only did he not dodge, he instead burst out laughing excitedly, and even took the initiative to welcome the ball of light. Pong! The ball of light smashed into Master Li's body again. Xianxia hurriedly turned around to look, but this time, Master Li was not wrapped in light and rose into the sky. Master Li was stunned. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, has this improved? The big snake said, it's strange. No, he's still at the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. Xianxia said, could it be that Long Chenner's ball of light is not used to raise her cultivation realm? But why did that middle-aged man suddenly rise to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm? The big snake thought for a moment and cried out, damn it, I know. Long Chenner's ball of light is used to awaken her potential. It can stimulate the sleeping potential in a martial artist's body. No wonder the little bird is asleep. The potential of the little bird has been tapped. It is not displayed by raising its realm, but by evolving. That Li Gai's potential has already been tapped, so there's no growth this time. Hearing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. Then wouldn't my realm have a future? The snake said, there's more to it than just luck. If she can stimulate your potential, you'll probably advance to the 2nd or even the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. What should we do? We can't escape. We'll die. Long Chenner looked flustered. She had never seen such a scene before. Xianxia strode forward and grabbed her arm. As he ran, he said, don't panic. Don't resist. His weather will soon run out. Follow me. Don't be hit by his sword chi. Long Chenner turned around and panicked again. Not good. They got in the car, she said. Xianxia turned around and saw that the black-clothed men were driving a few off-road vehicles to pick up Master Li and quickly chase after him. Master Li stood on the roof of an off-road vehicle, his hands behind his back, his eyes shining with greed in the dark. Run. Continue. Speed up. Xianxia pulled Long Chenner's arm and increased her speed to the limit. However, without spiritual energy as the driving force, their running speed was still unable to overtake the vehicle for a period of time. However, their running speed was indeed faster than the vehicle's speed. Xianxia said, don't turn around. Keep running. They have no choice but to enter the mountain. Long Chenner panicked and said, why didn't that person release his sword chi? Xianxia said, his sword chi is limited in flight. He can't hit us within 50 meters. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, a dense rain of gunfire swept over. Several bullets struck Xianxia and Long Chenner one after another. Long Chenner snorted and said, it hurts so much. As she spoke, she subconsciously wanted to dodge. Xianxia grabbed her shoulder and said, continue running in a straight line. Don't move in a curve, or you will be caught up. Don't worry. These bullets won't be able to pierce through our bodies. Hold on, there's no problem. Long Chenner was shot in the arm. She hurriedly raised her hand to look at her own arm. Sure enough, she found that there was no bleeding or wound on the spot where the bullet was shot. This discovery surprised and delighted her. Knock them over. Master Li stood on the roof with a gloomy expression and shouted, no matter what, capture that woman. Da-da-da-da-da. Intense sounds echoed out continuously. Scorching cartridge casings leapt out of the barrels of the guns with white gas, drawing soul-stirring arcs in the night sky. After those bullets hit Xiang Nan and Long Chenner, they were like flying stones that collided with rubber and were ejected again, unable to pierce through their skin. Sniper! At this moment, Li shouted angrily. Xiang Nan's pupils constricted and he said, "Damn it, we have to dodge this time. This kind of bullet can affect us." Ding! In the night sky, a crisp sound of a needle striking rang out. "Get out of the way!" Xiang Nan pushed Long Chenner away. A high-speed bullet flew out from between the two of them. Very accurate. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and looked back. However, he saw a black-clothed man poking out of the window with a heavy sniper rifle in his middle hands. These people were all brutally trained experts, and they were also very outstanding gunmen. They were actually able to accurately aim at Xiang Nan and Long Chenner in the speeding vehicles. Ding! Another crisp sound of a needle striking. Two snipers. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he had just pushed Long Chenner away, and the two of them hadn't returned to each other. A high-speed bullet accurately hit Long Chenner's leg. Long Chenner staggered and fell to the ground. She quickly rolled over 10 meters on the ground. Xiang Nan quickly bent down as he ran. Picking Long Chenner up from the ground and dragging her ashen face, he continued to run wildly. "It's fine. Don't worry. It's just bruised. It didn't break your defense," Xiang Nan said hurriedly. Long Chenner was half-dragged and half-dragged by Xiang Nan, limping as she sprinted. She saw that the distant mountains had already been clearly outlined. Ding! Another knocking sound came from the knocking needle. Xiang Nan grabbed Long Chenner's shoulder and soared into the air. A bullet flew away from his leg. Ding! Ding! Xiang Nan suddenly lowered his body when he landed. One bullet flew past his back, while the other passed through his armpit obliquely. Ding! 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 Every time the sound of the needle striking sounded, it was followed by the high explosive roar of the bullet leaving the barrel of the gun, and Pumba's voice was endless. Xiang Nan tossed and turned, dodging all the bullets perfectly over and over again. The black-clothed people in the car were stunned. The two men with sniper rifles also moved their eyes away from behind the scope. They stared at Xiang Nan, who was running ahead in disbelief. "How did you dodge?" Long Chenner's chin was about to drop. Xiang Nan quickly said, "Don't dodge bullets, dodge the muzzle. You can't see the speed of the bullets, but you can see the direction the muzzle is aiming at." Long Chenner turned around and saw that in the pitch-black night, she could only see two sniper rifles aiming in this direction. But, judging the direction of the muzzle? How could this be possible? The muzzle of the gun only needed to be deflected by a millimeter. When flying over a distance of 100 meters, it could cause a large deviation. It was simply impossible to determine the flight path of a bullet based on its muzzle. Xiang Nan saw Long Chenner's doubts and said, "Nothing much. You have experienced many battles in the future. You can also do this. Perhaps you can be even more powerful than me." Long Chenner was deeply shocked by the art of martial arts, and her heart yearned for the magnificent and brilliant world of martial arts. "Don't be dumbfounded," Xiang Nan shouted. At this moment, a bullet shot towards Long Chenner's back. Xiang Nan abruptly knocked her away, and he was severely shot in the back by the bullet. At the same time, another bullet hit his leg. Xiang Nan's right leg felt as if it had been heavily hit, and his entire leg suddenly rushed forward, causing him to roll on the ground. "Ah!" Long Chenner screamed in panic. As Xiang Nan rolled, he shouted, "Leave me alone! Run! Just run!" He landed on the ground and picked up a stone. When he stood up, he turned around and threw the stone at an off-road vehicle with snipers. Pong! Pooh! Pumba! This terrifying rock shattered the windshield at an astonishing speed, piercing through the sniper's chest, and then piercing through the back seat and body. The sniper let out a miserable scream and lay motionless on the window. Xiang Nan stood up and ran wildly. He picked up another stone and threw it at another car. There was the last sniper in the car, and the jeep turned sharply, drawing a large arc and drifting towards the roadside, trying to dodge the rock. However, the stone that Xiang Nan ran out of seemed to have been predicted in advance. Even though the off-road vehicle dodged in time, It still acted as if it had taken the initiative to welcome the stone. The stone shredded the windshield and smashed the sniper's chest open. The vehicle floated horizontally, leaving behind 2 black brake marks on the ground. At the same time, the vehicle started to violently roll over and fell off the cliff by the roadside with a rumble. However, these 2 strikes also slowed down Xianxia's running speed. The distance was enough. Swoosh! A sharp and swift sword chi pierced through the air. This speed of deceleration was already at the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, and it could be said to be astonishingly fast. With Xianxia's lack of spiritual energy and body tempering state, it was simply not enough to dodge such a high-speed sword energy. He had tried his best to dodge, but the sword chi still flew past his back. Swoosh! A large cut was made on Xianxia's clothes, and a deep wound visible to the bones was left on his back. Red flesh rolled out and fresh blood gushed out. Ignoring the pain, Xianxia turned around and ran. He picked up a stone and threw it at Master Li. Every time he shot, Xianxia would need to pause for a moment. This would allow Master Li to shorten the distance between him and Xianxia even faster. Then Master Li immediately condensed the weather and let it float on the surface of his body to block the stone. But at this moment, the off-road vehicle beneath his feet suddenly flung its tail horizontally, throwing Master Li out of the car. Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't help but shake his head and continued to run after Long Chenner. Idiots! A bunch of idiots! Who told you to hide? That rock can't hurt me. Master Li got up from the ground in a sorry state and shouted. The black-clothed people in the car hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Master Li looked up and saw that Xianxia and Long Chenner had already entered the mountain. Amidst the mountains, a train was speeding through the mountain tunnel. On the opposite mountain peak, Xianxia was sitting in the forest. He was using a black cloth torn from his robe to tighten his chest and bandage up the wound. However, the blood quickly soaked the bandage. Long Chenner cried anxiously, "Hurry up and see a doctor. I'll take you to the hospital. We won't run anymore. We can't let you lose blood and die. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being useless. If I hadn't been absent-minded a few times in a row, I wouldn't have caused you to be so miserable." The more she spoke, the more she blamed herself. She held her face in her hands and cried. Xianxia glanced at her indifferently and said, "Don't worry. The physical fitness of a martial artist is not as bad as you think. This small injury will soon stop bleeding. Furthermore, a martial artist's hematopoietic function is exceptionally powerful. You should know that a martial artist relies more on spiritual energy than the nutrients of fresh blood. Losing too much blood will weaken a martial artist, but it will not endanger his life. Stop crying." Long Chenner wiped away her tears and leaned over with her mouth open. She whispered, "You didn't wrap it properly. Let me handle it. I've done some volunteer work before and learned a little." Xianxia nodded and released his hands. Long Chenner rearranged the bandage and whispered, "Don't you blame me at all? I'm the one who dragged you down." Xianxia said indifferently, "Do you think I should blame you? Do you think I will be very disappointed in you?" Long Chenner said, "Isn't that so? I'm so useless that even I despise myself." Xianxia shook his head. "Your mistake was within my expectations. You have never experienced any special training or experience in dealing with this kind of battle. It is normal for you to make a small mistake." Long Chenner gritted her teeth and said, "But you're talking about a normal person. I'm not a normal person, am I? Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to me. I shouldn't have made a normal mistake." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Actually, I hope you can make more mistakes. I can correct you and correct your behavior and consciousness. The more mistakes you make now, the fewer mistakes you will make in the future. At the very least, with me by your side, I can guarantee your survival. If you fight alone in the future, every single mistake can cost you your life." Xianxia turned around and looked at Long Chenner seriously. "Do you know what an expert is?" he said. Long Chenner shook her head. "No one can guarantee that they won't make mistakes," Xianxia said. "The so-called expert is that after making mistakes, he can correct his own mistakes as quickly as possible and guarantee that he won't make the same mistakes again in the future. Long Qian'er was stunned and said, "This is the first time I've heard such a thing." Xianxia said, "Of course, it was summed up with countless experiences and lessons. When I first stepped into martial arts, I was much stupider than you." Long Qian'er broke into tears and smiled. "You still know how to comfort me." She thought for a moment and then asked, "Oh right, what is that sword chi? How did it come out? May I?" Xianxia said, "Above the body tempering realm is the Xiantian realm. Only when a martial artist reaches the Xiantian realm can he condense the Xiantian realm. However, the Xiantian realm, 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 Xiantian realm. Only when we reach the origin realm will we be able to gather the weather before dissipating. The power will be even more condensed and the flight distance will be longer." "What realm am I at now?" Long Qian'er said. Xianxia said, "Body tempering 5th layer." "Ah!" Long Qian'er was stunned. "According to what you said, shouldn't I be at the 1st level of body tempering?" Xianxia took a deep look at her and said, "This is the problem that we must figure out on this trip. I've already discovered that you possess a special physique, causing you to possess a special ability. Your ability can stimulate the potential within a martial artist's body. This function is as effective for you as it is for yourself. When you enter the 1st level of body tempering, you instantly unleash your own potential, allowing you to leap up to the 5th level of body tempering." Long Qian'er panicked. Xianxia frowned. "Why are you not happy at all? This ability is very shocking." Long Qian'er sighed and said, "So, I only have this little potential. Does that mean that I will never be able to advance to the 6th level of body tempering again?" Xianxia shook his head. "The potential of a person is not fixed. Let me tell you this. For example, a person's potential can be so great that he can lift a car. But he can't do that now. If he can use his full potential after special training, then he can lift the car. But that doesn't mean that lifting the car is his final limit. If he cultivates martial arts and uses spirit herb pills, his strength will further increase and his potential will also increase. Now you know why I said that your abilities are amazing? According to your potential, your advancement in the future will be leapfrogging, and you won't increase your cultivation by 1 level at a time." At this point, Xianxia sighed with emotion. This kind of ability is something countless martial artists have dreamed of. Long Qian'er looked at Xianxia strangely and said, "Since I can stimulate other people's potential, why can't I stimulate yours? How formidable were you in the past? It can't be that you're just like this at most, right?" Xianxia lowered his head and smiled. "My Dao heart has already fallen asleep. You can't stimulate my potential, nor can you let me return to my peak. I have to overcome this difficulty myself. I'm here." Long Qian'er thought for a moment and said, "As long as I keep helping you, will you be able to do it in the future and continue to improve by leaps and bounds? Every time you level up, I'll stimulate your potential." Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "It should be possible. However, it's not as exaggerated as you are. Because of your personal physique, your potential is much greater than that of an ordinary person. You can jump from the 1st level of body tempering to the 5th level at once. If you use this method to stimulate me, I can only jump from the 1st level of body tempering to the 2nd level." "Then why?" Long Qian'er asked, puzzled. Xianxia said, "My potential has always been highly exploited. I have been able to stimulate it more vividly than other martial artists." When Xianxia received the realm repair in the Bai clan ancestral hall, he had already unleashed all of his potential once. He still had a lot of potential to fall asleep in his body, but it was far from the terrifying amount he had hoped for. At most, it was the amount of Saint Spirit Stones he had accumulated during the process of absorbing a large amount of Saint Spirit Stones and advancing to the 10th level of the martial saint realm. Xianxia thought for a moment. Fortunately, Long Qian'er's ability could be used on others, such as Yuan Meng, Xiao Jun, Ken Yang, and the others. If she could bring Long Qian'er back to her own world and let her help the major combat experts to unleash their potential, then this would be a great impact on the strength of the martial artists on her side. Xianxia was very glad that he had accidentally bumped into such a peculiar woman. From the looks of it, His Tao heart had fallen asleep and he had come to the blue planet to cultivate. There were more advantages than disadvantages. When are we leaving this place? Long Chenner asked. That Master Li already knows what I can do. He will definitely send more powerful people to hunt us down. If he doesn't leave now, it will be even more dangerous. Xianxia sighed and said, right now, we are trapped on this small planet. If we want to leave, we can only rely on the little bird's strength. Unfortunately, the little bird has already fallen into a deep slumber. If he doesn't wake up, none of us will be able to leave. But you don't have to be too pessimistic. I know a lot about human nature. After Master Li finds out about your amazing ability, he must want to take it for himself. At the very least, he won't find those false gods to help him unless he has to. False god? Long Chenner asked curiously. Xianxia said, this matter is very complicated. We have to leave this place first. I'll talk to you on the way. The two of them ate something simple and hurried on their way. On this small planet, Xianxia did not have an ultimate destination. He was just constantly advancing, avoiding the pursuit of the enemy. 10 days later, deep in the mountains somewhere, under an unknown waterfall, Long Chenner was practicing martial arts. Xianxia sat not far away, pounding some spiritual herbs. He glanced at Long Chenner's progress and nodded. Not bad. With your talent, you should be able to advance to the 6th level of body tempering very soon. At that time, your potential will be activated and you should be able to jump to the 9th level of body tempering. If you want to deal with the pursuit of those people, you can only rely on you now. You must master the weather as soon as possible. Fortunately, there are a lot of spiritual herbs planted in this world. There are still a lot left for Little Sparrow to bring back. It is enough. Long Chenner practiced for a while, then walked over and said, let me check how your wound is doing. She untied Xianxia's clothes and looked at him. She found that Xianxia's wound had almost healed. Only then did she feel relieved. Immediately after, she burst into laughter. What? Xianxia said. Long Chenner covered her mouth and laughed softly. I remember the first time we met. We were fighting back then. I didn't expect that now. I would have become a miserable person who relied on each other for their lives. It's only been a little while, but it seems like I've lived for 2 lifetimes. Xianxia also smiled and said, this enormous change in life has indeed had a great impact on you. Long Chenner let out a low hum. She looked at her right hand and said, yes, the changes have really been great. As I thought about it, I said, a few months ago, how could I have thought that I could become a martial artist and possess such a peculiar physique? If I had known before, I would have been so excited that I couldn't sleep. As she spoke, she subconsciously released her own light and looked at it curiously. However, at this moment, the light touched Xianxia's wound. Following that, Xianxia's wound instantly healed. Eh? Long Chenner was stunned. Xianxia could also feel it. He touched his back and felt that the brilliance of his hand was incomparable. All of his injuries disappeared. Long Chenner's eyes widened in surprise. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, it seems that your ability is not only to stimulate your potential, but also to stimulate your vitality, allowing your injuries to heal instantly. This kind of healing speed is truly too terrifying. It is much more powerful than the 9 Purities Universe technique. His injuries healed instantly. Even Heavenly Tribulation Realm martial artists were unable to accomplish this. In an instant, it took less than 1/3 of a second. The sword wound seemed to have never appeared before. What does this mean? Long Chenner asked blankly. Xianxia smiled and said, you will become a respected physician. In the high-intensity battles in the future, if we can bring you with us, we will almost never lose. Long Chenner blushed slightly and whispered in a mosquito-like voice, Then I'll follow you from now on. Xianxia did not think too much about what she meant. However, when she looked at Xianxia's broad shoulders, she was dumbfounded. After resting for half an hour, Xianxia urged her to hurry up and cultivate. Long Chenner arrived at the bottom of the waterfall and started practicing again. Xianxia tossed a wooden stick over and said, "Use this as a gun. I'm talking about a long spear. Now I will teach you a set of thunder spear. You should cultivate properly. The only pity is that I can't open the storage ring. I can't use the spirit measuring stones to measure your innate grade and attributes. Let's use this spear technique first. I won't disappoint you again." Long Qian'er nodded her head forcefully. 15 days later, the puddle was filled with potions. Long Qian'er soaked herself naked in the potion and started a new round of sprinting. Xianxia looked at her and sighed in his heart. Back then, when he was cultivating, he was not as relaxed as her. "You're so much more pissed off than anyone else." Half a day later, Long Qian'er entered a critical moment, and Xianxia's expression became serious. He pointed at Long Qian'er at any time and prepared 6 Tier 2 spiritual herbs in advance. A few minutes later, Long Qian'er began to remove impurities from her body. This time, the impurities were clearer than last time. However, what followed was exactly as Xianxia had expected. There was a loud explosion. The crater was blasted open, and potions filled the pond flew into the sky. Long Qian'er tumbled out from the explosion. Xianxia rushed forward, caught her, and quickly fed her to swallow the spiritual herbs. "What realm?" Xianxia asked in his heart. The snake sighed. "I told you, you definitely can't imagine that this girl is already at the first level of the Xiantian realm." Xianxia was stunned, unable to say a word. "I found the treasure. Who would raise their cultivation like this?" What was even more terrifying was that Long Qian'er didn't have to worry about her cultivation realm rising too quickly, causing her potential to be buried. Half a day later, Long Qian'er woke up slowly. The moment she woke up, she saw Xianxia's face and felt that her face was burning hot. "And have I improved?" Xianxia nodded. "Well, next, I should teach you how to condense and use the first weather. Prepare yourself." Long Qian'er said happily, "Is it that fast? With this kind of speed, wouldn't I be able to reach the heavenly punishment realm within a year?" Xianxia corrected her and said, "It's the heavenly tribulation realm, and it can't be promoted within a year. Even if you can stimulate your potential, the further you reach the martial arts realm, the greater the span, and the greater it will be to an absurd degree." Xianxia had never seen a person's cultivation level rise at such a speed. Even he, a person with a divine grade lightning meridian talent, couldn't imagine it. However, this did not mean that Xianxia was inferior to Long Qian'er. It can be said that each has its own strengths. Xianxia's innate talent was more conducive to battle, and the benefits of a high explosion of battle and high lethality were astonishing. Although Long Qian'er's physique was heaven-defying, it did not help in the slightest. One was that his combat ability was extremely ruthless, and the other was that his speed was extraordinarily exaggerated. If Xianxia chose one of the two, Xianxia would still be more willing to choose the lightning meridian talent. This was because after a martial artist reached the final realm stage, their individual combat strength was particularly crucial. This was also why there were other 9th-level heavenly tribulation experts in the world, but there were only 6 reasons for the so-called martial monarchs. Under Xianxia's guidance, Long Qian'er quickly grasped the usage of the first weather. It was as if she had stepped into a brand new world. For several days in a row, she had spent her time in excitement, unable to even sleep. She has been using the weather to cut trees and stones. This kind of shocking ability that only appeared in TV dramas had actually come true on her. Xianxia said with satisfaction, "That's right. Continue cultivating. You already have the weather. If you encounter that Master Li again, we won't be afraid anymore." Long Qian'er said, "He is at the Xiantian 3rd layer and I am at the Xiantian 1st layer. How can I not be afraid of him?" "Naturally," Xianxia said. "The martial skill you cultivate, but I personally taught it to you, is much stronger than his little 3-legged cat kung fu. A martial artist's strength cannot be judged purely by their cultivation realm. At the same time, it is accompanied by their individual battle consciousness and the strength of their martial skills. You will slowly understand this." Long Qian'er's face was flushed red as she excitedly nodded and said, "I will definitely cultivate properly. Then, Am I stronger than you now? Xianxia smiled and said, Yes, it's already stronger than me. Yeah. Long Chenner jumped up excitedly and said happily, Let me protect you in the future, young man. Xianxia smiled speechlessly. Pong! Just as the two of them were laughing, Xianxia suddenly felt a pain in his back, and then his entire body flew out. A bullet pierced through Xianxia's back, creating a bowl-sized bloody hole in his stomach. Long Chenner was still cheering, but she was caught unprepared by this sudden scene, and she was stunned. In the blink of an eye, she cried and flew towards Xianxia. Pong! Another bullet hit Long Chenner's chest accurately. The bullet was so powerful that it sent her flying. However, her chest was not pierced through. She felt as if she had been struck by a sledgehammer. She fell into the bushes far away and there was no movement. At this time, a few people wearing camouflage clothes quietly came out. Everyone had a sniper rifle in their hands. Xianxia lay flat on the ground, looking weakly at the visitor. Da-da-da-da. The sound of propellers came from the sky, and the 5 helicopters completely surrounded this area. Afterwards, modified off-road vehicles rushed out of the dense jungle and arrived at the open space beside the waterfall. Master Li walked out with a heavy sniper rifle on his shoulder. He kicked Xianxia condescendingly and said, Kid, go crazy with me again. I know that you must be a martial artist as well. I also know that ordinary weapons can't hurt you at all. But can you endure this? I didn't expect that armor-piercing bullet. It was specifically designed to restrain a person with excellent physical fitness like you, said Master Li, flashing a long bullet in his hand. Xianxia lay on the ground, panting. He tilted his head back and saw Long Chenner clutching her chest as she walked out. Let's go. Xianxia's face turned pale as he weakly shook his head. Hurry up and leave. Don't look back. With tears in her eyes, Long Chenner gritted her teeth and rushed towards Master Li without saying a word. 5 helicopters fired armor-piercing bullets one after another. Long Chenner gritted her teeth and wrapped her body in the weather. One armor-piercing bullet after another hit her, causing her to be twisted and twisted, but she still stubbornly rushed forward against the weather, forcing Master Li back with one shot, picking up Xianxia and running away. Master Li smiled sinisterly and pulled out another bullet from his chest. Pong! A bullet pierced through Long Chenner's previous weather, pierced through her shoulder, and shot her and Xianxia into the air. Her entire shoulder blade was shattered, and a red blossom of blood burst out. Her painful expression twisted, but she stubbornly remained silent. She released a light and immediately healed the wound on Xianxia's body. Master Li's eyes lit up and he said, Baby! With that, he raised his gun and aimed. Xianxia pushed Long Chenner away and shouted, Run! He's not using an ordinary bullet. It's a bullet made of yellow jingsher. It's a spirit weapon. The mortal spirit earth heavenly mysterious Tao God was a martial artist's weapon grade. This sort of classification shouldn't have appeared in China. The first bullet that pierced through Xianxia was an armor-piercing bullet. On the other hand, the one that pierced through Long Chenner's weather and shoulder blades was a spirit-grade bullet. No, I won't leave you. Long Chenner picked up Xianxia and continued running. Pong! Another bullet pierced through Long Chenner and Xianxia's bodies at the same time. The two of them threw themselves onto the ground and rolled on the ground. The bullet pierced through Xianxia and Long Chenner's stomachs at the same time. The two of them rolled and separated from each other for a while. Long Chenner raised her left hand, trying to condense light to repair herself. Pong! A spirit armor-piercing bullet exploded her left wrist, and her entire right hand flew into the air. Ah! She rolled on the ground in pain, screaming non-stop. Xianxia's eyes were about to bleed. He glared fiercely at Master Li and said, You damn bastard, you will regret it. Is that so? Master Li replied calmly, You are of no value to me. I will shoot you right now. If I didn't want that woman, she would be dead by now. Master Li loaded the bullets and aimed them at Xianxia's head. He waved his hand and said, Goodbye. Pong! A spirit armor-piercing bullet flew out. At the same time, a figure flew over and pressed down on Xianxia. It was Long Chenner. The spirit armor-piercing bullet brutally pierced through her right shoulder, which was not covered by any previous weather, and her entire right arm was blown away. Look at the muzzle. Look at the muzzle. Long Chenner's mouth was bleeding, but her face was full of smiles as she continued to chant. Xiangnan looked closely at Long Chenner's face and felt that a large chunk of her heart had been ruthlessly hollowed out. Quickly release the light, Xiangnan said anxiously. Long Chenner raised her left hand. Pong! A bullet pierced through her elbow and half of her arm flew out. Xiangnan stared blankly at Long Chenner with a pale face and said, "Don't die. Don't die. I've only accepted a disciple like you in my life. You can't die." Long Chenner bit her bloodless lips and whispered in Xiangnan's ear, "I've never called you before, but I'm afraid that if I don't call you now, I won't have another chance." "Thank you, Master." Xiangnan was distracted, and his eyes suddenly became empty. "Hurry up and separate that woman. Take her away," Master Li shouted. Long Chenner lay on Xiangnan's body and whispered, "Master, you said cough. You said this world is a dream. I don't understand that. I only know that I have real feelings. If this is a dream, I don't care. It's good that I know that my feelings for you are real. Whether it's a dream or reality, to me, cough, there's no difference. I care about my current feelings." Xiang Nanru was struck by lightning. A few people rushed forward and forcefully dragged Long Chenner away. Then Master Li raised his sniper rifle and aimed it at Xiangnan's head, saying, "This shot will kill you." At this moment, Xiangnan suddenly stood up from the ground. He lowered his head, not saying a word, not moving at all. Pong! One shot sent Xiangnan flying. Master Li smiled and turned around to leave, but there was another movement coming from behind. He frowned and turned around to find that Xiangnan had stood up again. He asked curiously, "How is that possible?" "All right, I'll make another shot for you." Pong! Pooh! Another shot hit Xiangnan's body, but this shot failed to send Xiangnan flying, and did not even pierce through his body. "You!" Master Li panicked. He hurriedly filled the bullet and shot again. At this moment, Xiangnan had already begun to advance. Pong! Pooh! The bullet caused Xiangnan's body to slide 5 to 6 meters backwards, but Xiangnan stopped and continued to walk towards Master Li. Master Li was so frightened that his face turned pale. He waved his hand and a streak of sword chi appeared. The sword chi hit Xiangnan and was actually bounced away. Master Li hurriedly filled the bullet and fired another spirit-piercing bullet. Pong! Clang! His voice changed. The armor-piercing bullet hit Xiangnan, and it actually made a metallic collision sound. Xiangnan slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with lightning. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Shoot him together! Kill him! Hurry!" Master Li cried out in panic. He didn't know why Xiangnan's body was changing, but even a fool could tell that Xiangnan was becoming stronger. The 5 helicopters immediately spat out flames. One by one, heavy machine guns shot at Xiangnan crazily. These machine guns had been modified and all of them were armor-piercing bullets. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense raindrops of sound echoed in the mountains and forests. Countless armor-piercing bullets hit Xiangnan's body, producing a crisp clanging sound, causing Xiangnan's entire body to shine amidst the sparks caused by the impact of the bullet. A black-clothed man carrying a rocket launcher came out and knelt on one knee, aiming at Xiangnan. "It's useless." Master Li gritted his teeth and said, "Killing a weapon in this range is useless against him. You must use a high-penetrating bullet to injure him." Xiangnan was beaten so hard that he could no longer advance. He barely stood where he was and silently looked at his hands. Crackle! A small flash of lightning suddenly appeared on his palm. Immediately after, the crackling sound gradually intensified, and the lightning that entered the strands of hair also began to intensify and increase. Xiangnan felt that his strength was continuously recovering. Starting from the body-tempering realm, he had the first weather and entered the Xiantian realm. Then there was Xiantian first layer, Xiantian second layer, Xiantian third layer, Xiantian fourth layer. Master Li shouted, "Hurry up! Carry out the backup plan. Hurry up! Suppress him with the firepower. Let's retreat." Go to the evacuation point. The 5 helicopters continued to ferociously suppress Xiangnan's firepower, preventing him from advancing for the time being. Master Li and a group of people jumped onto the modified off-road vehicle and sprinted all the way down the mountain. Master Li had obviously come prepared. He hurriedly took out a spirit herb. It was actually a rare 3rd-grade spirit herb in this world and sent it into Long Chenner's mouth, allowing her to remain alive. Xiangnan glanced at the distance between him and the helicopter. At present, his previous weather wasn't enough to hit the helicopter 100 meters away. He braced himself to pick up a stone from the ground. Pong! With a resounding sound, the sniper rifle directly shattered the stone in Xiangnan's hand. Xiangnan bent down with great difficulty and picked up the second stone. This time, he wrapped the stone in the previous weather. Pong! 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 On the 5 helicopters, 5 snipers aimed at the stone in Xiangnan's hand at the same time, but the bullet was blocked by the weather. Xiangnan's realm had already risen back to the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. He twisted his waist, waved his arm, and threw the stone out with a whoosh. The stone drew a long stream of air in the air, accurately piercing through a helicopter. The helicopter immediately exploded on the spot. The spinning propeller slashed down from the sky like a spinning giant sword, slicing the off-road vehicle that had landed at the back in half. At this moment, there were only 4 helicopters left, and the pressure on Xiangnan had abruptly decreased. He immediately lost a few small stones and threw them out. Rumble, 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 rumble. The last 4 helicopters were pierced by stones and exploded in the air. Flames burst out from people's bodies and they screamed miserably as they jumped down from the sky. Before they could land in midair, they were blown away by the fire waves from the explosion of the helicopter. Mid-Xiantian 5th layer. Xiangnan sprinted wildly, concentrating the weather on his legs and accelerating his running speed. He had already delayed for a while, and if he was a bit later, he was afraid that Long Chenner would encounter an accident. Kid Xiangnan, your strength has been suppressed for too long. Your recovery is a bit slow. The big snake said. Almost 20 minutes have passed, and I've only recovered to the middle Xiantian 5th layer. Xiangnan's face darkened as he ran. Enough! Xiangnan wasn't worried at all about his own realm. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to recover to the heavenly tribulation realm in less than half a month. But now, the most important thing was to find Long Chenner, and it was time to seize the second. If you can use Long Chenner's light to stimulate your potential, you might be able to recover to the heavenly tribulation realm in an instant, said the serpent. This girl's ability is indeed terrifying. She absolutely cannot lose such a talented person. As Xiangnan ran, he shook his head and thought to himself, I saved her not because she is a talent, but because she is my Xiangnan's disciple. The serpent laughed loudly. That's true. Who doesn't know that your Sun Peak's lineage is a typical calf protector berserker? You inherited this style from Su Kaiyue. He could punish his disciple severely, but if outsiders wanted to interfere, they would definitely not be able to do so. In the distance, Master, there's a mountain road ahead, a subordinate hurriedly said. Master Li was so frightened that cold sweat poured down his face. He hurriedly said, No, we can't go down the mountain path one by one. That kid has the martial Dao realm. He can jump down the mountain path 1 layer at a time and he won't die. Call the helicopter gunship to pick me up. In the mountain forest, Xiangnan rushed out of the forest one after another. He looked over from afar and saw 3 helicopter gunships hovering on the mountain road in the distance. He picked up a stone and threw it at one of the 3 helicopters from afar. However, after the stone flew several dozen meters away, it immediately slowed down. Although it was still very fast for ordinary people, it was not enough to penetrate the heavy armor of the helicopter gunship. Clang! The stone smashed into a helicopter and sent it flying sideways for a long distance. 2 people who were climbing up the rope stairs were thrown flying and fell down the cliff screaming loudly. Xiangnan shook his head and sprinted forward. No, the effective distance of the first weather is too short. After exceeding this distance, it is impossible to use the first weather to wrap the stones continuously. We can only chase after him. Xiantian's sixth layer. Xiang Nan's cultivation continued to recover, and his speed increased by a few points. The three helicopter gunships had already received Master Li and Long Chenner and the others, and they quickly flew into the distance. Xiang Nan wrapped his body up in the weather. Without caring about it, he proceeded in a straight line. When he encountered a tree blocking his path, he directly crashed into it, shattering the trees one by one. By the time he arrived at the mountain road, the scattered helicopter was already far away. He jumped down the mountain road and came to the flat ground. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Flash shadow steps!" The Xiantian realm was already enough to use the most basic movement technique, the flash shadow step. This time, it was 500 meters away. His speed was extremely fast. Every time he flickered, it was 500 meters. It made him look like he had suddenly disappeared from the ground and suddenly appeared 500 meters away. The consumption of the shadow steps was very serious. Usually, it would only take 10 or 8 uses, and the weather would be exhausted by the first use of the shadow steps. However, the current Xiang Nan was at the stage of awakening his strength. After every 10 flash steps, he could use it 10 more times in just a minute. With 5 kilometers per minute, he could already reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Adding on the fact that he was still sprinting at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour while using the shadow steps, he had already reached a speed of 500 kilometers per hour. The 3 helicopter gunships were still unable to get rid of Xiang Nan even though their speed had reached its limit. As for Xiang Nan, his cultivation was still rising, and he had already reached the middle Xiantian sixth layer. The two sides chased after each other and fled. Gradually, they left the mountains and arrived at the outer plains. The 3 helicopter gunships have come to a halt. From afar, 2 tall iron frames had been forged on the ground. There was a heavy bow between the 2 iron frames. Lightning flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes as he said, "High-grade spirit weapons." It was actually a high-grade spirit-grade heavy bow. It was 5 meters tall and firmly fixed to the left and right iron frames. At the same time, scattered helicopter gunships joined the helicopter queue, a total of 5 helicopters, plus 7 tanks on land. These helicopters and tanks were all connected to thick alloy steel ropes. 12 steel ropes were tied to the bowstrings. When Master Li saw Xiang Nan from afar, he immediately raised his right hand. The helicopters and tanks were fully powered, and they desperately pulled on the 12 alloy steel ropes. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka, dull loud noise. The 5-meter bow and bowstring were pulled apart, and the bow was also pulled to the full moon. "Stop!" Master Li rushed to Long Chenner's side one after another. He condensed a strand of sword chi and placed it on Long Chenner's neck. He shouted, "If you dare to approach her again, I'll cut off her head." Xiang Nan immediately stopped and stood still. He said with a gloomy expression, "Now, let Long Chenner go. I can spare your life." Master Li laughed loudly and said, "Everyone is from Jianghu. It's not that easy to lie to me." Xiang Nan nodded and raised his right hand. "I swear by my Tao heart that if you let Long Chenner go, I, Xiang Nan, will let you live. If you break this oath, your strength will never recover." To Xiang Nan, this was definitely the cruelest vow he had ever made. He had personally tasted the consequences of Tao Heart's deep slumber. However, Master Li still didn't believe it. He laughed loudly and said, "Don't swear. Who won't swear? I can swear to you now. Is it useful? Stand still. If you dare to dodge half a step, I will kill this woman." Master Li gave Xiang Nan a look, and his subordinates immediately began to adjust the 2 steel frames, aiming the heavy bow at Xiang Nan. Master Li shouted, "You only have 2 choices. Either charge forward. I'll kill this woman. You kill me. Either let me kill you and I'll take this woman away. I can guarantee that she will always be alive. Are you alive or is she alive? Choose one yourself." Long Chenner's face was as pale as paper. She was speechless, but she kept shaking her head at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan frowned and withdrew his right leg. Master Li laughed heartily. He raised his right hand high and slashed down with a whoosh. The sword chi directly cut off the 12 alloy steel ropes. Collapse. The bowstring rebounded abruptly, and the heavy bow that had been pulled to the full moon returned to its original position, sending a heavy spirit-grade bow and arrow crazily flying out. Whoosh! The bow and arrow sliced through the sky, dragging along a long stream of air and accurately hitting Xianxia's stomach. Pooh! Xianxia's stomach was pierced, and his body was pushed back dozens of meters by the power of the bow and arrow, leaving behind 2 deep gullies on the ground. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy as he pulled the heavy bow out of his stomach and casually threw it aside. This scene shocked everyone present. On the helicopter and the tank, people looked at Xianxia with binoculars as if they had seen a ghost. The 2 men who controlled the iron frame were dumbfounded. They were shocked and said, Is this still a human? Monster! He's a monster! Quick! Come again! Master Li ordered his subordinates to pull up the cut alloy steel cord again. Long Chenner shouted with tears in her eyes as she weakly said, Master, leave me alone. You should leave quickly. Xianxian smiled at her and said, Don't worry. Master won't let you die. At this point, Xianxian closed his eyes. 7th level Xiantian. After working for a long time, the group finally reconnected the steel cable. Then, with another crash, an arrow shot towards them. Pooh! This arrow pierced through Xianxia's stomach for the 2nd time. With his strength at the Xiantian realm, it was still extremely slow to activate the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to heal his wounds. The first wound hadn't healed yet, and the second penetrating wound appeared again. Xianxia's body also began to weaken. Blood flowed like water, and his face was pale. He lowered his hands and his 10 fingers were wrapped in tiny arcs of lightning. He took a look. He was about 500 meters away from Long Chenner. If he used normal attacks, then Master Li would definitely have time to kill Long Chenner first. He had to wait until he recovered to the origin realm, and then he could ignore this distance before hacking Master Li with the fastest lightning, leaving him with no time to react. Whoosh! The 3rd bow came and pierced through Xianxia's stomach. 3 large bloody holes formed an irregular triangle and appeared on Xianxia's stomach. These 3 bloody holes almost filled his stomach. He stood there shakily, still reluctantly using the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to heal his injuries. Damn it! I told you to shoot your hearts. Why didn't you listen? Master Li cursed angrily. The 2 people in charge of manipulating the stent stammered. Yes, it was aimed at the heart, but there may be an error. The accuracy of the 2 of them was absolutely correct. They could be said to be first-rate. However, none of them realized that it was Xianxian who had slightly adjusted his body posture at the critical moment and dodged his heart. Xiantian 8th layer. The opposite side began to connect the cables again. Xianxian chuckled and said, Are you really not thinking about your own life? I will kill you, really. If you're not afraid of death, then I think there's something you're interested in. What is it? Master Li's expression changed slightly. Xianxian said, Cultivation technique. I can teach you a very powerful cultivation technique and spare your life, if you are willing to let Long Chenner off. Master Li's expression was uncertain as he pondered for a long time. At this time, the heavy bow had already been pulled open. Master Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't let go first. If another arrow comes, he will undoubtedly die. At this point, Master Li shouted at Xianxian, Call out the incantation. Xianxian nodded and said, I say listen. After saying that, Xianxian began to recite a cultivation technique incantation. This incantation was a high-grade spirit art. But for someone like Master Li, this kind of technique was definitely priceless. During Xianxian's recitation, his cultivation base continued to rise, and he had already reached the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. However, Xianxian only had this little time to buy himself. Spiritual-grade cultivation techniques and incantations weren't too complicated. If he imparted a complicated incantation, then Master Li wouldn't be able to learn it, so he had no choice but to do so. Kid Xianxian, are you really not hiding? The serpent said worriedly. Although your heart is not a death acupoint, if your body is hit by another arrow, it will truly be finished. Right now, you simply cannot use the laws of flame to heal your wounds, much less revive in the flames. You won't die if you lose too much blood. But if you bleed it all clean, you'll still die. Xianxia ignored the snake. After Master Li finished memorizing the cultivation technique incantation, he smiled sinisterly and said, "All right, your incantation is finished. It's time for me to kill you." Xianxia's expression changed. He pretended to be panicked and said, "You didn't keep your word." Master Li laughed loudly and said, "I didn't promise you. It was you who took the initiative to give me the incantation. Brat, don't blame me." At the late Greater Xiantian 9th stage, Xianxia shook his head and said, "Since I'm going to die, I'll leave everything I know to you. There's also a martial skill that uses lightning power. Do you want to learn it? Using lightning?" Then Master Li exclaimed, "Really?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Come, watch carefully. I'll show you." Xianxia slowly formed a seal with his hands, and the lightning falling seal was completed by him one step at a time. "What are you doing?" Master Li shouted. Xianxia said, "This is the starting stance of this kind of martial skill." Then Master Li said, "Slow down. I didn't remember it clearly." Xianxia nodded and did it again. Then Master Li still didn't understand and asked Xianxia to do it again. After Xianxia repeated it 5 times in a row, Master Li finally nodded in satisfaction. Xianxia said, "All right, now, I'll give you a full demonstration. However, I hope you can let Long Chinner off the hook. I knew it. You were trying to please me and make me soft-hearted. All right, show me. Remember, tell me the incantation during the show." The master smiled sinisterly and said, "I knew it. You wanted me to be soft-hearted. All right, show me the incantation." As Xianxia spoke, he formed a seal. Master Li listened and watched excitedly. When the final step of the palm print was completed, Xianxia smiled and said, "This is called the lightning falling seal." With that, Xianxia drew his fingers together and slashed down abruptly. Pa! A thunderclap descended from the sky and directly cut off Master Li's right hand, which was used to threaten Long Chinner. Master Li clutched his broken arm and screamed miserably, "Fire arrows! Fire arrows! Collapse!" Heavy arrows flew over. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, bowed, bent down, and sprinted forward abruptly. He dodged the arrow, and only Long Chinner was in his eyes. "Kill this woman! Kill her!" Master Li roared as he frantically fled. He turned around and released a strand of sword chi towards Long Chinner. Xianxia formed a seal with one hand, and in an instant, he waved his hand and a bolt of lightning fell. Pa! The sword chi was shattered on the spot by the falling lightning. Pa! Another bolt of lightning aimed at Long Chinner sniper with a spirit armor-piercing bullet, killing one person. Pa pa pa! Several more bolts of lightning struck, killing all the snipers at the same time. Xianxia had already rushed to the front and protected Long Chinner beneath him. Boom! A tank fired a cannonball, blasting Xianxia, who was using his body to suppress Long Chinner, into a distance of 100 meters. Boom! Another run. The 3 tanks took turns filling up and bombing, and the helicopter gunships in the sky also ferociously fired at Xianxia's back. Xianxia protected Long Chinner tightly and lowered his head. "Is it okay?" Long Chinner smiled weakly and said, "I can hold on." Xianxia said, "Let out a ray of light and we'll reply together." Long Chinner said apologetically, "I can't let it go. My hands were blown away." Xianxia said, "It doesn't matter. Releasing the light should be similar to releasing the weather before. You don't have to use your hands. Hurry up and remember. I will teach you a set of methods for circulating your mouth meridians." Xianxia said quickly, while Long Chinner listened carefully. "Who?" The flamethrower released a tongue of flame, burning the 2 of them. The humans hugged their heads and cried out in panic. "Who exactly is this person? Why can't he die?" In the distance, Master Li, who had his hand severed, ran away while holding his walkie-talkie and shouting, "Stop talking nonsense. I used the weather to cure your commander's cancer. Send me 2 fighter jets, quickly. We have encountered an invasion by an unknown race. This is a major national defense matter. Hurry up. If there is any problem, I will report it to the higher-ups myself." Swoosh! Not long after, the two fighter planes slanted down from the clouds and swept across the ground. For missiles dragged their tail smoke and exploded beside Xianxia. Xianxia was sent flying by the shockwave. In the different core shockwaves of the 4 explosions, he jolted up and down like a leaf floating in the ocean. The two fighter planes circled around and returned to drop their bombs. Long Chenner had never seen such a scene before, and her face immediately turned pale with fear. However, when she saw that Xianxia was not injured at all, she was still calmly chanting the incantation. It was a terrifying strength that she had never dreamed of. Are you a god? Long Chenner asked in a trembling voice. Xianxia said, "Do you remember?" Long Chenner hurriedly nodded. Xianxia said, "Remember it and let it go. What are you talking about?" Long Chenner's heart trembled. This was the Xianxia she was familiar with. She nodded and came. At this point, she did something that Xianxia hadn't expected. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared in her mouth. She held on to the small ball of light and kissed Xianxia's mouth. At that moment, the ball of light worked together between her and Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, Long Chenner's body was completely repaired. Even her broken arm took less than a second to completely recover. Xianxia, on the other hand, remained motionless. Helicopter gunships and tanks had already fled far away. The two fighter jets flew back. Xianxia waved his hand and 2 bolts of lightning shot down the fighter jets, sending them plummeting into the distance. "What's wrong with you? Your expression isn't right." Long Chenner looked at Xianxia in panic. She noticed that Xianxia's expression was abnormal, as if he was suffocating. If he continued to suffocate like this, he might suffocate to death. Xianxia couldn't even speak. He just waved his hand and told her not to ask any more questions. Xianxia's face flushed red. He knelt on the ground, feeling that his cultivation base was frantically recovering. 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 10th level of origin return. Tianyuan 3rd layer, 7th layer, 9th layer. Heaven Scryer level 2, level 4, level 8. Crazy growth. Xianxia's realm was growing madly, crazily climbing up. Even the earth began to tremble. In the clear sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder kept exploding. Lightning flickered in the black cloud, and it was densely packed, like a web of light interweaving together. Fortune 1st layer, 3rd layer, 5th layer, 7th layer. Xianxia's realm was still improving. He held back his breath and finally roared towards the sky. Ah! 1st level, 3rd level, 6th level, 9th level of divine martial arts. Martial Sage level 2, level 4. Xianxia stood up. His hair was filled with lightning, and his eyes shone with dazzling white light. The entire earth was trembling slightly, submitting to Xianxia's feet. Heavenly Tribulation, 1st layer. Xianxia's entire body was wrapped in dense lightning. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. On that fist, thunder and lightning were tyrannical. "I'm back. My strength is back. My realm has awakened." Everything became weak in front of Xianxia like paper. This was the first time he felt that regaining his strength was such a pleasant experience. After suppressing his breath for a long time, he was finally able to release it. Long Chenner was already so scared that she sat on the ground and kept retreating. She looked at Xianxia in horror, looking at this man who looked like a god of thunder. However, Xianxia did not stop. He stood there, and the lightning on his body continued to increase. His realm was still rising. "Kid Xianxia, your potential has been stimulated. You're about to advance. You can't stay here. Hurry up and leave. If you advance in such a place, this planet will be destroyed by you." Xianxia also felt that he could no longer suppress his own strength, and was about to enter the 2nd stage of the heavenly tribulation. He floated into the sky, looked down at Long Chenner and said, "Wait here for me to return. Don't worry. No one can hurt you." Xianxia released a bolt of lightning, which turned into a hollow ball of lightning that imprisoned Long Chenner. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the clouds. Long Chenner looked up in disbelief. but saw that the lightning pierced through the atmosphere in an instant, turning into a silver line in the vast universe. She covered her mouth in surprise. Ah, he really can fly. He's flying out of the universe. He didn't lie to me. Could it be that he can really walk on the surface of the sun? Oh my God. Who is this person? Even the gods in the fairy tales don't seem to be that powerful, right? The vast universe. As Xianxia sped along, he regained his strength and was even stronger than at his peak. His various physiques had been perfectly restored, and his lightning power had risen to a whole new level. His realm had slowly risen from the early stage of the first stage of the heavenly tribulation to the middle stage, the late stage, and the late stage of the grand tribulation. Finally, Xianxia roared from the universe. His body exploded into a ring of distant electric waves. Heavenly tribulation, second stage. Everything quieted down. Xianxia took a deep breath and closed his eyes to feel the changes in his realm. The big snake laughed loudly and flew out of Xianxia's arm, saying, "All right, my God. It's already very shocking. I never imagined that that girl would actually raise your heavenly tribulation realm by one level in just a single move. She's truly deadly." This was the first level of the heavenly tribulation realm. It was incomparably precious compared to Xianxia leaping from the divine martial realm to the martial sage realm and crossing an entire realm. Experts like the Huangpu Sea King had been trapped in the heavenly tribulation realm for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Sometimes, it would be a matter of a flick of one's finger to raise one's cultivation level by 100 or 200 years. Xianxia also smiled and said, "The harvest of this trip is truly unexpected. Although it has been suppressed for nearly 2 years, it has gained the realm of heavenly tribulation level 2. It is a profitable business." The serpent said happily, "Right now, I can't wait for you to fall asleep a few more times. After using it for more than 10 years, you will be promoted to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation and become the next generation of martial monarchs. Furthermore, he is a martial emperor that is even stronger than White River." Xianxia shook his head. 10 years. I can't wait any longer. Those damn pseudo-gods don't know what they've done to my hometown. I need to hurry back to the 5 continents realm to take a look. However, there's still one more thing to complete before that. The serpent said, "Awaken the 5 spirits?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Ready? Let's go." With that, Xianxia immediately entered the hypervelocity domain. His speed continued to rise until he reached twice the speed of light. In front of him, the entire universe began to shrink towards a single point. Immediately after, the universes contracted together. These universes condensed into tiny cells and kept moving closer together, gradually converging into a man sitting in the river of time. I saw him again. Xianxia floated in the boundless darkness, staring at the man who was defending the last position of the human race from afar. "I'm Xianxia. You should have seen me before," Xianxia said. The man did not open his eyes, nor did he make any movements, nor did he speak. Xianxia nodded and said, "What I see now is your true body, right? I know that you created this world with the dream Tao, so you can't move or speak. Otherwise, even the slightest bit of your movements will be discovered by the god race outside the river of time. How about this? Since you have a dream Tao, I also have a dream Tao. Why don't you come and meet me in my dream? In my dreams, you can speak freely." Xianxia smiled and closed his eyes. In a daze, Xianxia entered his own dream world. In the dream world, it was empty and spacious. He was waiting for the man to arrive. A few minutes later, in the boundless darkness of Xianxia's dream world, a ray of light suddenly shone down from the sky. The light pierced through the endless darkness and landed on the ground, forming a beam of light. Within the pillar of light stood a man with a smile on his face. The man looked at Xianxia kindly, opened his mouth and said, "Xianxia, are you well?" With these words, Xianxia's eyes turned red. He couldn't help but be shocked. Standing in front of him was such a man. This man stubbornly guarded the dream world, but the person in the dream did not know of his existence. Very few people knew of his achievements, but he had stayed here for tens of billions of years. Xianxia immediately cupped his fists and knelt on one knee. Junior Xianxia greets Senior. The man nodded slightly. Stand up. I've been paying attention to you since the first time you came to see me. Xianxia stood up and said, First of all, I have a question. I must immediately understand whether we are real humans or not. Or are we really just the product of your dreams? We will never be able to escape from your dreams. We cannot leave this place. If that's the case, then whatever I do next will be meaningless. The man put his hands behind his back and smiled. Xianxia, anyone can ask me this question, but you shouldn't. Why? Xianxia asked. The man said, You have also comprehended the dream Tao. Then let me ask you, has your dream body ever left your dreams and gone to reality? Xiangxia's mind buzzed as he said in shock. You mean? The man nodded. That's right. You are all characters in my dreams. As long as I wake up, you will all disappear. But Meng Dao, is it that simple? Let's put it this way, you are all my dream people, so you are all my dream avatars. If your realm is high enough to break through the 9 layers of heavenly tribulation barrier that I set up, you will be able to escape from my dreams. If your Tao of dream is strong enough, you can use your dream body to go to the divine realm. Since that's the case, let me ask you, what's the difference between a real human living in the real world and a dream body living in the real world that is eternal and never dissipates? Xianxia suddenly came to a realization and said happily, Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. That's right. Whether he is a real human or not is not important. What is important is that things like the dream Tao can drag things in your dreams into reality. That was equivalent to Xianxia leaving this man's dream world and living in the divine realm as an independent life form. Xianxia licked his lips. He felt his saber thirst for blood. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Since he had already seen this man, he might as well take this opportunity to ask all the questions in his heart. He said, Senior, this junior still has one thing that I don't know. Senior, please explain, how did that world-devastating divine lightning come about? Is it something from your dreams? Or is it the method you used to suppress a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist? The man shook his head. I only set up one barrier to suppress a 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artist, the lightning tribulation. As for the world-devastating divine lightning, it was formed from the remnant lightning power of the dead lightning ox emissary after being decomposed. After a long time, it regained its spirituality. In other words, the world-devastating divine lightning is actually the corpse fragment of the lightning bull emissary? Xianxia asked. The man said, That's understandable. How did the lightning bull envoy die? Xianxia frowned. I only know that there have been many times in history when the thunder and lightning ox emissaries suddenly broke into the dream world and destroyed one martial civilization after another. But in the end, where did these ox emissaries go and how did they die? The man said, My dreams do not provide any energy to the lightning ox emissaries. After completing their missions, they slowly dissipate and eventually disintegrate. Xianxia said, I understand. I heard a so-called pseudo-god say that they can only feed on the Tao. So that's how it is. The lightning bull emissary had killed all the martial artists in the dream realm, so there was no Tao heart to eat. They were actually starved to death. This matter really surprised Xianxia. It turned out that the world-devastating divine lightning he used actually belonged to the god race. At this time, he had almost asked all the questions. Xianxia could not think of any other doubts for the time being, so he was ready to cut to the chase. He said, Senior, actually, I'm here to. The man waved his hand and said, I know what you are here for. In fact, you are not the first person to ask me to recover my 5 spirits. There is another person before you. Xianxia nodded. I know, it's by Wuxia, right? The man said, Back then, he didn't ask me to revive the 5 spirits for the sake of resisting foreign enemies. He only asked me to break through to the heavenly tribulation and enter the spirit void realm. I didn't agree to such a request for personal gain, but it turned out that he was a great man. Xianxia sighed and said, Afterwards, the 100,000 divine envoys prepared to invade this dream world. Wuxia used his own life to turn into a statue and suppress the entrance of the divine envoys to this world. Senior, I have come to make this request because I have no other choice. With our current martial arts qualities, we are unable to contend against pseudo-gods. They possess the divine spirit 5 veins. The man said, I can agree to your request. That's why I'm willing to talk to you. I can't expel them anymore. They have obtained too much faith power in this dream world. As of now, they have obtained all the power of faith from the 5th plane. They are currently marching towards the 4th plane. At the same time, very few 3rd and 2nd grade planes are trying to invade. They haven't been captured yet. 2nd plane, did they also attack? Xianxia's heart trembled as he said, Is there my 5 continents realm among them? The man nodded. Yes, the 5 continents realm is the second plane they tried to invade. They haven't succeeded yet. If you want to do it, you need to hurry up. In a few months, they will invade the 4th plane with all their might. As time goes on, the amount of faith power they have harvested is gradually insufficient to support them in blocking my perception. They need stronger faith power and the faith of martial artists with stronger wills. Therefore, advancing to the 4th, 3rd, and even 2nd planes is something they must obtain. Once you martial practitioners of the higher planes are captured, I will no longer be able to sense their existence. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Since that's the case, Senior, please tell me what kind of changes we will face if you awaken the 5 spirits. The man said, Back then, in order to divide the primordial universe into many parts, I split my own talent and transformed it into a 5-spirit life form. Right now, they are guarding a star domain. If they awaken the Wuling life form again, then all the universes will overlap again. Xianxia said, The planar universes will become a complete primordial universe again? The man nodded and said, In this way, the entire dream world will only become 2 planes. One is the universe, and the other is nothingness. At the same time, if multiple universes merge again, space will be strengthened thousands of times. It will be much more difficult to break through space to the void. The enhancement of spatial laws will also make it extremely difficult, or even impossible to execute all spatial attributes. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he said, Doesn't that mean I won't be able to enter the hypervelocity domain and see you again? The man smiled. Unless you can break through the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, Then, can you let the 5 spirits give me their innate heart? The man shook his head. Just like I can't control your behavior, I can't control the 5 spirits. They are a kind of life group that I have created with my innate talent. They possess independent thinking ability and life form. Like you humans, demons, and demons, the 5 spirits are also out of my control. When Xianxia heard this explanation, he understood in his heart. That's right, he was also a life created by this man. From the beginning to the end, he had only listened to his heart and had never received any interference from anyone. The man said, If you want to obtain the heart of innate, you have to personally convince the 5 spirits. Only if they are willing will you be able to obtain the heart of innate. There's another thing you need to pay attention to. Xianxia said, Senior, please make it clear. The man said, After the universe converges, we will enter an era of high martial arts. At that time, the entire primordial universe will become a superplane, an existence even taller than the 1st plane. Tens of billions of years ago, those martial artists who had appeared at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation were in a superplanar state. But you must know that this is a good thing and a bad thing for you. Xianxia sighed slowly and said, Yes, we will be in the superplane. The rebellious martial artists controlled by the false gods will also be immersed in the spiritual energy of the superplane. The man said, Not only do they possess divine talent, they can also enjoy the superplane with you. And you only did this to allow yourself to obtain the divine spirit 5 veins. Weigh the pros and cons of this. I'll give you some time to think. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Making all the universes merge again was a dangerous game. Once he failed, he would never be able to return. At this time, the pseudo-god had already taken control of the entire 5th level plane and the martial artists of the 5th level plane. Their advantage was their talent. The pseudo-gods had bestowed many martial artists with divine talent, while their disadvantage was their realm. If the universe merged and the superplanes reappeared, then this group of empty, talented, and unrealm martial artists would be like tigers adding wings to their wings. However, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to obtain the 5 divine meridians, or even the 6 meridians, and he wouldn't be able to defeat those false gods. Advance, disadvantage, retreat, disadvantage. By awakening the 5 spirits, he was placing the hopes of the entire world on himself. Xianxia tried to ask, if we don't fuse with the universe, how long will it take for those false gods to unify the universe? The man said, a martial artist controlled by a pseudo-god needs to raise their cultivation realm. This is the biggest obstacle that prevents them from advancing. If they don't merge with the universe, they will need about 50 years to be able to command the entire plane. Xianxia asked, if I fuse with the universe and allow the superplanes to reappear, if I fail to stop them, how long will it take for them to point to the fused primordial universe? The man said, 1 year. His Xianxia's pupils contracted and he was shocked. A year? So fast. The man nodded and said, within a year, not only must you obtain all your innate talent, you must also raise your cultivation to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Within a year, you have to kill all 20 of the pseudo-gods that are still alive. Xianxia fell silent again. Can I do it myself? In a short year, could he accomplish so many things? It's too urgent. In the end, he was determined to lose in exchange for 50 years of life, so that all the human beings in the world could complete their final journey in these 50 years. Whether to bet all his hopes on life or death in this year depended on how hard he fought. Have you made your decision? The man looked at Xianxia's eyes and said, if the universe coincides, you will bear the heaviest burden ever. If you fail, you will be the main culprit in accelerating the destruction of humanity. You will become a sinner of history. You didn't get everyone's consent, so you decided to hand their lives over to you. This is a kind of plunder. Xianxia lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. Even his arms trembled slightly. This was an extremely heavy psychological burden, an extremely difficult choice. He remained silent for a long time without answering. The man also waited quietly. He knew what this decision meant to Xianxia. Time passed. Xianxia did not know how long he had been sitting here. Perhaps he did not have much time, or a few hours, or at most a few days. But to him, it was as if he had been sitting here for a lifetime. Every second was the greatest torture to him, the torture to his conscience. The man said, you can do nothing. You don't have to bear such a crime or burden. You can put everything down like everyone else and wait for the arrival of your final fate. These 50 years, you can enjoy your life and be with your beloved. Xianxia suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. The man smiled and said, what? Has it been decided? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, from you and by Wuxia, I have learned something precious. That is called the responsibility of a man. A man dares to shoulder the burden of the fate of mankind when he is in danger. Only such a person can be considered responsible. I've already thought of it. Xianxia stood up and said, please wake up the 5 spirits. You should know what kind of eternal infamy you will endure if you fail. The saddest thing is that humans will be extinct, and no one will even scold you anymore. The man said with a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Xianxia nodded and laughed loudly. I understand. I will bear such a great sin. I will definitely win. I also have to win. No one dares to shoulder such a burden. Then I will shoulder it. The man nodded and said, as you wish. Let's go back. The universes of multiple planes will coincide within a day. The 5 spirits will awaken within a day. Xianxia cupped his fists and left valiantly. Everything would begin on this day. Xianxia left the hypervelocity domain and returned to Earth. Long Chenner was still waiting for him on the ground. Seeing Xianxia return, Long Chenner was overjoyed. However, she noticed that Xianxia's expression had changed. There was something strange in his eyes. This kind of thing was called a sense of mission. "What's wrong with you?" Long Chenner stared at Xianxia curiously and said, "Why did you fly out and come back? But you became so hesitant?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Nothing." No one knew how great the pressure in his heart was. What was even more terrifying was that he couldn't say it out loud. "The heavens are about to change." Xianxia looked up at the starry river and muttered to himself, "Changing heavens?" Long Chenner also raised her head curiously and said, "No, it's clearly a sunny day. Look at the stars and the moon. You don't even see any dark clouds." Having said that, Xianxia felt his body tighten. That was the sign that space was beginning to strengthen. Long Chenner, who did not possess the ability to perceive space, did not notice anything unusual. Looking at the entire universe, the universes began to float towards the same core. These universes, like bubbles floating in the ocean, scattered in all directions. After wandering for tens of billions of years, they finally began an unprecedented overlap. Countless universes merged in pairs and continued to float towards the center of the circle. After encountering other universes halfway, they continued to merge and move forward. The end of all the universes was where the center of the circle was. At that time, countless universes would converge into one. Such vast and macroscopic changes could not be clearly seen with the naked eye. The fifth plane was located at the very edge of the universe. If all the universes floating in the void were compared to a circular plate, then the fifth plane was the edge of the plate. At the center of the plate was the world of the six emperors and the second planes surrounding the world of the six emperors. At the beginning of this great fusion, the first to produce fusion was precisely the edge of the universe. Xianxia had already sensed the appearance of another universe through the void stone. Humans couldn't see it, but Xianxia could feel it. He used the void stones to perceive macroscopically. Originally, there were no human civilizations within a radius of several 100,000 light-years, only this tiny Earth. And now, a brand new human planet had suddenly appeared. This human planet was located outside the Earth's 5 heavens of light. This human planet originally belonged to another fifth plane, another human world. At this moment, two different planes of the human world met in the same universe. Xianxia knew that within a day, he would sense more and more human civilizations appearing in the nearby universe. At the same time, somewhere in the vast universe, on a lonely planet in the ancient desolation, the Earth suddenly trembled. The planet began to expand, and countless long cracks appeared on the ground. A dragon roar resounded through the clouds from the crack ditch. Immediately after, countless dragon roars rose and fell. Suddenly, a tall mountain arched up on the ground, and the top of the mountain exploded. "Who?" A huge shadow shot straight into the sky. The shadow circled around the entire planet. "How many years has it been?" An ancient and heavy voice came from the long shadow. "My dragon race has finally awakened." At this point, the shadow suddenly changed directions and dived vertically towards the surface of the planet. This shadow was like a sharp sword, fiercely piercing through the earth. Boom! The land turned into countless huge fragments and flew into the air in the explosion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, countless slender shadows swarmed out from the deep ground. In the highest sky, the shadow that was circling the planet gradually dispersed the gas from its body and turned into a golden dragon that was arrogant in the world. Whoosh! A gigantic shadow rushed into the sky and turned into a giant black dragon. The giant dragon crawled at the feet of the black dragon and said, "The Black Dragon Clan, return to your position." Whoosh! Another huge azure shadow rushed into the sky and turned into a giant azure dragon. "Azure Dragon Clan, return to your position." Whoosh whoosh. Dragon kings of the dragon race ascended to the heavens one after another to pay their respects to the golden dragon. Somewhere in the universe, on the other side, in the vast ocean of the universe, a boundless sun suddenly exploded. A gigantic fire bird flew out from the sun. After flying far away, the fire bird suddenly turned around and fiercely charged towards the sun. Boom! The sun was blasted apart. and a boundless ring of fire spread into the depths of the universe. At the same time, countless firebirds escaped from the shattered sun. Vermilion Bird Clan, we've finally awakened. Somewhere in the universe, a lonely floating planet was slowly revolving around the galaxy. The planet trembled without warning, and then the planet unexpectedly spread out. The surface of the planet turned into a turtle shell, and from below, for limbs, a head, and a snake-shaped tail extended out. The gigantic Black Tortoise Emperor howled angrily, "Black Tortoise Clan, wake up!" The planets revolving around the galaxy began to spread out one after another, transforming into gigantic black tortoise beasts. Somewhere in the universe, a giant star, the sun, suddenly went out. The sun, which had been burning for tens of billions of years, cooled down without warning and turned into a hot, hard, pure metal planet. There were many uneven steel volcanoes on this planet. These volcanoes used to spray flames all year round to form prominences. At this moment, a tiger's roar that shook the entire world suddenly came from one of the most vast volcanoes. A pure silver tiger jumped out. The nether realm, the great whirlpool. The whirlpool sandwich was a world created independently. At the beginning of the month, he put his hands behind his back and looked at the sky, saying, "I'm back, my strength." She stretched out her right hand towards the sky. From the sky, a black gas slowly appeared. The black gas enveloped the entire sky, spinning into a vortex that covered the sky and covered the sun. In the end, the vortex suddenly fell and was caught by the hand at the beginning of the month. She lowered her head, bent down, and the infinite devil aura on her body began to expand. Following that, she jumped up and transformed into a giant demon in the sky. My power. At the beginning of that month, he looked at his right hand with an excited expression. I'm finally back. My divine talent. I'm back. Somewhere. The woman of the 9 desolate eyes race stared fixedly at the sky, and beside her lay a man. The man breathed steadily, but there was no sign of awakening. It was the demon emperor who had died in the battle. The woman sighed and said, "It's been so long, but I've come to this point." She shook her head and waved her hand. "Wake up!" The air began to distort, forming strange black vortexes. Ghosts crawled out of the vortex. These ghosts emitted black gas all over their bodies. They opened their eyes, and in their pupils were magnificent flowers. Second grade plane, vast sea realm, Han High continent. The male pseudogod had just absorbed a pure Tao heart and reached the 8th level of the martial saint realm. He looked up at the sky and smiled. Finally, I can't help but start awakening your guardian spirit beast. That's good. It saves me a lot of effort. I don't need to plant spiritual herbs in the weak 5th plane anymore. He looked at the sky, as if he was looking at the man in the river of time. He smiled and said, "Human, remember my name. My name is Star Lord, and I am your Terminator." The entire universe was boundless. As for the human settlements, they were only located at the core of the universe. The distance between the human planets did not exceed 30 light heavens at most. To most martial artists, this was already a very long distance away. As for Xianxia, he was similarly far away. He couldn't afford to waste that much time. Every day was precious. "It's over." Xianxia let out a long sigh. Long Chenner stared at the starry sky curiously and said, "I've been looking at it for a long time, but I haven't seen the change in the heavens you mentioned. Did you guess wrongly?" Xianxia shook his head. He could already feel that there were densely packed human planets already displayed throughout the universe. At this moment, many planar universes had truly merged into one. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in the sky suddenly exploded. Even the thin spiritual chi on Earth was as dense as the wind in a short day. He could almost feel the flow of spiritual energy. This unprecedented concentration of spiritual energy was even higher than that of the 6 Emperor's world. Under such a spiritual energy environment, the chances of newborns giving birth to heavenly grade talent were greatly increased. If the world would not be destroyed in a year, then a brand new human cycle would be formed in just 20 years. At that time, all the young people within 20 years of age on the entire Earth and countless human planets would have at least 2 heavenly spiritual veins. Xianxia nodded and said, "Xiao Qian, it's time to go." Long Chenner said excitedly, "Are you finally going to the world of martial arts you mentioned?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "Not only that, there will be tough battles to be fought next. You need to be prepared in advance." Xianxia's mood was complicated. His enemies in the future might not only be from the pseudogod race. When the 5 spirits awakened, their positions were unclear. Perhaps they were enemies, perhaps they were friends, or they were more likely to be neutral. Xianxia's enemy was a pseudogod, and the 5 spirits' enemy was also a pseudogod. But sometimes the enemy of the enemy might not be a friend. The 5 spirits were still a high and mighty race. They looked down on humans and were unwilling to form an alliance with them. The situation is complicated. Xianxia smiled and said, "Before we leave, there is something that needs to be resolved. Who is the king of the world today? I am the Dragon Emperor. Come and see me." In the universe, a powerful roar sounded. The Golden Dragon Emperor stood proudly in the universe, his eyes arrogant, with a majestic aura. However, no one answered his question. He carefully sensed it and scoffed. The world of martial arts has actually fallen to this point, an unbearable human race. With that, he transformed into a beam of bright light and swept across the universe sea. The lost 6 Emperors' world. The Golden Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared in front of the Bai clan's ancestral hall. He raised his leg and stepped forward, but was stopped by the barrier of the ancestral hall. The Golden Dragon Emperor sneered and said, "Come out." There was no movement inside. The Dragon Emperor said, "Can a barrier like this stop this emperor?" However, seeing him transform into a human form and become a mighty and heroic middle-aged man, he stretched out a finger and poked at the barrier of the Bai clan ancestral hall. A golden light followed his finger and began to break through the barrier. The originally unbreakable barrier had actually begun to emanate unprecedented ripples amidst the continuous collisions. "Stop!" A faint voice appeared, and Bai Wuya's shadow walked out of the ancestral hall. The Dragon Emperor laughed loudly. "You are the martial emperor of today's human race." Bai Wuya said, "I have a story to tell you." "No need. This emperor will personally investigate." The Dragon Emperor grabbed Bai Wuya's head. A few minutes later, he let go of his right hand and sneered, "Humble humans, you have actually humiliated the primordial universe to such a sorry state. There's no need for you to interfere in the next matter. Our dragon race will deal with it." After saying that, the Dragon Emperor put his hands behind his back and stepped into the air. In the universe, the Dragon Emperor encountered another majestic man. He was nearly 10 meters tall, and his bronze skin looked astonishing. "Black Tortoise." The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't compete with me." The bronze-skinned man shook his head and said solemnly, "Golden Dragon, after all these years, you are still so sharp. I have sensed that the world is different. There are exceptionally powerful innate races that have emerged from nowhere, but I am unable to sense their existence." The Dragon Emperor laughed loudly. "Naturally, you are unable to sense it. We are both created by the Creator's innate talent, and those god races can overcome the Creator's perception with their power of faith. Naturally, they can evade our perception as well." "Creator? Innate talent?" The Black Tortoise Emperor frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that?" The Dragon Emperor said, "This emperor has no time to explain to you. Go ask the human martial emperor yourself." The Black Tortoise Emperor frowned and said, "If foreign enemies can evade our perception, they can naturally evade the perception of the vermilion bird and white tiger. Although this primordial universe is not big, every planet that humans live on has thousands of living beings. If we look for them one by one, how can we identify who is right and who is wrong?" The Dragon Emperor said, "There's no need for you to worry about this. Our dragon race will come up with a way." After saying that, the Dragon Emperor turned into a streak of golden light, cutting through the universe sea. Emperor Black Tortoise pondered for a moment before he sensed where by Wuxia's ancestral hall was and headed towards it. Along the way, two streaks of light flew over from the left and right. The Black Tortoise Emperor said, "Vermilion bird, white tiger. You two have awakened as well, Earth." Xianxia stepped into the air, and at the same time he sensed the location of the Five Continents realm with the Void Stone. The Five Continents realm was located in the entire universe. It was the core region of the disk of human activity. It was 15 light days away from Earth. It could be reached in 15 days at the speed of light. But now, he only had 365 days left. In the future, he would not be able to go to any human world as quickly as before. In the past, he only needed to break through space and enter the void before he could easily enter any plane. But now, the so-called multiple planes had disappeared. If one wanted to go to another human world, one could only travel through physical distance. That is, fly over. "Master, are we looking for Masterly?" Long Chenner asked excitedly. "Should we find the media to threaten him and force him out?" "No need." Xianxia shook his head. "We martial artists possess powerful perceptual abilities. If our cultivation realm is high enough, we can sense all the spiritual energy fluctuations within a few million kilometers. Millions of miles. Long Chenner's beautiful eyes widened. "Our entire planet isn't that big." Xianxia said, "This is a compulsory course for you in the future. There is no need to be in a hurry at this moment. There aren't many people on Earth who possess the martial arts realm. Follow me. I already know where he is. Underground, some sort of military fortress." Master Li anxiously walked around a hall, wiping the sweat off his head from time to time. "Master, don't worry. We're 300 meters underground. Not only are we covered by 300 meters of land, we also have 15 meters of concrete." The black-clothed man whispered to the side. "Even if a world war breaks out, we are safe here. No one can find you." At this point, a small bolt of lightning suddenly flashed on the subordinate's body. Following that, the subordinate fell straight to the ground. Master Li was shocked. After the subordinate fell, two people had already appeared behind him. "You!" Master Li's heart was about to stop beating. He pointed at Xianxia in shock. You! Xianxia said expressionlessly. "Do you still recognize me?" Long Chenner clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Hey! How did you bring me into this place? I didn't even see it clearly. I just felt that in a flash. It appeared in this place." Master Li's expression was fierce and ferocious as he slashed down a strand of sword chi on Xianxia's face. "Be careful." Long Chenner was caught off guard and subconsciously pounced towards Xianxia, wanting to use her body to block the attack of the sword chi. Xianxia smiled and pressed Long Chenner back onto the ground with one hand. Pong! The sword chi hit Xianxia's face, but it dissipated by itself. That Master Li was both shocked and afraid as he repeatedly chopped out strands of sword chi at Xianxia. However, the sword chi struck Xianxia one after another, and none of them mattered. Long Chenner was stunned. She had personally witnessed the power of this sword chi. It was a terrifying power that could slash cars by the waist. But now, this shocking sword chi was actually unable to break through Xianxia's skin. Xianxia looked down at Master Li condescendingly and said, "I am a height that you can't even dream of. I said before that you would regret it, and I said that I would do it." Long Chenner said excitedly, "Xianxia, how are we going to punish him?" Xianxia took out a small dagger and handed it to Long Chenner, saying, "Kill him." Long Chenner really wanted Master Li to die, but now that she was holding a dagger in her hand, she didn't dare to take the life of a living person. Her hands trembled and she took 2 steps back. No, I don't dare. It's better for you to do it yourself." Xianxia said, "Learning not to be soft on your enemies is a compulsory course for you. In the future, when you face any enemies, every time you are soft-hearted, you will be irresponsible to yourself. I'm also not responsible for your teammates, your friends and relatives, or other innocent civilians. This person deserves to be killed. He should be killed decisively. Take the dagger and kill him. When do you dare to make a move? When do we leave?" Dragon Star, Dragon Mountain. When the Dragon Emperor returned, he gathered all the dragons and held an unprecedented high-level meeting. This was the first time that the dragons were facing an invasion from an outsider. Before this, when the 5 spirits were in control of the 5 galaxies, there were no real enemies. They were only alive. But now everything was different. On the Dragon Mountain there was a large round table. The first one was the Golden Dragon Emperor. On both sides there was the Dragon King of each dragon group. Beneath the Dragon Mountain, countless dragons flew. A shadow of a dragon circled around the Dragon Mountain in the sky. The Golden Dragon Emperor informed the Dragon King of the giant dragon race about the current situation in the world. The blood of the dragons was boiling, and they were eager for the battle to come. At this moment, the Dragon Mountain spirit formation had been broken through. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed. The other Dragon Kings all had solemn expressions on their faces as they said, "There is actually someone who can break through the barrier my dragon race has just set down." The Dragon Emperor rose into the air and looked in the direction of the person who came. A handsome man with sharp ears, but only at the 8th level of the Martial Saint stage, was walking towards him with a smile on his face. "You are that fake god." The Dragon Emperor pointed. The sharp-eared man smiled and said, "God race, Star Lord, Divine Realm, Temple of Judgment, First-class warrior. What ridiculous god realm." The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "You have great courage. I haven't gone to find you yet, but you rushed here to die. How many false gods do you have?" The pseudo-divine Star Lord chuckled and said, 100,000. The Dragon Emperor's pupils shrank. However, only 21 people have successfully fallen asleep. One of them has been expelled by your creator. Many experts of the dragon race had already surrounded this Star Lord. The Dragon Emperor held his hands behind his back and proudly said, "I believe you are not stupid. You will not be stupid enough to come here to die. After that, you must have something to say before you die." The Star Lord smiled and said, "I'm here to give you a present." The Dragon Emperor said, "What gift?" Xing Jun bowed politely and smiled. "Despair. Ha 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 ha." The Dragon Emperor looked up and smiled. "I will accept your gift. I will also give you a gift called death." As he spoke, the Dragon Emperor raised his hand and pointed. A golden light exploded and shattered the Star Lord. Everything quieted down. The Azure Dragon Clan's Dragon King floated over and whispered, "Dragon Emperor, I don't think things are that simple. This person came here inexplicably and was killed inexplicably. I wonder what his true intentions are." The Dragon Emperor nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "I also noticed it, but it doesn't matter. No matter how many plots they have, they won't be able to block the iron hooves of our dragon army when our dragon race reappears. There's no conspiracy, but it's the same." Suddenly, the Star Lord's voice appeared again. "What?" The Dragon Kings were all shocked as they looked in the direction of the voice. However, in the air in front of the Dragon Emperor, sparks of light began to condense. Finally, they condensed into the appearance of star monarchs. The Dragon Emperor's expression became serious as he said, "Do you have an immortal body? I don't believe it." With that, the Dragon Emperor pointed again and shattered the Star Lord. However, sparks appeared in the sky and condensed into Star Lord again. He smiled and said, "I said before, I am here to send you despair." The Dragon Emperor was furious, and his finger shattered him. The Star Lord appeared again. He pointed at the sky and said, "This is the last human dream world. You are all creatures of your dreams. As for me, I have the faith of a dream creature. As long as this dream doesn't break, I won't die." At this point, Star Lord looked at the Dragon Emperor with a faint smile and said, "There is no one here who can kill me in this dream world, unless your creator forcefully wakes up and personally takes action. Or if it is another person who possesses the power of the Dream Dao, you will not be able to injure me. But I'm sorry, Dream Dao. From ancient times until now, only one person has possessed it. Even my god race has never seen such a thing before." The Dragon Emperor was silent. Later, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He swung his hand and turned into a golden cage, trapping the Star Lord within it. The Star Lord shook his head and smiled. All of your abilities come from dreams. As I said, my existence is created by the faith of the creatures in dreams. If you can't escape this dream, then you can't hurt me, let alone trap me. The Star Lord smiled and took 2 steps back. He actually retreated from the cage of light. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and said, I can't kill you, and you can't do anything to my dragon race. Star-Lord nodded. It seems that this is indeed the case. However, one day my realm will be able to catch up with yours. I believe that day will come very soon. Dragons, crawl and wait for my cleansing. Within half a year, I want to flatten the Dragon Mountain. Ha. Xing Jun smiled, turned around and flew away. The entire dragon race was completely silent. Earth, attack, Xianxia said indifferently. Long Chenner held a dagger in her hand and hesitated. It was very difficult for her to get past this obstacle in her heart. People who lived on Earth had an instinctive resistance to the act of killing. That did not mean that Long Chenner was weak and incompetent, but that they had received such an education since childhood. Being unable to kill had already become a deep-rooted thought that was firmly planted in her heart. Long Chenner cried and said, I really can't do it. Xianxia shook his head and whispered in her ear, think back to the scene a day ago when he shot me with a heavy bow. No one is willing to kill for the sake of killing people. On the side of our righteous sex, killing people is not for the sake of killing people, but for the sake of saving people. I know you're kind, but you saw with your own eyes how he killed innocent passersby under his sword, how those cars were cut off by him. Chenner, if you kill him, those people don't have to die. You can't kill them. Long Chenner's mind buzzed. Xianxia said, if you don't kill him, others will die. Can you bear the psychological sin? Long Chenner's eyes widened as she grabbed the dagger and rushed forward, piercing it into Master Li's heart. Warm blood flowed down the blade and into her hand. She threw the dagger to the ground in panic, her expression extremely panicked. Xianxia patted her shoulder and said, this is the beginning. Perhaps it won't end after the beginning. It was you who chose to enter the path of martial arts. From the moment you made up your mind, you no longer represented yourself. From today onwards, within a year, we will face an unimaginable war. You must be mentally prepared. All right, let's go. Xianxia used lightning to wrap Long Chenner up. The two of them soared into the sky and entered the vast universe. In the empty universe, the surprise on Long Chenner's face diluted the fear from before. She asked curiously, wow, we're really flying in the universe. Xianxia smiled and said, right now, if we want to go to a place called the 5 Continents Realm immediately, we have to make sure that it is safe and sound. We have to hurry. Be mentally prepared. We're about to enter the speed of light. A brand new world will appear in front of you. Speed of light. Long Chenner's eyes widened. Before she could exclaim, Xianxia had already brought her along and turned into a beam of intense light. Dragon Mountain. The Dragon Emperor was thoughtful, and the surrounding clansmen remained silent, not daring to disturb him. Later, the Dragon Emperor asked, Black Dragon, I asked you to count the current realm of the clan. Is there any result? The Black Dragon King stepped forward and respectfully said, reporting to the Dragon Emperor, we have already obtained the results. According to my investigation, our dragon race has slept for at least 20 billion years. Before this, there were more than 370,000 members of our dragon clan. After a long slumber, 2/3 of them were completely exhausted and died. Only 120,000 members of our dragon clan were able to awaken from their slumber. Before this, there were more than 250,000 heavenly tribulation realm clansmen of our dragon clan. After a long slumber, the realms of all our clansmen had declined. Right now, our dragon clan has a total of 222 heavenly tribulation realm clansmen. You are the only one at the 9th level of heavenly tribulation. The 8th level of heavenly tribulation is our Black Dragon King, Azure Dragon King, Mountain Range Dragon King, and Life Dragon King. There are 4 of them in total. The remaining clansmen are at the early Martial Saint realm and at the late Martial Saint realm on average. Hearing this news, the entire dragon race fell into silence. No one had expected the dragons to decline to this point. The arrogant dragon race that had ruled the world back then had ended up like this. All the dragons looked up to the Dragon Emperor hopefully, hoping that this monarch would give them new hope at the lowest point of the dragon race. The Dragon Emperor nodded slightly. After pondering for a while, he said, "Pass down the order. First, conceal the dragon mountain and evade it into nothingness. Second, send the dragons to transform into humans to explore the conditions for advancing the current realm of the world. If it's spirit herbs, then search for spirit herbs. If it's spirit stones, then search for spirit stones. No matter what the cost, pull our entire realm up. My dragon race is about to rise to glory again." The heroic words of the Dragon Emperor immediately stimulated the aura of the dragons. Countless dragons roared, and the dragon roars shook the heavens. The Black Dragon King said, "The man who claimed to be a god has already proved to us that he cannot be killed. I ask the Dragon Emperor to give us instructions on this matter." The Dragon Emperor laughed out loud and said, "So what if he can't die? He relies on the power of faith to exist in this world. If you can't kill him, then kill his followers. When his followers are extinct, he will naturally not have a climate." The Black Dragon King's eyes lit up and he said, "The Dragon Emperor is wise." The Golden Dragon Emperor was indeed not a simple person. From the moment he awakened until now, he had arranged everything in an orderly manner. In fact, he could see the weakness of the enemy in the shortest amount of time. Pseudogods couldn't be killed, but that didn't matter. As long as the believers weren't around and didn't have the support of faith, even if the pseudogods didn't die, they would still be discovered by the Creator and expelled. Primordial Universe Fusion, Day 13. Xianxia and Long Chenner were still roaming in the vast universe, heading from the easternmost region of the universe, Earth, towards the core region of the human settlement, the 5 continents realm. He had already flown for 12 days, and he still had 3 days before arriving at the 5 continents realm. At this moment, Xianxia's Dream Dao had already entered the Great Dao stage. He discovered that his Dream Dao ability had a new special effect. The first new ability he discovered was that he was in the Creator's dream world, and through his own Dream Dao, he could intersect with the Creator's dream world. He could enter other people's dreams. However, the prerequisite for this ability was that the person he wanted to enter had to be in a deep slumber. As Xianxia flew, he tried his best to sense everyone he was familiar with in the distant region. However, for some reason, none of the people he knew had slept during this period of time. This gave Xianxia a bad premonition. This day was the 13th day he flew into the universe, heading to the 5 continents realm. He would arrive at the finish line in the last 2 days. Xianxia closed his eyes and was still searching. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. The owner of this aura had already created a dream. The corner of Xianxia's mouth slightly rose as he said, "Master, we met in a dream. Grand Whirlpool Independent Space." Su Kaiwe lay flat on the bed, sleeping quietly. In her dazed dreams, her memories flew back to the nature sect. In her dream, she was experiencing the scene of meeting Xianxia for the first time and taking him as her disciple. Dreams are always jumpy and fragmented. Very quickly, the dream changed. Su Tsayue's dream had returned to the way she had been when she had rushed to the western regions to save Xianxia. In Su Tsayue's dreams, the western regions were not the desolate chaos of the past, but a blossoming spring. This state of mind did not come from reality, but from Su Tsayue's memories of Xianxia. When she saw Xianxia, her heart was like a dream. Flowers bloomed and the sun shone brightly. Suddenly, Su Kaiwe felt that her consciousness in the dream world was no longer in fragmented fragments, but had become complete and smooth. She quietly looked at her dreams and realized that the scene in the dreams had suddenly disappeared. Her dreams had turned pitch black. In the darkness, a man was slowly walking over. "It's Xianxia." "Master." Xianxia smiled like the sun. Su Kaiwe nodded slightly. "I dreamed of you again." Xianxia said, Master, this is not a dream. This is also a dream, but it is different from the dream you understand. I'm alive. I broke into your dream. Su Kaiwe said thoughtfully. It seems like this is what you said. I feel like a real person standing here, not dreaming in a trance. So you're not dead? Xianxia said, Master, I'm not dead. I'm rushing back from afar. How is the 5 continents realm now? How is everyone? Has the Great Migration Plan begun? Su Kaiwe said, The Grand Migration Plan has been interrupted. Another migration has begun. The demons are in the Grand Whirlpool. Su Kaiwe explained everything that had happened to Xianxia in detail. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he said, It seems that the speed of the fake gods is indeed much faster than expected. Bai Wuya is right. They have already begun to invade the 5 continents realm. Since that's the case, have all the humans of the 5 continents realm already retreated? Su Kaiwe shook her head. The heavenly tribulation expert opened a spatial passageway to the 5 continents realm, transporting the humans of the 5 continents realm to the independent space of the vortex. But for some reason, yesterday's transportation was suddenly interrupted at the final stage. The spatial passageway disappeared, and we were unable to get in touch with the 5 continents realm. Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped, and he said, This matter, Sai. It actually has something to do with me. Actually, the planar universes have now reintegrated. The power of space has increased dramatically, cutting off the passageways you have opened. Xianxia told Su Kaiwe about the fusion of the universe and asked, Then who is still in the 5 continents world? Su Kaiwe said, Yuan Meng, Xiao Jun, and Qinyang. The 3 of them are trapped in the 5 continents realm. They are the last to evacuate. They are responsible for protecting the civilians of the last Blue Tide continent and the martial practitioners of more than a dozen sections. Xianxia nodded and said, Master, this disciple will rush to the vortex today. Before that, I have to go to the 5 continents realm and bring them back. Xianxia smiled and said, Master, I wish you a good dream. With that, Xianxia withdrew from Su Tsayua's dream world. A day ago, the 5 continents realm. Yuan Meng and the others looked at the sky and the huge spatial passageway. It has been 12 days. This spatial passageway has been weakened for 12 consecutive days. In the sky, countless flying ships continued to retreat into the spatial passageway. However, the enormous spatial passageway had been shrinking ever since 12 days ago. At the same time, the maelstrom, the human area, on the vast plains, a swift shadow swiftly passed through the earth and arrived at a group of palaces on a mountain peak that was under construction. Sea King! Sea King! The shadow shouted loudly as it flew rapidly. In the sky, the Huangpu Sea King was looking down at the palaces that were being built. This was the 126,433 palaces that had been built for the evacuated human martial artists. At the same time, the upper echelons of the Huangpu aristocrat clan were on the list of occupants of this palace complex. The Huangpu Sea King frowned and shouted, What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? The visitor suddenly stopped in front of the Huangpu Sea King. He knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. Sea King, this is bad. The spatial passageway that we opened to connect the 5 continents is constantly being pushed out by spatial power. It is almost unsustainable. 5 days ago, there were already heavenly tribulation realm experts heading towards the exit of the passageway to support the continued opening of the passageway. However, the situation is not optimistic. The 7 monster clans are already there. The Dragon Valley Monster Clan's Grand Elders are also there. We have no choice but to ask for your help. The Wampoa Sea King's expression changed as he said, These few heavenly tribulation realm experts are actually not enough to maintain a spatial passageway? What is the reason for this? Quick, take me there. A long spatial passageway floated above a huge platform in the demon territory. A large number of flying ships continued to swarm out of the passageway. On the platform, the profound Snake Queen and the other 7 demon races, the Mountain Range Yalong Race Grand Elder and the Dragon Valley experts, the Valurium Sect Master, and the other experts of the Six Emperors World Sect were holding their hands high to support the increasingly weak spatial passageway. The Wampoasi king stepped forward and immediately rushed onto the platform. He raised his hands high and shouted, "What happened?" The Valurium sect master said, "The spatial passageway is being oppressed by spatial power. We have been here for 12 whole days. The longer it lasts, the greater the repulsion of space towards the passageway. We are almost unable to hold on any longer." Hearing what he said, the Wampoasi king also felt it. He said, "Well, even with me, it's too late. This passageway will be completely closed within an hour. If this passageway is closed, how long will it take us to open another one?" The Valurium sect master shook his head and said, "This space has been activated for a long time. It is in a high-speed and active state. If you want to open it again, you need to wait at least 5 days. However, there is still the last batch of humans in your 5 continents realm who have yet to retreat. They will be trapped at the other end of the tunnel." Wampoasi King's expression changed drastically. The followers of the false gods are still causing trouble in the 5 continents realm. Isn't this a bad thing? 5 continents realm. Fourth prince, I don't know why this spatial passageway is so difficult to sustain. Yuan Meng looked at the fourth prince with a serious expression and said, "Please hurry through the passageway and head for the maelstrom. We brothers will continue to guard this place. We will protect the last batch of humans and wait for the opening of the new passageway." The fourth prince looked up into the sky and chopped off the lines on his face. He resolutely rejected Yuan Meng's good intentions and said, "As the current monarch of Azure Water, I have to wait for all my subjects to retreat before leaving. Yuan Meng, you don't have to persuade me. As long as there is one of my subjects here, I will guard them until the last minute." Yuan Meng and the others exchanged a glance and were filled with emotions. Songlan continent did not know what kind of fortune it was to meet such a wise monarch. However, the fourth prince's stubbornness touched everyone, but at the same time, he also felt tremendous pressure. For more than a year, the few of them had received strong support, and they were now at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. However, they still did not have 100% confidence in using this realm to protect the fourth prince. If the fourth prince died here, Songlan continent would lose a Mingjun, and humans would also lose a Mingjun. Yuan Meng and the others could not afford to commit such a crime no matter what. "Only the 3 of us are left." Yuan Meng looked at Xiao Jun and Kenyang and said, "No matter what happens, you must swear to protect His Highness the fourth prince to the death." Kenyang nodded his head forcefully and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I feel admiration for His Highness the fourth prince during this period of time. This person is worthy of the responsibility. Our death is insignificant, but Your Highness the fourth prince must live." At this moment, the spatial passageway in the sky suddenly disappeared. For a moment, the large retreating team fell into panic. The fourth prince sighed. He immediately put on a grim expression. Lang Shang shouted, "I am the fourth prince of the Haotian imperial clan. Please don't panic. The retreat plan will definitely continue. If you still trust me, please give me some time." On the vast azure water plain, there was instantly complete silence, and everyone fell silent. They trusted the fourth prince and the royal family member who set an example and charged to the forefront of the battlefield. The fourth prince used his own actions to prove what it meant to be a monarch. With his words, everyone felt that they had a harbor in their hearts. But Yuan Meng and the others, frowned bitterly. Yuan Meng sighed and said, "The thing that worries me the most is still happening. We are trapped here." Xiao Jun looked at the mirror and said, "What are you afraid of? There are so many heavenly tribulation realm experts in the vortex. They will definitely think of a way to open the spatial passageway again." At the same time, the 5 continents realm, the endless sea, was empty. A floating island floated in the air 100 meters from sea level. On the island, there were many pseudogod believers dressed in bright red robes. They were still capturing the humans of this world every day and night, capturing these so-called humans of the higher planes, wantonly humiliating them, and finally executing them. There was no purpose, not even to recruit believers for the false gods, but purely to vent their anger. In fact, there were already more than 200 third-grade sects in the Blue Tide continent that had collectively joined the false god realm. A disciple of the 6th level of the martial saint stage, who possessed the divine grade fire vein talent, was playing with a broken arm in his hand. This should be a woman's arm. This arm was like a lotus root, white like snow, and after careful treatment, it was made into a specimen. The disciple of the 6th level of the martial sage played with the broken arm and occasionally sniffed it in front of his nose. He said happily, "Ladies of the higher planes, you just have to take good care of it." At this time, a believer quickly walked over and knelt on one knee, saying, "Reporting, a person who claims to be a sect master of the Blue Tide continent has come to seek an audience." Sect master. The believer put down his broken arm and said, "Let him in." Later, a middle-aged man walked in with a smile on his face. When he saw the believer, he immediately knelt on his knees and heavily kowtowed a few times. The martial saint smiled mischievously and said, "What? Did you also join our sect master?" The middle-aged man's face was filled with joy as he said, "I'm not just here. It's the Blue Tide continent, the blazing fire sect master." The martial saint disciple said, "Why are you looking for me?" The blazing fire sect master smiled flatteringly and said, "The reason why you have been unable to attack the Blue Tide continent for so long is because the Haotian Imperial clan's army is too strong. Over the years, they have selected from countless martial artists." The believer waved his hand impatiently. "Shut up and say something important." Yes. The blazing fire sect master hurriedly said, "When we came to seek refuge, something had happened. The spatial passageway has been closed, trapping a group of civilians, martial artists, and sects, including the 4th prince, in the Blue Tide continent. A portion of the main forces of the Haotian Imperial clan also went to transport civilians to their shelters. Before the passage suddenly disappeared, these main forces did not return. The strength of the Haotian Imperial clan's army is greatly weakened. This is a good time for us to attack." "Do you really mean it?" The silent believer's eyes lit up and he suddenly stood up. "If you dare to lie to me, do you know what the price will be?" he said. The blazing fire sect master panicked. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "I don't dare to do so. This subordinate definitely doesn't have the slightest bit of lies." Ha. The heavens are helping me. The martial saint disciple waved his hand and shouted, "Pass down the order to attack Blue Tide continent. This time, I must capture the Blue Tide continent for my god." Blue Tide continent. Yuan Meng and the others anxiously looked at the sky, waiting for the new tunnel to appear. Their manpower was too short. Not to mention the Haotian Imperial clan's army. Even the businessmen from the Huangpu aristocrat clan had been mobilized. Anyone with some strength would be sent to escort the flying ship. Right now, this was the weakest period of the Blue Tide continent's defense. The key point was that no one had expected that the great evacuation would encounter such a sudden change at the final stage. Report. A strong light flew in front of the 4th prince and turned into a young soldier general. "Your Highness, invader, attack again," said the man with a grim expression. The 4th prince's expression turned cold as he said, "Ing di." The miscellaneous armies of the lower plains had arrived at an extremely fast speed. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. However, this time, the strength of the miscellaneous army was still pretty good. However, the Haotian Imperial clan's army had allocated nearly a third of its strength to escort the flying ship, but they were trapped in the vortex and could not return. Once the two sides engaged in battle, they immediately entered a deadlock. The battle was uneven and unusually fierce. "I have a premonition that something big is about to happen." The 4th prince looked at the fierce battle in the distance and said, "Yuan Meng, prepare yourselves." Judging from the posture of the enemy, they are preparing for a final decisive battle with us this time. At times like this, battles between high-end martial artists will always determine the outcome of the war. If what I expected is correct, the powerful experts that have been hiding in this place are about to appear. Yuan Meng, Ken Yang, and Xiao Jun looked at each other for a while. their eyes flashing with high fighting spirit. Who? A strong light streaked across the battlefield and flew towards the position of the fourth prince. The Haotian army behind them immediately pulled up a tight defensive formation, and a thick and enormous shield was erected into a shield wall. So strong! Yuan Meng's expression changed. Kanyang and Xiao Jun also felt the powerful threat of the enemy. Boom! The strong light actually forcefully shattered the entire defensive array. Countless giant shields were smashed into powder. Thousands of soldiers died tragically in the wave of explosions caused by this great collision. Yuan Meng sighed and said, Kanyang, I've already said that you don't care about me and Xiao Jun, but you all want to give the Holy Spirit stones to the two of us. It's good now. It has affected you and prevented you from entering the heavenly tribulation realm. Of the three of us, the strongest is you. You are only at the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Xiao Jun and I have consumed so many sacred spirit stones, but we have only reached the 8th level of the martial saint realm. The Kanyang laughed loudly and said, What nonsense are you talking about? You are Xiang Nan's brothers and also my Kanyang's brothers. Blue Sky and Black Sickle and I agreed to this matter. Good brother, we should advance and retreat together. But the problem is, Yuan Meng looked at the strong light once again charging towards him and said, The problem is that we don't even have a heavenly tribulation realm expert. I wonder what the consequences will be. Who? The strong light suddenly stopped above Xiao Jun and the others and turned into the great red-robed disciple of the 6th level of the martial saint stage. And this believer was holding a middle-aged man in his hand. When everyone saw the middle-aged man's appearance, their hearts sank. The believer laughed heartily. He looked at Yuan Meng and the others below and shouted, Who is the strongest person here? Come out and fight me. Kanyang stepped forward and said in a low voice, I am the person you were looking for. At this moment, the Blazing Fire sect master suddenly saw the fourth prince. His gaze caused Yuan Meng and the others' hearts to skip a beat. The Blazing Fire sect master was overjoyed. He pointed at the fourth prince and roared excitedly, He is the fourth prince of the Haotian prince. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He actually didn't retreat. He actually stayed in the Blue Tide continent. The believer's expression also changed, and then he was ecstatic. He grabbed the collar of the Blazing Fire sect master and said, What did you say? That person is the fourth prince of the Haotian prince? Are you not mistaken? The Blazing Fire sect master said excitedly, Absolutely right. It's him. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. The martial saint believer's face trembled with joy. He stabbed the fourth prince with his sinister gaze and said, So you've always been the one who caused trouble. It's really good. Kid, accept your life. After saying that, flames burst out from his body and he charged towards the fourth prince. Protect your highness. Yuan Meng roared desperately. At the same time, he also gave the Blazing Fire sect master an angry gaze that could scrape people into pieces. This gaze frightened the Blazing Fire sect master so much that he shrank back. The martial saint believer's strength was incomparably strong. The divine grade fire vein allowed him to display a strength that was far from belonging to the martial saint's 6th layer. The sun was the fastest, and he burst out like a mountain. The intense light from the sun's charge sent the martial saint believers flying halfway. Boom! A huge shockwave spread out, and the martial saint believer was knocked several thousand meters away. Kanyang took the lead in protecting the fourth prince and shouted, With this daddy here, who dares to touch a hair of his highness? In the distance, the martial saint believer sneered as he twisted his neck and floated back. He looked confidently at the sun and pointed at its nose. In that case, you should be the strongest person right now. All right? I'll kill you first, then kill the fourth prince. The remaining sun clenched his big fist into a cracking sound and said, The little bastard is really getting more and more ignorant of the heavens and the earth. I'll beat you up today and blossom on all sides. The martial saint disciple smiled disdainfully and said, I thought that you high-level warriors were so powerful. You are truly shameless. All right, I'll let you see how powerful this young master's divine grade fire vein talent is. After saying that, the man raised his hand and pointed. The high explosive flame power turned into a line of fire, instantly hitting Kenyang's shoulder, even piercing through his shoulder. Pooh! A bloody hole exploded on Kenyang's left shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed out from his back shoulder. Hiss Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun both sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Jun was shocked and said, "I'm really going to die." Kenyang's physical fitness is incomparably strong. He was actually pierced through by someone's finger. What? Do you still think you're a character? The martial saint believer's expression was ferocious as he smiled excitedly. The feeling of killing a higher plane can always make my blood boil. Ha 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 ha. That Kenyang's expression was grave. He lowered his head and looked at the wound on his shoulder. Fortunately, his body was large enough so this piercing wound was not harmful. Fire element? Kenyang shook his shoulders, then bent his body and let out a low roar from his throat. As for his predecessor, his entire body had turned red, like a sea of flames wrapped in a humanoid glass. As a result, Kenyang's body mass greatly increased, quickly giving him the mass of a small star. What surprised him was that the wound on his shoulder could not be repaired. The martial saint believer nodded slightly and said, "You can be considered one of the best trash. There's no need to look. You can't repair my divine grade flame burning effect in a short period of time. I'm not afraid to tell you that you have to spend at least 2 hours training to force away the remaining fire elementium from the wound after being burned by my flames. Unfortunately, you don't have the time to do so. It doesn't matter. Grandpa will kill you now and slowly recover." Kenyang shook his huge body. As he spoke, the remaining sun immediately turned into a streak of flame and charged towards the martial saint believer. He roared, "Let's see if your fire element strength is stronger or grandfather's fire element strength is stronger." The martial saint disciple said disdainfully, "I don't know how to advance or retreat." With that, he suddenly spread out his arms and a pair of enormous flaming wings took shape behind him. Immediately after, he swung his arms and slapped forward. A pair of flaming palms heavily clapped together. Boom! As his palms clapped together, they immediately formed a pillar of flames that spanned the sky. The pillar of flame exploded forward violently, smashing into Kenyang's body with a boom, forcing him to be unable to take another half step forward. The pillar of flame was about to pass. The martial saint believer spread out his arms and slapped his palms again. Boom! The second pillar of flame shot out and landed on the sun. The remaining sun was unable to resist, and his entire body was sent flying by the fierce fire. Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Kenyang was a big bull. "Hey!" the martial saint believer said, "Little heavenly grade fire vein, you dare to compete with me? I will kill your trash at the 6th level of martial saint. I will kill your trash at the 9th level of martial saint. This move will kill you. Intermediate Tao grade. Purple fire. Brahma star." This person raised his right hand, and a fiery red lotus rose from his palm. At the same time, massive amounts of red flames rose up from his palm. These red flames were constantly absorbed by the fiery red lotus flower. Gradually, the fiery red lotus flower turned purple. Not good, he's actually a mid-tier Tao grade martial artist. Where did he learn this kind of low-level martial artist? Yuan Meng's expression changed drastically. Quickly save Kenyang. The lotus flower on the martial saint believer's palm had completely turned purple and no longer absorbed the flames. However, he used his left hand to pick a purple petal from the purple lotus flower and pointed his finger at the sunset that was thrown away. The purple flower petal suddenly turned into a wisp of purple fire that wrapped around his fingertips. Following his finger, a purple flame streaked across the sky. Too fast. This purple flame was incomparably shocking. Its power was so strong that it easily reached a high temperature of 500,000 degrees Celsius. Bai Wudao, who had once been in the heavenly tribulation realm, was only at this level. But now, this terrifying temperature was actually released from the hands of a 6th-level martial saint. Yuan Meng had already charged again. He wanted to save Kenyang, but his speed was far inferior to the speed of the purple line of fire. He saw that the purple fire was about to hit Xianxia. Mirror of light. Suddenly, Xiao Jun shouted. Two mirrors appeared in the sky, one in front of Xiao Jun and the other in front of the sun. Xiao Jun quickly stepped into the mirror in front of him. At the same time, he walked out of the mirror in front of him. He hurriedly pulled Xianxia into the mirror, and the two of them retreated back to the mirror and retreated from the mirror where Xiao Jun had been. But at this moment, Xiao Jun still dragged his feet. The purple flame line rushed out from between Xiao Jun and Xianxia. After the two of them emerged from the mirror, they felt a burning pain in their chests. Looking down, they saw that there was a scar on both of their chests. The wound spread from the left rib to the right rib and extended out. The wound was concave and semicircular. The flesh and blood on this wound, and even some of its ribs, had been burned away. Attack! Xiao Jun roared. Yuan Meng's body shook, and he heard a buzzing sound coming from his body. Immediately after, his entire body was covered in a layer of iron-green skin. Hey, Earth Vein! The martial saint smiled coldly and said, It's a good opponent. The little martial saint 8th layer is actually able to summon netherworld metal so skillfully. It's a pity that if you reach the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation and possess the netherworld silver body, I really can't do anything to you. But now you're dead for sure. Yuan Meng rushed towards the martial saint believers like a bull. The martial saint disciple smiled disdainfully, picked up a purple lace, and poked at Yuan Mengdian, who was rushing over. The purple flower petal turned into a strand of purple fire and shot towards Yuan Meng's heart with a whoosh. Yuan Meng dodge! Xianxia roared. Yuan Meng looked at the purple flames coming towards him. His heart was also shocked. He hurriedly forcefully neutralized his charge, and barely dodged. Pooh! The purple flame aiming at the heart was moved aside by Yuan Meng, but it easily pierced through Yuan Meng's left arm. The flames pierced through his elbow, leaving behind a gold-sized wound. This Yuan Meng's expression paled in shock. He possessed a body as strong as nether iron. He was actually pierced through by that person's finger. Ha 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 ha! A bunch of trash! The martial saint believer laughed wildly. In front of my divine grade fire vein, you are not worth mentioning at all. He plucked another purple petal and said, You and I are so close. Let's see how you can hide. Xiao Jun. At this critical moment, Yuan Meng suddenly turned around and exchanged glances with Xiao Jun. Following that, Yuan Meng picked up his shoulders and rushed towards the martial saint believers. This move is clearly ineffective against me, but you still continue to be stupid. You really don't know how to die. The martial saint believer was filled with confidence. He raised his right hand and purple flames shot out. At the same time, Xiao Jun pushed his hands forward and shouted, Mirror of light! 2 more mirrors appeared in the sky, one right in front of Yuan Meng and the other behind the martial saint believer. Yuan Meng shouted and rushed into the mirror in front of him. At the same time, the first half of his body also rushed out from the mirror behind the martial saint believer. Whoosh! The purple line of fire cut through the sky, and when it was about to hit the mirror left behind by Yuan Meng, the mirror suddenly disappeared. In the mirror behind the believer, Yuan Meng hugged his shoulders and violently smashed into the back of the believer. Pooh! The believer was caught off guard and was knocked into a mouthful of blood. Several of his bones were broken. The martial saint believer stared at Xiao Jun in disbelief. Xianxia laughed loudly and shouted, Come, Xiao Jun. Let him taste the feeling of being hit by a comet. After saying that, Xianxia twisted his neck and immediately charged forward. His entire body burned crazily, dragging a long tail of flames. He was not a comet, but a real comet. He possessed the mass of an asteroid and charged over in such a way that its impact power was no worse than a real comet. Xiao Jun pushed his hands forward. 2 mirrors appeared at the same time, one in front of the setting sun and the other beside the believer. The believer's pupils constricted, and the remaining sun had already charged into the mirror in a frenzy. Fan Xing shield. The believer panicked as he hurriedly plucked a purple lotus leaf and condensed it into a purple flame shield. Boom! The remaining sun crashed into the purple fire shield, causing the shield to crack rapidly. The remaining sun didn't stop and quickly retreated a few steps before crashing into him with a loud boom. Fan Xing shield. The believer panicked and hastily condensed a second purple fire shield. He then picked up another purple lotus leaf. When the second shield was formed, the first shield had already been shattered by the sun. Boom! Another collision occurred, and the remaining sun struck the second shield. The believer hurriedly took off the petals and condensed a third shield. The remaining sun continued to crash and shatter, shattering the purple fire shields one after another. Cowardly mouse! Ha 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 ha! Kanyang laughed loudly. That believer didn't dare to launch a counterattack at such a close distance. He could only pick one leaf at a time, either to attack or to defend. However, an attack would at most pierce through the Kanyang's body, but it was unavoidable for them to be hit by the Kanyang. At that time, the two of them would cause a commotion and perish together. However, the Kanyang's body was too large, so it might not necessarily die. Xiao Juanqi said happily, "This brat's purple flame has astonishing destructive power, but its defensive power is not as exaggerated as it is. Hit him." He only has 3 petals left. The believer suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Xiao Jun. Following that, he actually swallowed the last 3 petals into his mouth. The purple petals burned crazily in his body, causing him to scream repeatedly. Xiao Jun and the other 3 were stunned. However, at the same time that the believer burned himself, he actually formed a layer of purple flame armor on his body. Clang! The sun struck the believer's body, causing the sound of the ancient bell to ring. The believer was knocked backwards. The purple flame armor on his body also had fine cracks, but he still managed to save his life. "Brat! I'll let you interfere." The believer turned around fiercely and rushed towards Xiao Jun. "Not good! Xiao Jun, quickly dodge!" Yuan Meng and Kenyang roared at the same time. Xiao Jun hurriedly released 2 mirrors, one in front of him and the other in the distance. "You still want to play tricks on me with this move?" The martial saint believer was furious. He puffed out 2 petals and wrapped them around his left and right hands. At the same time, he shot out a purple line of fire towards the mirror and Xiao Jun in the distance. Xiao Jun was shocked and didn't dare to step into the mirror. Instead, he dodged in panic. Whoosh! The purple line of fire shot towards the mirror in the distance, pierced through the mirror, and almost shot towards Xiao Jun's neck before Xiao Jun. However, the second purple line of fire was aimed at Xiao Jun himself. That line of fire suddenly pierced through Xiao Jun's chest. Xiao Jun's back bulged from being beaten. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils began to gradually expand. Without Yuan Meng and Kanyang's shocking defensive power, the purple flames would definitely be fatal to him. "Xiao Jun!" Yuan Meng and Kanyang both widened their eyes and roared as they rushed towards the martial saint believer. Xiao Jun's chest was only pierced by a bloody hole the size of a gold coin. However, his defenses weren't strong enough. This bloody hole was actually still burning and expanding. Mirror image, transfer. Xiao Jun weakly covered his wound with his right hand. The wound on his chest suddenly stopped spreading. On the opposite side, an identical Xiao Jun appeared. The wound transferred to Xiao Jun's mirror body and continued to burn. The wound on Xiao Jun's main body had stopped spreading, but it had already reached the size of a small bowl, and it could not heal in a short period of time. His vitality had already entered a weak state. Roar! The raging Kanyang and Yuan Meng charged at the martial saint believer from the left and right at the same time. The martial saint believer took the time to attack Xiao Jun, and he lost the time to dodge. He was hit by 2 5-meter-tall men at the same time, and the scene was not untragic. Ah! The martial saint disciple had spat out 2 petals, and the purple fire armor on his body had weakened by a third. At this moment, his armor was shattered inch by inch, and he let out a heaven-shaking scream. The 2 puma-shaped robust men retreated at the same time, and they rumbled in the sky as they ran wildly towards the martial saint believer again, attacking him from the left and right. The martial saint believer had already been pinched by the 2 of them last time, and his body was almost flattened from the impact. he tilted his head back, rolled his eyes, and stood there waiting for his death in a daze. Boom! The two gigantic men pinched each other twice, directly smashing the martial saint believer into meat pancakes. After the two of them succeeded, they immediately rushed towards Xiao Jun. Yuan Meng hugged Xiao Jun in his arms and shouted, "Brat, how are you?" Xiao Jun spat out a mouthful of blood and said, my hairstyle, is it messed up?" Yuan Meng and Qin Yang exchanged a glance, wishing that the bus could slap Xiao Jun's face. However, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They could even joke, which meant that they wouldn't die. At this moment, the expression of the remaining sun changed. "Not good. Yet another powerful aura is rapidly approaching," he said. "Both of them are fire talents, martial saint 7th layer." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. A 6th-level martial saint warrior had already made the three of them in such a sorry state. How could another 7th-level martial saint deal with it? Moreover, Xiao Jun was seriously injured, so there was no way he could fight this battle. Yuan Meng decisively said, "Qin Yang, go and bring the 4th prince. I am responsible for bringing Xiao Jun and escaping. There's no such thing as escape in my dictionary." Qin Yang's eyes widened. Yuan Meng grabbed onto Qin Yang's collar and shouted, "It doesn't matter if we die. If His Highness the 4th Prince dies, can you bear this responsibility?" Qin Yang gritted his teeth and shouted, venting his displeasure, saying, "Let's go! Let's go! Let's go now!" Yuan Meng hugged Xiao Jun and immediately flew into the distance. Qin Yang rushed up to catch the 4th prince and said, "Your Highness, this place is not suitable for you to stay for long. You mustn't be impulsive now." The 4th prince glanced at the two armies in the distance. His eyes were slightly red as he said, "I am not a stubborn person. I can leave, but I have suffered a lot from the soldiers who followed me." After saying that, the 4th prince removed the crown from his head and bowed deeply to the battlefield. Qin Yang hugged the 4th prince's waist and turned into a beam of light as he chased after Yuan Meng. Just as the four of them left, a ray of fire spread across the sky and suddenly stopped on the battlefield where the few of them were fighting. This person had a head of fiery red hair, which was about a head taller than the martial saint believer just now. He also possessed the realm of martial saint 7th layer. He lowered his head and looked at the martial saint believer who had been knocked flat on the ground. His expression immediately darkened. More than 100 martial artists from large and small sects had already dispersed in a hurry. This person's gaze became colder and colder. He raised his head to look at the battlefield between the two sides and shouted, "Kill all of them! Kill all of them! Not a single one of them will remain. I want the bastards of this world to pay the price." After saying that, the red-haired man lowered his head and sensed it for a moment. Then, he immediately chased after Yuan Meng and the others in the direction of escape. In the distance, Yuan Meng and the other four flew over empty cities. Looking at the once bustling cities that were now empty, looking at such a desolate scene, one couldn't help but feel sad in their hearts. When had the blue-tide continent ever fallen here? They're all those damned beasts from the lower plains. Yuan Meng was so angry that his eyes were red and bloodshot. Suppress your aura and quickly hide. The pursuers are getting closer and closer. The 4th prince was the calmest. When the four of them flew past the next empty city, they immediately landed and found a tall building to hide in. This was once a large restaurant, but now it was empty. On the tables in the hall, there were many people who had left in a hurry, unable to come and drink half a glass of wine, the entire glass of wine. Qin Yang grabbed a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Yuan Meng said, "Quick, suppress your aura and hide." The few of them quickly suppressed their spiritual energy fluctuations and firmly suppressed it in their spiritual sea. Releasing his aura was a very easy task, but forcefully suppressing it was not easy. It was even more laborious than erupting his aura to fight. The four of them were so stifled that their faces turned red that they sat motionlessly in the hall. After less than 5 minutes, the four of them felt a strong flame wave flying over their heads. Only after the flames left did the four of them breathe a sigh of relief. The fourth prince closed his eyes and sighed. We won't be able to hide for long. After that person flew out for a while, he discovered that he had lost our fluctuations. He will definitely return and search for our tracks. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this time. Can we delay for a while? Voila! The three of them hurriedly saw that Xiao Jun, who was leaning against the table, had fainted and knocked over a chair. No matter what, we should treat Xiao Jun's injuries first. With his ability, we have a chance of winning. Yuan Meng said, Can Yang help Xiao Jun sit up? I have learned the 9 Purities Cosmos technique. I will treat his injuries. That Can Yang helped Xiao Jun up, while Yuan Meng sat down behind Xiao Jun. He secretly circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos technique and pushed both of his hands onto Xiao Jun's back. Xiao Jun's wound began to heal slowly. Can Yang said impatiently, That person said that the injuries he caused would take 2 hours to recover. Your 9 Purities Cosmos art should be even more powerful. Can be repaired in an hour or even half an hour, right? Hurry up, hurry up. The fourth prince said, Can Yang, don't blame Yuan Meng. He doesn't want to expose my position. In fact, he is more anxious than anyone else. He and Xiao Jun have been good brothers for many years. Can Yang sighed and smashed the table with an indignant punch. Damn it. It's very aggrieved, he said. In the vast universe, Xiangnan was leading Long Chenner towards the speed of light in the 5 continents realm. Suddenly, Xiangnan's expression changed and he immediately closed his eyes. 5 continents realm. Xiao Jun, who was in a coma, suddenly felt that everything around him had darkened. In the darkness, a person who emitted a faint light walked over. Xiangnan. Xiao Jun was stunned. Xiangnan looked at Xiao Jun and immediately frowned. You weren't sleeping normally. Are you unconscious? What happened? He said. Xiao Jun laughed loudly as he ran up and punched Xiangnan, saying, Do you still think you won't come back for the rest of your life? Xiangnan was so angry that he shouted, Your brain is bad. Don't you know your priorities? Hurry up and tell me, how is the 5 continents realm? You guys are stuck in the Blue Tide continent. How is it now? Xiao Jun hurriedly said, Right. We were attacked by the enemy. I almost died. Xiangnan's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Xiao Jun's arm and said, Bastard. Don't tell me you're dying. What happened to you? Who did this? Seeing that Xiangnan was so impulsive, Xiao Jun's heart warmed up. He said, Hi, it's actually fine. I can't die, but I guess I won't be able to live much longer. There's a bastard with divine talent chasing us. I don't know how long it will take for him to find us. At that time, he will truly be finished. Where's the 4th prince? Xiangnan asked. Xiao Jun said, I'm with us. Yuan Meng and Kenyang escaped with the 4th prince. Xiangnan's expression was extremely gloomy as he said, Wait for me. No matter what, you have to wait for me. In another day, I will be able to reach the 5 continents realm. I don't care what method you use. In short, stay alive until I come back. Do you hear me? Xiao Jun said seriously. Brothers, wait for you. In the universe, Xiangnan opened his eyes flickering with intense killing intent. What's wrong with you? Long Chenner asked curiously. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, A bunch of damn bastards are doing something wrong in my world. Haha. Good. It's really great. They will regret it. They will definitely regret it. 5 continents realm. The 4 of them hid in the restaurant and sat silently for the middle of the night. Yuan Meng could only heal Xiao Jun at an extremely slow speed in order to prevent himself from emitting strong aura fluctuations. However, at this moment, intense fluctuations of flame power appeared in the distance and in the horizon. At this moment, Xiao Jun's chest injury had only recovered by 70%. I'm back. Kenyang stood up and took a sip of wine. Yuan Meng, bring Xiao Jun and His Highness the 4th Prince. Yuan Meng looked solemnly at the sun. Kenyang laughed nonchalantly and said, You and I are not ink stains. Although we have only been together for more than a year, I have already treated you as a good brother. There is no need to talk too much nonsense. Xianxia picked up my life, and you are all people that Xianxia cares about the most. You know what I mean. If you also treat me as a brother, then bring Xiao Jun and His Highness the Fourth Prince away. Let's go. Yuan Meng gritted his teeth and hugged the Fourth Prince and Xiao Jun with his right and left hands. He immediately broke through the wall and flew into the distance. In the sky, Yuan Meng's eyes were red as he glanced at the restaurant behind him. The remaining sun had already flown up. He bent over and fiercely released his dipper chi. He shouted, "Let's go! Let's go! Don't turn around." Yuan Meng turned around and looked into the distance. There was no expression on his face, but tears fell. A dignified 5-meter-tall man was actually forced to shed tears in the sky. Above the city, Kanyang gulped down the last few drinks in the wine jar. He wiped his mouth and laughed loudly. "Come on!" Who? A streak of fire suddenly stopped in front of the sun from far to near. It was surprisingly the red-haired man. The red-haired man faced the sun and turned to look in the direction Yuan Meng and the others were fleeing in. "It's you who killed my foster brother," he said. Kanyang laughed loudly. "Not only did I kill that little bastard, I will also personally kill you." The red-haired man nodded and said, "Not bad, well done. You know, the more you make me angry, the more miserable your death will be." With that, he raised his right hand and a lotus flower appeared in his palm. Kanyang didn't waste any words. He threw away the wine jar and rushed towards the red-haired man with a roar. The man raised his long leg and swept it over Kanyang's shoulder. His long leg burst into flames and bounced the sun back. Kanyang hugged his shoulders and shouted, "Comet!" He used his martial skill and rushed towards the red-haired man like a comet. The red-haired man shook his head. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed, and a flower petal turned into a purple flame. Whoosh! The flames easily pierced through the sun's body. The man picked another flower petal, and another thread of fire pierced through the sun's body. The remaining sun was also incomparably powerful. He forcefully held on and was pierced through his body twice in a row. Both of them were able to stand in front of the red-haired man and smashed an iron fist into the man's face. The man was beaten into a beam of light. It slanted and exploded in the middle of the city. Boom! Hundreds of buildings were blasted to the ground and crushed into powder in the air. Kanyang covered his chest, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Very quickly, the red-haired man flew up from below. His face was bruised and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. "Let's see how long you can last." The red-haired man raised his right hand. Another purple flame pierced through the sun's body. The Kanyang laughed loudly and rushed towards the man with a howl. He waved his fist. The red-haired man raised his hand and pointed. A purple flame directly blew away the remaining sun's fist. The remaining sun struck his knee. The red-haired man had another purple flame that pierced through the remaining sun's knees. The red-haired man shook his head in disdain. His left hand grabbed Kanyang's shoulder, and his right hand aimed at Kanyang's heart. He said, "Die, trash." Pooh! A purple flame pierced through the sunset's heart. The remaining sun smiled and fell downwards. The red-haired man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He twisted his body and flew in the direction Yuan Meng escaped from. But all of a sudden, he couldn't fly anymore. He lowered his head and saw that his feet were actually hugged by the sun that was flying up again. "Are you still dead?" The red-haired man frowned. He condensed a wisp of purple flame on his fist and punched Kanyang in the face. This punch caused Kanyang to roll his eyes and bleed from his 7 orifices as he staggered towards the ground. The red-haired man turned around to chase after Yuan Meng, but his feet sank. He lowered his head and saw that the remaining sun had actually flown up and hugged his feet. "TSK? Life force is so tenacious. It doesn't look like a human." The red-haired man was very interested. He grabbed Kanyang's neck and lifted him up high, saying, "Tell me, what kind of race are you? Tell me, I can let you die a happy death." "Ha, ha, ha." Kanyang weakly laughed. Spit. A mouthful of bloody saliva spat on the red-haired man's face. The red-haired man's expression darkened. He wiped his face and pointed his index finger at Xianxia's shoulder. Pooh! A flame pierced through the son's shoulder. Apologize, the red-haired man said coldly. Xianxia laughed loudly. The red-haired man pointed his index finger at the other shoulder of the son, and another flame pierced through it. Apologize. Xianxia laughed louder and louder. Dao your grandmother's grandson. Hard-mouthed, very good. The red-haired man wrapped the purple flame around his palm and placed it on Xianxia's chest. His palm, which was imprinted with the son's chest, slowly pushed forward. The powerful body of the Xianxia was burned into a palm print. Moreover, as the man advanced, the palm print continued to sink, continuing to sink. Xianxia's face was as pale as paper in pain, and even his face was beginning to turn ferocious. The red-haired man approached the son's face and sneered. Do you think the world still belongs to a group of people like you? If that's what you think, then you're wrong. Does it hurt? Let me see how long you can last. Say it. I'll give you a good one as long as you apologize. At this moment, the red-haired man's palm had already penetrated deep into Xianxia's body. It even pressed down on his ribs, breaking all the rib joints in Xianxia's body. Xianxia weakly smiled. I used to think that the biggest enemy was cough, cough. It's the demon race. That's right, cough, the demons. Only they can cough and commit such a hefty crime against humanity. But I really really didn't expect that the person who harmed humans with such a method would also be cough, you humans. This world has truly changed. Humans are harming people. They are truly going to kill us. The red-haired man shook his head and said, You still have the strength to blame me. Looks like I did it too lightly. At this moment, a strong earth elemental fluctuation appeared in the distance. One of them swiftly flew across the sky and turned back. He hovered in the air and looked at the red-haired man and the sun. Where are the others? He said. The red-haired man said, Run to the east and chase after me. The earth element martial artist nodded and flew away. Stop! Xianxia roared as he struggled. His eyes were bloodshot, wanting to catch the earth element martial artist. If you want to chase after my brothers, step on my corpse first. The red-haired man exerted force on his hands, causing the struggling sun to turn purple. Where are you going? The red-haired man smiled and said, I can't even live. Do you still want to save someone else? You bunch of so-called high-level plain scum, you really can't be sympathized with. But this is also good. The red-haired man said, Someone has gone after them. I can rest assured and torture you. Are you still dreaming of being strong? But, look, a brand new world is right in front of you. Your strength is not on the same level as ours. Xianxia's eyes kept rolling upwards, and he was tortured to the point of being speechless. The red-haired man was still enjoying his current state. He was enjoying the scene of these once lofty people being torn apart by him like dead dogs. He was very proud and satisfied. At this moment, 3 auras suddenly appeared. The red-haired man was shocked and hurriedly knelt in the air. The 3 auras arrived at the same time, transforming into 3 third-level heavenly tribulation martial artists. The 3 of them looked down on the red-haired man from above. They were 3 of the heavenly tribulation realm martial artists from back then. After sensing the auras of these 3 people, Xianxia was completely desperate, not even struggling anymore. However, he was unwilling in his heart and let out a long sigh in his heart. This was truly a mountain without tigers. Monkeys were called great kings. In the sky, the 3 heavenly tribulation realm experts all looked at the red-haired man. One of them said, Lord Bronze Divine Apostle, let's see why we haven't taken down this small 5 continents realm yet. The red-haired man hurriedly said, Previously, the heavenly tribulation realm experts of the 5 continents realm hadn't evacuated yet, so we didn't dare to make a move. The heavenly tribulation expert snorted coldly and said, Trash! Since that's the case, why don't you ask for help? The red-haired man was so frightened that his body trembled that he didn't dare to speak. The 3 heavenly tribulation realm martial artists said, Where are the last remaining experts in this world? The red-haired man hurriedly pointed at the direction where Yuan Meng and the others were fleeing. The three of them snorted coldly and turned into 3 rays of light. In the distance, Xianxia is back. Xiao Jun suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and shouted, "He's on his way back!" Yuan Meng was overjoyed. He grabbed Xiao Jun by the collar and said, "Really? Wasn't it you talking nonsense in your dreams?" Xiao Jun laughed loudly. "Really, he is rushing back. He will arrive soon." The fourth prince let out a long sigh and said, "All right, my Grandmaster Xiang is finally coming back." Right at this moment, Yuan Meng's expression changed. He frowned and said, "Another earth element expert has arrived. He is at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. Xiao Jun, since you've awakened, bring His Highness the fourth prince and leave immediately. I'll help you buy some time." Xiao Jun said anxiously, "Then what are you going to do?" Yuan Meng said, "Leave me alone. Take your Highness the fourth prince and leave. You must hold on until Xianxia returns. Let's go. Hurry up." Xiao Jun gritted his teeth, grabbed the fourth prince and flew away. Yuan Meng took a deep breath and floated in the air, waiting on the spot. Not long after, a strong martial artist flew over. He anxiously stopped in front of Yuan Mask and said, "Heh, is there a lone person waiting for me?" Yuan Meng said, "Stop spouting nonsense and make your move." After saying that, Yuan Meng once again condensed his nether iron body and rushed towards the man. The man sneered and said, "You are also an earth element martial artist." "That's right. If I had met someone like you in the past, I would have definitely turned around and fled. But now everything is different. Let me show you what level the divine earth vein is." This person's body flickered, and he actually summoned nether metal as well. Not all earth element martial artists could sense the existence of nether metal. However, relying on the divine earth vein, this person had actually easily summoned nether iron, even faster than Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng, who was at the 8th level of the martial sage stage, and the man at the 6th level of the martial sage stage collided with each other like 2 steel engineering vehicles. Clang! When the two collided, a huge shockwave immediately erupted, blowing away the ground several meters deep. Yuan Meng was knocked flying, and his shoulder was actually heavily sunk by the man. The man laughed loudly, rushed up and grabbed Yuan Meng's neck. Big fist on Yuan Meng's face is ruthlessly smashed down. Yuan Meng raised his left arm to block, and waved his right fist towards the man's face. Clang! That man's fist smashed onto Yuan Meng's arm, actually smashing Yuan Meng's nether iron arm to the point of bending. Clang! With another sound, Yuan Meng's fist smashed into the man's face, but it only slightly tilted the man's head. The man put his head straight and said, "Soft! Too soft!" With that, his right hand forcefully pinched Yuan Meng's nether iron neck until it began to sink, leaving 5 finger marks. Yuan Meng used all of his strength and knocked his knee into the man's stomach, pushing him away. "You're still resisting desperately. The nether iron you summoned is probably a defective product, right?" The man laughed loudly and taunted Yuan Meng. He said, "Trash like you who only knows how to use nether iron is difficult to become a great weapon. As for a divine-grade earth vein martial artist like me, not only can you summon nether iron, you can even use your own talent to bless nether iron. Do you know the difference between the two of us now? The nether iron is in my hands, stronger than yours." This person hugged his shoulders and collided, blasting Yuan Meng away. He once again rushed forward, instantly surpassing Yuan Meng and crashing over from behind. He happened to meet Yuan Meng, who was flying backwards, and crashed into Yuan Meng again. Clang! Yuan Meng's back was greatly caved in by the impact. He once again surpassed Yuan Meng and crashed into him from another direction. In the universe, Xianxia's eyes were burning. He kept praying in his heart to be fast, to be fast. No matter what, he had to arrive at the 5 continents realm before his brothers were beaten to death. 3 hours, 3 hours. It's too late. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. Long Chenner asked curiously, "Are you in a hurry to do something?" Xianxia said, "If I don't hurry back, my brothers' lives will be in danger." "Is this your peak speed?" Long Chenner said. Xianxia said, "It can be even faster." However, after all the universes merged, the power of space was multiplied countless times. I am no longer able to break through the speed of light. Long Chenner said thoughtfully, "What if I can strengthen you?" Xiang Nan grabbed Long Chenner's arm and said, "Can you do it? Try it." Long Chenner released a ball of light and wrapped Xiang Nan inside. Long Chenner's ability was to heal and stimulate her potential. But now that Xiang Nan's potential had been fully exploited, he didn't know if it would still have any effect. However, at this moment, Xiang Nan felt that the power in his body had suddenly become restless. There was no room for him to unearth his potential. But Long Chenner's light had actually made Xiang Nan's lightning energy even more active. His lightning power had already surpassed the speed of light and reached the speed of super light. Roar! Xiang Nan roared, and his speed suddenly accelerated. He didn't have time to stop. After the space was strengthened, it was already very difficult for him to be stopped. However, he had simply exceeded the speed of light, which led to the theory of superluminal speed that the senior from the Void Realm had mentioned taking shape one by one. Time had been slowed down. Xiang Nan entered a slow time domain. The minute outside became longer and longer for him. At this speed, Xiang Nan crossed a long distance in an astonishing manner. 1 minute of him was equivalent to 1 second of the outside world. I saw it. I saw the 5 continents realm. It only took him 3 minutes to complete the 3-hour journey. However, Long Chenner had stimulated the activity of the lightning energy, causing Xiang Nan's stamina to rapidly deplete. But he couldn't care less about it. A dark cloud appeared above the boundless 5 continents realm. Immediately after, thunder roared. Rumble, 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 rumble. Amidst a series of thunderous explosions, a cluster of lightning pierced through the clouds and reached the earth. Boom! On the ground, a rectangular crater hundreds of kilometers in radius was blasted out. In the center of the crater, Xiang Nan slowly began to fight. His entire body was wrapped in lightning, and he said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Master will take you to kill." Xiang Nan floated into the air and looked at the messy 5 continents realm. His expression became gloomier and gloomier. He held back a breath of anger in his heart. After a brief identification, he knew that he was on the Scarlet Soil continent. This land was already deserted. The Crimson Earth continent was about 5 million kilometers away from the Blue Tide continent. Xiang Nan could travel this distance at the speed of light in less than 20 seconds. "Let's go!" Xiang Nan wrapped his thunder power around Long Chenner, and with a loud boom, he turned into a cluster of golden lightning and rushed away. Xiang Nan, who was at the 2nd level of the heavenly tribulation, was already incredibly powerful. Even the air was electrolyzed by his lightning power. A lightning tail that was more than 10 kilometers long was dragged far behind him. The earth flew beneath him. In Long Chenner's vision, everything turned into a vast expanse of white light. This kind of visual shock wasn't as powerful as it was when flying in the universe. Light didn't move too fast as it was traveling in the universe. However, once Xiang Nan flew at this speed, the feeling would be completely different when he flew in the human world. Long Chenner blushed with excitement and shouted, "Hey, Xiang Nan, when can I fly so fast?" Before she could finish her question, Xiang Nan had already crossed the boundless sea and entered the Blue Tide continent's airspace. This was the main battlefield for both sides. The followers of the pseudogod were currently engaged in a fierce war with the Haotian Imperial clan army. Countless saber beams and sword beams formed from astral aura flew everywhere in the sky. The ground beneath his feet was also riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. However, at this moment, the armies of the 2 warring parties stopped at the same time and looked in one direction. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. They felt an unprecedentedly powerful fluctuation. The ripple was rapidly attacking them. Before they could react, they saw a string of golden lightning suddenly cut through the sky, and the cluster of golden lightning directly pierced through the army of pseudogod believers. All of the pseudogod believers on this path were instantly electrolyzed into the most basic elemental particles. Pung 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 pung. Pseudogod believers were floating in the sky with weapons in their hands, and their bodies were wrapped in lightning. Suddenly, Pumba's voice was filled with elemental particles. The golden lightning sprinkled on the route south seemed to be able to automatically identify the enemy and us. These golden lightning bolts not only electrolyzed the enemies on the path, but also spread out in all directions. Each bolt of lightning jumped back and forth on the pseudo-god believers, jumping from one person to another. Everyone who was struck by the golden arc collapsed into elemental particles with a thud. However, the soldiers of the Haotian army were fighting with the pseudo-god believers in a chaotic manner, and they were actually safe and sound. The golden lightning bolts cleverly dodged these Haotian soldiers, aiming straight at every pseudo-god believer. This scene shocked the Haotian military. It's the power of thunder and lightning. It's our Blue Tide Continent's hero who has returned. It's Xianxia. Ha! It's Taifu Xiang. Countless soldiers cheered excitedly and threw their weapons into the sky. Our Haotian hero is back. In the distance, all the scattered disciples and elders stopped and looked up at the lightning in the sky. After a moment of silence, everyone covered their faces and began to sob. We're saved. Our Blue Tide Continent is saved. We don't need to flee anymore. In another direction, many third-rate sects that had fled the border also stopped. Among them, a female elder from a small third-grade sect called the Cavalry sect looked up into the sky and saw the lightning tail marks that had disappeared into the sky. I knew he wouldn't disappoint me. Back in Bluestone Town, I knew he wouldn't disappoint me. It's him. He's back. This person was the female elder of the Cavalry sect, the woman who had severed her arm for Xianxia during the Bluestone Town election. Coincidentally, near the Cavalry Gate, it happened to be the one who went to Bluestone Town to choose. White Sword Gate, Absolute Saber Gate, Berserk Lion Gate, and Fierce Tiger Gate. They all cheered excitedly and threw the thing in their hands into the sky. Ha! It's our child. It's that little boy from Bluestone Town. These people had witnessed Xianxia's growth. They watched as Xianxia rose from a small clan that had fallen into despair. He was the young man who had once carried a broken saber on his back and fought with the Wang clan to the death. It was the man who stepped into the Nature sect and fought against the Heavenly Profound sect and the Beast Spirit Island. They had witnessed with their own eyes how a new star had risen. Yu Bu Fan of the Absolute Saber sect had once tried to exchange for Xianxia's martial skill, the Azure Dragon, with a third-grade origin transformation pill. At this moment, this man, who had already experienced some vicissitudes, looked at the sky and sighed with emotion. May I ask who would have thought that that child would be able to grow into such a giant? Back then, we were his only hope, but we let him down. Now, he's our only hope, but he didn't disappoint us. Songlan Continent, the border of the Western Region Province. The red-haired man's right hand was wrapped in purple flames as it pierced through the remaining son's chest and pulled out his sparkling heart. He laughed ferociously and arrogantly, laughing so arrogantly. Kenyang had a relieved smile on his face. He looked in the direction Yuan Meng and the others fled in and said, "Brothers, I've done my best." The red-haired man grabbed the purple flame and smashed it heavily towards Kenyang's face, saying, "Die, trash!" The purple fire fist was extremely fast, smashing straight at Kenyang's face. When the fist was less than half an inch away from Kenyang's cheek, whoosh! Huh? What? The red-haired man was shocked. He could only feel a trace of golden light flickering in front of his eyes. At the same time, the remaining sun disappeared. He suddenly turned around and saw two strangers appearing on the ground not far away. A 2-meter-tall man with a mighty and righteous expression was hugging the setting sun in his arms. Beside him stood a beautiful young girl. "Kenyang, I'm late." Xianxia stretched out his hand and pressed down on Kenyang's chest. His eyes filled with tears as he said, "Good brother, thank you for defending my hometown." The remaining sun was already on the verge of death, and it looked like it was going to die. He smiled weakly. "Stinky, stinky brat, you're finally back. Unfortunately, as a brother, there's no way. Cough. I'll accompany you. How much I want to see you personally tear this group of bastards apart." Xianxia's tears fell on Kenyang's face and he said, "Brother, I won't let you die, and neither will you." "Who is it? What courage? When the red-haired man saw Xianxia suddenly appear, it was as if he didn't exist at all. He actually started chatting with his brother. This made the red-haired man very unhappy. "Die with your brother," he shouted as he waved his hand. Xianxia didn't even turn his head and slapped back. With a sound of pong, the purple flames that caused Kenyang and the others to suffer were sent flying. "Qianer, help!" Xianxia shouted. Long Qianer immediately released a ball of light and wrapped around the sun. At this moment, the remaining sun's pupils had already begun to dilate, and there were signs of death. However, after the light wrapped around him, it only took an instant, 1/3 of a second. The remaining sun suddenly revived. Kanyang's eyes widened, and he felt his entire body was filled with infinite vitality. He rubbed his chest in horror, and the bloody hole in his heart disappeared. "What?" Kanyang and the red-haired man exclaimed at the same time. Kanyang was shocked that he was still able to be put out of the fire. He was actually able to be put out of the fire when he was already in this state. The red-haired man was shocked. He was shocked that this unfamiliar man actually slapped away the purple flame that he was proud of. She. Kanyang pointed at Long Qianer in disbelief. Long Qianer naughtily stuck out her tongue and said, "You, my mother!" Long Qianer hid behind Xianxia like a frightened rabbit. Because Kanyang stood up. Kanyang was a sturdy man over 5 meters tall. Long Qianer, who lived on Earth, had never seen such a giant before. The moment the sun shone, her heart almost stopped beating. Xianxia patted Long Qianer on the shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. This man is your uncle." "Martial uncle?" "Xianxia, did you accept your disciple?" Kanyang was stunned. Xianxia said, "We'll talk about this later. I'll take care of the obstacles first, and then I'll immediately go support you on Meng and the others." With that, Xianxia flew up and stood face to face with the red-haired man. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as killing intent burst out from his eyes. He said to the red-haired man, "It's you who beat my brother like this." The red-haired man looked at Xianxia in confusion. He found that he could not see through Xianxia's realm. He only felt that the man in front of him possessed unfathomable strength. However, once the red-haired man remembered that he possessed the divine grade fire vein talent, he immediately became confident and sneered, "It's me! If you have the ability, use it. I'm not afraid to tell you. Not only will I kill your brother, I will also kill you. I will also capture your disciple who knows healing techniques." Xianxia nodded and said, "Good job in my territory. You really have the guts to touch my brother." With that, Xianxia flew towards the red-haired man. The red-haired man laughed sinisterly and said, "Of course I have the guts. Today, I will let you experience how formidable the divine grade talent is. A country bumpkin like you. Prepare yourself to broaden your horizons." The man raised his right hand and a purple flame lotus began to spin. He picked up a leaf and threw it towards Xianxia. The leaf suddenly turned purple and shot towards Xianxia. "Xianxia, be careful. That flame is extremely terrifying. You can't resist it head-on. You need to use your wits," Kenyang shouted. Pong! The blaze fiercely smashed into Xianxia's face, and Peng's voice spread. Xianxia didn't even dodge and didn't even bother to send the fire beam flying. The red-haired man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly mobilized the purple flames and continued to condense the next martial skill. Star Cone. Swoosh! 2 purple petals flew out. These 2 petals turned into 2 tangled tongues of flame that shot towards Xianxia like a drill. Xianxia still didn't dodge. What was even more exaggerated was that the flame drill bit had directly drilled into Xianxia's left eye. The violent purple flame drill bit crazily moved Xianxia's weakest defensive eyeball, making a numb sound that caused one's scalp to go numb. Purple sparks burst out one after another. However, everyone present was stunned. The violet flame drill was desperately trying to drill into Xianxia's eyeball, but it was actually unable to cause any damage. The red-haired man sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia flew over and grabbed the red-haired man by the neck. "Playing with my talent? When I used my divine talent, You were still playing with mud, he said sternly. With that, Xianxia smashed an electric fist into the red-haired man's chest. Boom! Lightning splashed everywhere, and the red-haired man's chest caved in. His skin, muscles, and bones were inch by inch disintegrated by the violent lightning. The shattered skin and flesh on his body transformed into an elemental particle that floated out. Cough! The red-haired man coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were ashen, filled with deep despair and regret. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Get out of my territory and bring your damned body and your filthy soul." Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he pinched the red-haired man's left hand. Suddenly, lightning shone. Ah! The red-haired man let out a miserable scream, and his entire body was electrolyzed to ashes. Holy shit! So powerful! Xianxia was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to fly out. He said, You motherfucker. You are much more powerful than when you were in the Bai clan. Bastard. What exactly happened to you over the past year? Xianxia said, There is no time to say it. I feel Yuan Meng's aura is weakening. Hurry up and leave. Xianxia wrapped his lightning around Xianxia and Long Chenner, turning into a cluster of golden lightning that pierced through the sky with a loud bang. Chila! In the distance, the Earth-type strong man was tearing open Yuan Meng's chest with his bare hands. Bang! 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 A thriving heart appeared in front of him. The Earth element martial artist laughed loudly. I said that you were trash, but you still don't believe me. Even with your thin body, you are trying to stop us. Trash like you don't have the qualifications to live in this world. You are a disgrace to our Earth element martial artists. Eft. Yuan Meng spat on the Earth element martial artist's face. The Earth element martial artist immediately became ferocious and shouted, I'll kill you. With that, he pointed his right hand towards Yuan Meng's chest and grabbed the heart. Whoosh! A golden light mark flashed and Yuan Meng disappeared. Not far away, Xianxia was floating 3 meters away from the ground. He placed his shoulder on Yuan Meng's arm and said, Brother Meng, are you all right? When Yuan Meng saw Xianxia, he laughed loudly. Xiao Jun said that you want to come back. It seems that you are right. My God, Master, you're a short man. Long Chenner covered her mouth and exclaimed, I thought you were a big tall man. After a long time, everyone in your world is actually 5 meters tall. Only you are a freak? Eh? Yuan Meng and Xianxia scratched their heads and suddenly felt as if they were very proud. Xianxia shook his head helplessly and said, Chenner, save him. I'll deal with the enemy. After saying that, Xianxia flew into the sky and faced the Earth element martial artist. I heard what you just said. Do you think you're very strong? He said. The Earth element martial artist frowned and said, Thunder and lightning attributes? They are quite rare. But in front of this daddy, no matter what lightning you are just a piece of trash. This daddy will first smash your disgusting pretty face and kill your brother. Xianxia nodded. Bring your horse over. The Earth element martial artist rushed in front of Xianxia. He waved his incomparably large fist and smashed it fiercely into Xianxia's face. This fist carried a howling wind. It was so powerful that it could probably shatter a city into powder. Clang! The heavy punch landed on Xianxia's face, producing a deafening metallic sound. The martial artist was shocked and hastily retracted his fist. He swung it round again and smashed it down again. Clang! Xianxia's head remained motionless as he looked at him indifferently. The Earth element martial artist broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly took a few steps back and shouted, Good! You're strong enough. You're forcing me to use a martial skill. Then it's as you wish. Let you bunch of trash from the higher planes see what absolute power is. The Earth element martial artist's body shook, and a light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This light enveloped his entire body, forming an armor-like appearance. At random, the light condensed and turned into nether iron. Divine-grade earth vein, strengthened nether iron. Xianxia said. The Earth element martial artist roared, Wave, fragmentary star fist. This person retreated for dozens of kilometers, and then rushed towards Xianxia crazily. Boom! 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 He charged into the air, and the air was also crushed by the terrifying pressure caused by his incredible strength. The air was blasted into waves like ripples on the surface of the water. Even the earth trembled. Long Qian'er cried out in alarm. She covered her face and shouted, "So powerful!" Previously, when she saw the red-haired man's attack, she didn't think much of it. The red-haired man really used firepower. It was impossible to judge how powerful the fire was with the naked eye. However, this earth element martial artist's offensive momentum could be seen with the naked eye, and one could see just how shocking its might was. Long Qian'er had never seen such a terrifying man before, and she was so scared that her face turned pale. She was deeply worried for Xianxia. Xianxia still didn't dodge and stood upright. The earth element martial artist suddenly arrived, and a clanging wave fist smashed into Xianxia's face. This punch smashed straight into the earth element martial artist's arm. The broken bone suddenly pierced through his elbow and flipped out. Even this martial artist's right shoulder was dislocated by his own strength. Under the cover of the small basin-sized fist, the corner of Xianxia's mouth rose. The earth element martial artist received an unprecedented blow and shouted, "Impossible! This is impossible! I have the divine grade earth vein talent, and you have no reason to be able to withstand my attacks." Xianxia stretched out his left hand and grabbed the martial artist's arm. Then he forcefully twisted it. The martial artist screamed like a pig. His entire arm twisted into twists. "Spread the word here." Xianxia gritted his teeth and smashed his head into the martial artist's face, causing half of the martial artist's cheekbones to collapse. "I don't want to know whose territory this is." Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Pooh! A heavy punch. Xianxia's arm directly pierced through the martial artist's nether iron armor, the martial artist's nether iron skin, his chest, and his sturdy back. His entire arm pierced through the martial artist. Wild thunder and lightning wrapped around Xianxia's fists and arms, crackling. The martial artist coughed, but he couldn't say anything. Xianxia's expression was gloomy as he said, "Go back to your hometown. Explode." Boom! A lightning wave crushed the earth element martial artist into powder. Yuan Meng exclaimed, "Holy shit! This year." Qianyang covered Yuan Meng's mouth and said, "Stop shouting blindly. You don't have the slightest bit of calmness. Can you take out some of your mansion?" Long Qian'er looked at Qianyang in shock. She thought to herself, this big fellow was clearly the one who was the happiest just now. Xianxia wrapped around them with lightning and said, "Let's go and chase after Xiao Jun and the fourth prince." With that, he turned into a cluster of lightning and rumbled across the horizon. Along the way, Qianyang said, "Xianxia, killing those two earlier was relatively easy, but it won't be easy anymore. I saw with my own eyes that 3 experts of the 3rd level of heavenly tribulation were chasing after Xiao Jun. Those 3 are all at a higher realm than you, and they also possess divine talent. Your advantage is gone. You absolutely cannot fight head-on. Once we save someone, we will immediately leave." Yuan Meng's expression was also grave as he nodded and said, "Yes, these people are no more powerful than the Bai clan. They are much more powerful than the Bai clan's beasts. Even if Qianyang and I were to fight against the experts of the Bai clan's heavenly word realm, we would still be able to knock a few of them down. However, after fighting against this group of shreds with innate divine talent, they were actually beaten to the point that they were powerless to retaliate." At the border of the western regions, by the sea, the 4th prince lay quietly on the ground, motionless. Xiao Jun's face was covered in blood as he stood in front of the 4th prince panting heavily. His legs were trembling, and he could no longer stand firmly. On the other side, 3 heavenly tribulation 3rd layer pseudogod believers were looking at Xiao Jun playfully. One of them said, "Little monkey, are you having fun?" "I'm having a good time." Xiao Jun, who had always been handsome and unrestrained, was in a sorry state. He was panting heavily, and even his teeth were broken. His handsome and unrestrained image vanished completely. He laughed loudly and said, You people keep saying what faith is, but do you know what true faith is? This young master is not afraid of you. This young master protects those who are worthy of his protection and will pay the price of his life for this. Do you have any ideals? You are just a group of slaves of power. In order to obtain power, you have lost your humanity. You think you are very strong? That's right. This young master is inferior to you. But the faith in my heart is 100 trillion times stronger than yours. This young master will fight with you. After saying that, Xiao Jun raised his hand and formed 6 mirrors. He jumped in from one mirror, came out from the other mirror, and went in from the next mirror. He shuttled back and forth in a few mirrors and suddenly shouted, "Fist of light!" Buzz! A beam of light connected 6 mirrors. 6 beams of intense light shot towards the 3 heavenly tribulation experts. Not able to withstand a single blow, hee. A heavenly tribulation expert sneered. He pushed forward and condensed his dipper chi into an oval shield. Rumble, 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 rumble. 6 beams of light-speed fists landed on the shield at the same time, but they were unable to shake the shield in the slightest. The heavenly tribulation realm expert arrived in front of Xiao Jun with a flash. He raised his leg and kicked Xiao Jun away. Xiao Jun flew hundreds of meters away, knocking and bouncing continuously on the ground, rolling non-stop. He forced himself to stand up again, his face ashen and dirt. He ran back to the 4th prince and spread out his arms to defend the 4th prince. Who the hell is that? Don't even think about crossing this, daddy. No one can touch a hair of the 4th prince. He's blind. He kept turning around, trying to find the location of the enemy. His eyes had already turned blood red. His eyes were slowly filled with blood, and his pair of eyeballs were completely ineffective. However, he was able to accurately find the whereabouts of the 4th prince and stubbornly protect the person he wanted to protect. Xiao Jun. The 4th prince lay flat on the ground, tears streaming down his eyes as he said, "Let's go. I'm the one they want. Leave me alone. Let's go by ourselves." "No!" Xiao Jun shouted fiercely, his long hair scattered like a ghost. He roared, "I'm not leaving. I'm Xiangnan's brother, and none of Xiangnan's brothers are afraid of death. You are truly touching." The heavenly tribulation realm expert smiled playfully and said, "You clearly know that you can't do it, but you still have to be brave. It's a miracle that someone like you can live to this day. Do you know why we haven't killed you yet? Because we like the feeling of controlling everything. There are no more experts in this world. They can hold us. We can do whatever we want. How is it? Do you feel powerless and desperate? This is the pressure brought by power. We have the power to dominate everything." Xiao Jun suddenly turned around, picked up the 4th prince, and ran wildly all the way. "You want to escape?" The heavenly tribulation realm martial artist raised his hand and released a strand of this person's heart was extremely malicious. His dipper chi was not penetrating and sharp, but like a small hammer, it heavily smashed into Xiao Jun's leg. Xiao Jun, who was escaping with the 4th prince in his arms, was smashed to the point that he and the 4th prince were sent flying. However, he limped and hurriedly stood up. He hurriedly blocked the 4th prince behind him and hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness. I'm here. I won't let them capture you. With me here, I will definitely defend you. I will definitely be able to defend you. I will definitely wait for Xiangnan to rush over." Looking at the 4th prince, all the joints on his body had collapsed, and his bones had been broken. Xiao Jun couldn't see anything anymore. Like a blind dog, he stubbornly protected his master. "All right." One of the people beside him curled his lips and said, "This brat has been beaten blind, and his leg is broken. It's not fun anymore. Hurry up and kill him." The person he is protecting is the 4th prince of the 5 continents realm. We only need to control this 4th prince to control more people of the 5 continents realm. We need to remember our mission. We are here to seize people, not territory. Another person nodded and said, "A large number of martial artists from the 5 continents realm have already evacuated. As long as we control the 4th prince, we can force those people to return and make them submit to us. At that time, God will definitely be very happy. He will have many believers. The most powerful heavenly tribulation realm martial artist nodded and said, "You two are right. This Haoyan fourth prince seems to have an extremely high prestige. Since that's the case, let's end it. Hey, that little trash. Bring him to his death." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a strand of unprecedentedly strong dipper chi condensed on his index finger. Xiao Jun already knew that this strand of astral chi was no longer meant to tease him, could completely kill him in one blow. Thinking of this, Xiao Jun took out a small mirror from his bosom, but he couldn't see the once handsome him in the mirror. "Your Highness, I'm afraid I can't accompany you anymore. Please tell the world that I was once the most handsome man in the 5 continents world." After saying that, Xiao Jun took out a small comb and meticulously combed his long hair. Then he laughed loudly and limped towards the enemy. "Ha! Ha 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 ha! You ugly bastards! Welcome the trial of the handsome man." Xiao Jun spread out his arms and jumped up. Sunlight fell from the sky, illuminating Xiao Jun. Under the brilliant sunlight, his body was suffused with a layer of gentle light. "You are the most handsome man," the fourth prince choked. The heavenly tribulation realm martial artist smiled disdainfully, and the dipper chi in his hand suddenly emitted, clang. Right at this moment, a giant saber suddenly appeared, blocking in front of the astral chi. The astral chi smashed into the giant saber and immediately flew out. Immediately after, heavenly divine thunder descended. A cluster of golden lightning suddenly arrived, and the lightning exploded on the bodies of the 3 false god believers at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. The 3 of them suddenly fell forward and were all blasted to the ground, after the billowing smoke and dust dissipated. In the depths of a giant crater hundreds of kilometers away, Xianxia stood proudly with his right foot on a person, his left hand on the back of a person's neck, and his right hand on a person's face. "Who is it? Is it Xianxia coming back?" Xiao Jun turned his head around, trying to see the person's appearance clearly. When Canyong and Yuan Meng saw Xiao Jun's miserable appearance, they were so angry that their eyes were about to bleed. Xianxia swung the 2 people in his hand and threw them away. Then he swept his right foot and kicked the person under his feet away. The 3 heavenly tribulation 3rd layer experts were smashed into a single piece and were sent flying on the ground in a sorry state. Xianxia shouted and flew back to the 4th prince. He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said loudly, "Disciple, save me." The 4th prince laughed loudly. "All right, my Grandmaster Xiang has finally returned." "Xianxia, is that you?" "Xianxia." Xiao Jun was both surprised and happy as he panicked as he patted Xianxia's arm. Xianxia looked at Xiao Jun's appearance and said gravely, "Did the 3 of them beat you up like this?" "Yes, the 3 of them are ugly." Xiao Jun nodded. Xianxia smiled. He smiled angrily and nodded, "Excellent, truly excellent. Wait, brother. I'll avenge you and resolve your hatred. Qian'er, save her." Long Qian'er released a ray of light, instantly restoring Xiao Jun to his original state. Xiao Jun was stunned, unable to react. He looked at his snow-white hands in surprise. In the distance, the 3 heavenly tribulation experts had already flown up. Xianxia said to Long Qian'er, "Do you know what weapon Master is using?" Long Qian'er clapped her hands and said, "I know guns." Xianxia shook his head and said, "No, Master is using a saber that specializes in bastards." The 3 heavenly tribulation 3rd layer martial artists' expressions were solemn as they transformed into 3 beams of intense light and flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia stood proudly with his right hand pointing towards the sky and said, "Unsheath, Zhang." A saber roar shook the 9 heavens. "Xiao Jun, brother will avenge you." Xianxia grabbed the flying saber and rushed forward. Rumble. Waves of thunder rolled up in the clear sky. Xianxia's entire body was wrapped in a tyrannical and violent golden lightning bolt. He roared, "A miscellaneous divine grade talent, yet you dare to compete with my divine grade lightning veins. You're simply courting death. Fallen heavenly lightning, blue, dragon." See, Xiao Jun shouted. Fuck them. Fuck them. Die. They. Awaya. Xiang Nan's heaven-destroying and earth-shattering explosion. On the spot, the 3/3 stage heavenly tribulation martial artists were blasted to pieces. Swoosh! Half of the sky was illuminated by the saber light. The giant saber slashed down, and one person was split into two on the spot. Xiangnan roared, "Chenner, watch carefully." After saying that, Xiangnan raised his huge saber again, his reflection flickering as he chopped the melon and vegetable, cutting the heavenly tribulation martial artist into several hundred neat pieces. Not good. This person also has divine talent. His strength is too strong, retreat. The other two heavenly tribulation martial artists were so frightened that they even spat out their gallbladder and fled into the distance like crazy. Flee? My home. Come as you please, leave as you please. Xiangnan's eyes were red as he shouted, "Stay!" Boom! He transformed into a cluster of golden thunder and descended from the sky. His entire body knelt down and fell down, kneeling on the back of a heavenly tribulation martial artist. The martial artist spat out a mist of blood that filled the sky. His entire body was smashed to the ground by Xiangnan's knees, causing the ground to collapse and sink. He then sank again and continued to sink. That Xiangnan knocked this person nearly 100 miles deep into the land. He lifted his leg again, shooting that person out of the ground and flying into the sky. However, while this person was still flying, a golden bolt of lightning had already surpassed him at an even faster speed. Xiangnan stood high above them and slashed down with his giant saber. Swoosh! One blade, two halves. The martial artist stared with his eyes wide open, speechless. Xiangnan's swift saber continued to slash, cut this person into 200 pieces. The third person had already disappeared without a trace and fled. Xiangnan suddenly turned his head and roared, "Speed of light! Charge!" Whoosh! Xiangnan turned into a beam of light. This beam of light swept across the earth and the ocean, directly colliding with the third heavenly tribulation martial artist who had escaped. Pong! That martial artist was actually knocked out of his lower body on the spot. Only the body above the abdomen remained. Xiangnan pulled the man back to the battlefield like a chicken. Spare me, spare me. I don't dare. I won't dare again." The half-body martial artist pleaded bitterly, his face covered in snot and tears as he cried. Xiangnan grabbed his collar and said coldly, "I'll spare you. You're begging the wrong person." As he spoke, Xiangnan smashed his saber into the martial artist's face, causing blood to spill out of the martial artist's face, and he rolled his eyes. Xiangnan turned to look at Long Chenner and said, "Chenner, you must remember this lesson. Those who deserve to be killed will not be tolerated. They will definitely not tolerate it. Even if you endure it, they will not let you off." Long Chenner nodded blankly, but Xiangnan's words were engraved into her heart like knives. Xiangnan turned around and punched the martial artist in the face, causing the martial artist's skull to crumble and brain fluid to splatter everywhere. Xiangnan retreated for a walk and shouted, "If you dare to touch my brother, if you dare to touch my home, I'm tired of you all living." With that, Xiangnan raised his hands high up and roared with lightning from the giant saber. With a single slash, it was completely annihilated. The martial artist was split into elemental particles and dissipated into the vast sky. Xiao Jun said, "Xiangnan, you've finally come back. If you come back a step later, the brothers won't be able to see you." Yuan Meng said, "No matter what, after killing these scum, I finally let out a mouthful of anger." Xiangnan shook his head. "I didn't vent my anger. I still have a mouthful of evil fire in my heart. He bullied everyone else into my house. He's too arrogant. Killing the invaders isn't considered venting my anger. I have to go back to their hometown and slaughter these beasts in their homes before I can vent my anger." Kanyang laughed heartily. He patted Xiangnan on the shoulder and said, "That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying." Xiangnan took the fourth prince from Xiao Jun's hand and said, "Chenner, heal His Highness the Prince." At this point, the few elders widened their eyes, eagerly waiting for Long Chenner to make a move. Long Chenner's methods had opened their eyes. Long Chenner was a little frightened by these sturdy men and hid behind Xiang Nan. "Beautiful girl, do you dare to ask for your name?" Suddenly, Xiao Jun looked like a different person. His entire body was bright and bright. He combed his handsome long hair and suddenly appeared beside Long Chenner. Xiang Nan helplessly said, "I really can't tell that you were a fellow who was almost beaten to death just now. Put away your thoughts. Her name is Long Chenner, and she is my new disciple." Xiao Jun's eyes almost flew out. "Disciple? You have the leisure to accept disciples?" The sun is really rising in the west. But Xiao Jun's expression turned serious as he said this. "Since I'm your disciple, then forget it. No matter what, I'm still her martial uncle. My seniority can't be inferior. Gang Chong still needs to pay attention." Yuan Meng nodded. "You said something human." "Oh right, Xiang Nan, what kind of ability is this disciple of yours? Why haven't you seen you use it yourself?" Xiang Nan said, "Heal His Highness first. I'll explain it to you slowly." Long Chenner used that shocking method to recover the fourth prince's injuries. After that, she and the others flew towards the Blue Tide Continent's gathering point. Along the way, Xiang Nan explained in detail what happened between him and Long Chenner, as well as Long Chenner's peculiar abilities. After hearing this, the few of them were all amazed. In the Haotian Empire, the battlefield was a mess. The soldiers of the Haotian Imperial clan were following a good style and cleaning up the messy battlefield. They all cleaned up very carefully. Although they were about to leave this place, there was no need for them to continue doing so. However, when Xiang Nan asked a soldier, the soldier said something that made Xiang Nan deeply engraved in his heart. "This is our home," he said. "There are so many memories that belong to us, even though we have to leave for some reason. But before we leave, we can't bear to see our hometown so desolate and desolate." These words caused everyone's hearts to stir with emotion, and they couldn't help but sigh endlessly. Xiang Nan patted the soldier's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. One day we will come back. Trust me, this day will come very soon. I promise you." On the way, Xiang Nan also asked the fourth prince and the others about the Great Migration. "It's getting late at night." Xiang Nan looks up at the sky and says, "Looks like the new spatial passageway has been opened. It should still take a few days. Let's stay here and wait. There's no rush. Since we can't get out, it shouldn't be easy for those pseudo-divine believers to come in again." At this moment, goose feathers and snow fell from the sky. "It's snowing." The exhausted soldiers put down their weapons and stretched out their hands to receive the snowflakes. Their expressions were complicated and they had their own thoughts. When the fourth prince saw everyone leave their hometown, he felt sad in his heart and smiled. "If I remember correctly, today should be the first day of the new year, right? Come, soldiers, let's celebrate the new year again before we leave our hometown. Someone, light the fire, prepare the wine, drink it up. Don't let the chaos of war affect our mood." The scene was immediately filled with cheers. "Report." At this time, a soldier flew over and quickly said, "The fleeing sects have also returned one after another." The fourth prince laughed loudly and said, "Good. Tonight, the army and the people will kiss each other and celebrate the spring festival together." The scene immediately became lively. Many soldiers carried out jars of vintage wine. Some set up campfires to barbecue meat, and some danced and sang around the flames. Xiang Nan used lightning power to create a large half-bowl-shaped barrier that enveloped the camp. Snowflakes fell on the top of the barrier of light and were reflected by the campfire. It was magnificent, like a paradise. Long Chenner had never seen such a lively scene before. Her face was red with excitement as she giggled incessantly while holding a bowl of wine. Her heart relaxed a lot. In this place, no one would chase after her anymore. She had finally entered the world of martial arts that she had always dreamed of. Xiang Nan pressed down the wine bowl in Long Chenner's hand and said, "You can't drink this kind of wine. It's too strong. Drinking it will burn you to carbon. The wine we martial artists and soldiers drink is not only to help appease our appetite, but also to nourish our bodies. Your cultivation is too low to endure. Drink this. I still have an ordinary jar of daughter red here. It was installed by my parents when I left home. Long Chenner smiled as she held the wine bowl. Then, she poured the wine from Xiang Nan and touched a cup with Xiang Nan. She drank it all in one gulp. The scene was extremely lively. Someone released astral energy and exploded into magnificent fireworks in the sky. The flames illuminated the smiling faces of the people, allowing this group of people who were about to be displaced to enjoy the last carnival of the year in their hometowns. The fourth prince held onto Xiang Nan's arm and flew into the sky. He smiled at the people below and said, "Come, let's toast to our Xiang Nan, Grand Master Xiang. For the past few years, our Grand Master Xiang has gone all over the place to fight for our hometown. He's the hero of our Haotian Empyreans. Millions of people raised their glasses and shouted at the same time. That scene was extremely shocking to Long Chenner. She held the wine bowl and looked at the sky from afar. Her Highness the Prince hugged her shoulders and looked at Xiang Nan's infinite scenery. She was both shocked and admired in her heart. So many people are cheering for him? Long Chenner whispered in Xiao Jun's ear. Is my master very noble with you? Noble? Xiao Jun chuckled and said, I'm afraid I can't use this word to measure Xiang Nan's identity. There are only 1 million people here. You are shocked by such a small scene. You have never seen your master lead an army to flatten the Bai clan. That is truly shocking. Long Chenner did not understand the meaning of the word Bai clan. She said, If you say that I do not understand, then tell me how many people my master is in charge of. Is he a high official? Xiao Jun took a sip of wine and smiled. The explanation of this matter is quite complicated. Slowly, you will understand. I can only say that you have a good master. With Xiang Nan as your master, you don't have to worry about being bullied in this lifetime. At this time, someone shouted loudly, Tutor Xiang, say a few words. That's right. Say something on a day like this. Everyone started to heckle. The fourth prince also looked at Xiang Nan with a smile and said, My Taifu Xiang, you are not at home all year round. It is rare for you to celebrate the new year with everyone. Say a few words to cheer everyone up. Xiang Nan was a little embarrassed. He had experienced all sorts of big scenes, but it was all about fighting. As it was now, the situation that everyone was looking forward to was still somewhat at a loss. He calmed down a little, then raised the wine bowl in his hand and said in a loud voice, I know that in the hearts of many people, I have been passed down to the gods. There are many exaggerated legends that do not correspond to my personal performance. As a member of the Blue Tide continent, I am only doing my duty. I am no different from everyone else. The only difference is that my strength is slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. I do not deserve everyone's praise, but I will definitely live up to your trust. Just yesterday and today, there are still many heroes who have sacrificed their lives for their country, sacrificing their youth and lives for their homeland. But at the very least, I'm still alive, right? Compared to these true heroes, I'm still too far away. I don't know how to say emotionally. I have 3 bowls of wine here. Brothers, relatives, raise your glasses with me. This bowl of wine is to the heroes who have sacrificed their lives for the country. May they be safe and sound in the heavens. After saying that, Xiang Nan spilled the liquor. Countless people's eyes turned red as they sprinkled the wine from the wine bowl onto the ground. Right here, underground, buried deep in the heroes of the motherland. Xiang Nan raised his bowl and said, This second bowl of wine is toast to us today. May we return safely and healthily as soon as possible. Everyone raised their wine bowls high and shouted, Far away. We are safe and sound. Let's set foot on our way home as soon as possible. Everyone drank it all in one gulp. Xiang Nan raised the 3rd bowl of wine and said, This 3rd bowl is for the future. Today, we were disturbed by the flames of war. May we welcome the Haotian Grand Event again. May we return to peace as soon as possible. Everyone raised their bowls and drank all of them. After 3 bowls of wine, the crowd applauded loudly. Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun, especially the people who grew up in this land, were quite touched by Xiangnan's words. They lived in a peaceful and prosperous era, but they personally welcomed the era of war. I only hope that all of this will pass sooner and that no more heroes or innocent civilians will be sacrificed. Xiangnan and his brothers sat in a circle, drinking and chatting with each other. Occasionally, soldiers from various barracks and sects would come to Xiangnan for a toast, and Xiangnan would welcome them with a smile that left Long Chenner dumbfounded. She had never seen a person with such a shocking alcohol tolerance. Xiangnan said to the fourth prince, "I have already explained the matter of the primordial universe to you in detail. This is a bad thing and also a good thing. At the very least, space is not easy to break. Those who are hiding in the vortex world will be able to live in peace for a period of time. However, I don't know much about the current situation of the pseudo-god race. Your Highness, have you discussed any countermeasures?" The fourth prince nodded and said, "This matter has already begun. In order to deal with the pseudo-god group, we need to start with the master god sculpture. I don't know much about the specific situation. I've been busy escorting the people these days. If you want to know, then talk to Shi Beihong and the others in detail after you go to the maelstrom." Xiangnan nodded and said, "All right." Through chatting, Xiangnan found out something that surprised him, and that was that the Demon King had finally appeared at the beginning of the month. Furthermore, through everyone's description of the Demon King at the beginning of the month, Xiangnan was even more surprised. It was actually the woman wearing the cat face mask who saved his life back then. No matter what, Xiangnan hadn't expected this. He was eager to return to the maelstrom and see his true appearance at the beginning of that month. Reinforcing the space made the broken space extremely difficult. Even with Xiangnan's current strength, it was difficult to shake the spatial structure of the primordial universe. To do this, one or more late heavenly tribulation experts had to personally do it. Moreover, an 8th-level heavenly tribulation expert could only open the spatial passageway, but could not maintain it for a long time. If he wanted to maintain it for a longer time, he would have to put in more effort from late heavenly tribulation experts. Xiangnan also explained the time between the closing of the spatial passageway and its reopening. Space is a concept, but it does exist, just cannot be touched with the body. The spatial domain that had been opened before would be active, and it would be twice as difficult to open another spatial channel in this place. Xiangnan already knew about this matter, just like when he entered the hypervelocity domain and crashed into the ground. Within the same space domain, he could only crash and stop once. If he wanted to crash and stop again, he would have to wait for a period of time to gradually calm the space down from its active state. Everyone let out an "oh" sound and came to a sudden realization. Xiangnan said, "Therefore, it is not that the seniors of the Great Maelstrom are unwilling to work hard. They are also doing their best to open the spatial passageway for us as soon as possible. Everyone, don't worry." Long Chenner asked curiously, "Hey, Xiangnan, since you're flying so fast, why don't you fly directly to the vortex you mentioned?" Xiangnan shook his head and said, "The vortex is located in the void. It is a domain that is independent of space and cannot fly over." Xiao Jun leaned over and said, "The pseudo-divine believers have a lot of divine talent. We really don't have any chance of winning against them. As you can see, Yuan Meng, Kanyang and I are also considered outstanding martial artists of the same age. However, against those believers with divine talent, we are truly a bit vulnerable." Xiangnan nodded his head and said, "Our abilities alone will definitely not be able to defeat the pseudo-god believers. We need to borrow the power of the 5 spirits in order to have a chance. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. All 4 races have awakened. I have no time to visit them. In short, I have a lot of things to do in the coming year. I'm afraid I'll have few days to reunite with you. By the way, what do you know about the pseudo-gods blessing the believers with their divine talent?" The fourth prince said, "I've more or less heard about it. There are a large number of pseudo-god believers, so it's inevitable that news will leak out. What we know now is that as long as believers are blessed, they will be able to possess divine talent. However, the number of people blessed is limited and should be related to the pseudo-god's own abilities. Otherwise, they can completely bless every believer with a divine talent. Xiangnan's eyes lit up and he said, "Since that's the case, can we start from this aspect and let Xiao Jun and the others deceive the pseudo-gods to obtain their divine talent?" The fourth prince shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. I heard that if you want to be blessed, you first need to give your own Tao heart. Otherwise, the false god won't give it to you." "Give me your Tao heart?" Xiangnanchi said, "I only know that false gods feed on the Tao, but I don't know that blessing believers also requires taking away their Tao hearts. Is it for food?" The fourth prince said, "I don't know." For the next 4 days, everyone was waiting. On the fifth day, at dawn, an incomparably large spatial passageway appeared in the sky. Everyone excitedly shouted as they stepped onto the flying ship and headed towards the spatial passageway. Xiangnan and the others were responsible for staying behind and finishing up, while also protecting the last batch of evacuees. Xiangnan discussed with Big Snake about what he would do in the next year. First of all, the first thing was not easy. It was to fight the pseudo-gods to the end. If they were not expelled from their dreams, they would never give up. The second thing was the prerequisite for completing the first thing, and that was to raise one's cultivation level. The serpent said, "It's a good thing that the multiverse is reintegrated into the primordial universe. At the very least, the world-devastating divine lightning is easy to find. The world-devastating divine lightning scattered in various planes is now forced to exist in the same plane. It is easier for me to sense their existence." Xiangnan nodded and said, "Right now, I only have the second level of heavenly tribulation. I have to hurry up and upgrade to the 9th level of heavenly tribulation." "Can you feel the divine lightning now?" The serpent shook its head. "The universe is too far away. It will only take a few days to move. My perceptual range is not that large. I need to get closer. Just flying for a second was 600,000 li, and flying for a day was 51.8 billion li in the so-called one light sky. 50 billion kilometers. Even by his terrifying strength back then could only sense a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. There was another matter that was still pending in Xiangnan's heart. He looked forward to seeing the beginning of the month. On the one hand, he wanted to have a good chat with this mysterious great figure. On the other hand, he had taken Guan Shao away at the beginning of that month, and there was no news back today. He had to find a way to know Guan Zhao's current situation. The great retreat finally came to an end. Xiangnan and the others stepped onto the last flying ship and sadly looked back at their hometown before reluctantly entering the spatial passageway. Not everyone had the chance to see the dense flying ships advancing through the boundless void. The curiosity about the void caused everyone to feel less worried about leaving their homeland. Especially Long Chenner, who was lying on the light screen on the deck of the flying ship. She stared curiously at the empty darkness outside and said, "Hey, Xiangnan, there's nothing outside. It's even more empty than the universe." This Long Chenner didn't like to call Xiangnan master. Xiangnan didn't care about this. The two of them were about the same age, so it was a bit awkward to call Xiangnan master all day long. Although Xiao Jun was a romantic prodigal son, ever since he found out that Long Chenner was Xiangnan's disciple, he hadn't had any ill intentions towards Long Chenner. "This brat is very beautiful, but he also has a bottom line." In his own words, he had never played with the feelings of any girl. He had paid his true love to every girl, but his true love was kept warm for a short time. After the fleet entered the vast whirlpool space world, there were already people inside who were taking care of it. When the Howran sect, the Starsea sect, the Star Guild, and the others saw Xiangnan, their hearts were filled with confidence. Xiangnan's return meant that there was still hope for them to turn around. This was a man who was good at creating and had already created many miracles. Unfortunately, Xiangnan could not find the beginning of the month. Shi Beihong said that at the beginning of the month, he had brought a large number of demons with him to search around the universe seeds to find out about the Master God sculpture. The so-called Master God sculpture did not mean that the sculpture was created by the Master God. Rather, each pseudo-god possessed numerous sculptures. One of the most important sculptures was the one that could gather the power of faith from other scattered sculptures. For example, it was impossible for believers on the Zhonglan continent to return to the Zonghai realm every 7 days to worship sculptures. They had also built numerous sculptures on the Zhonglan continent. As long as they worshipped these distraction sculptures, the Master God sculpture would be able to gather the power of faith. That's why, Xianxia said thoughtfully, using filthy power can pollute the Master God sculpture. This move is very high. Shi Beihong smiled and said, this is still an idea that Feng Xian came up with. We have already started to work hard on it. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, back then, there should still be people from the Bai clan who survived, right? Shi Beihong took a deep look at Xianxia and said, I know that you will still think of them in your heart. That's right, there are still quite a few Bai clan members, as well as the disciples of the Bai clan and the sect that followed them back then, who are still alive here. Out of anger towards them, and out of the final judgment, those people have been shattered and lost their strength. At this moment, they are all living in the slums. If you want to see them, go there and look for them. Xianxia was famous for his direction. He first handed Long Chen'er over to Shi Beihong, while he flew to the so-called slums. Back then, the Bai clan was very powerful. Apart from the Bai clan's own clansmen, there were also many other clansmen who were attached to the Bai clan, including large and small sections. After the World Extermination War, many of these people also survived. Just as Shi Beihong said, the world felt incomparably furious towards this group of people and abolished their realms. The refugee area is located in a desolate area and underground. The ground was covered with a large metal cage that stretched for thousands of kilometers, laid flat on the ground, and under the cage an underground world was hollowed out, known as a slum. Xianxia walked on the wet, muddy slum road, surrounded by a bleak scene. On both sides of the street, there were drunken martial artists lying everywhere. They used to be glorious and arrogant, but now they were so desolate that they didn't even have the slightest bit of strength. Some people are drunk all day long, while others are walking corpses with expressionless faces. These brilliant people had passed the greatest turning point in their lives. They had gone from being high and mighty hegemons to being banished destitute people. And it was precisely Xianxia who caused all of this. Xianxia could no longer tell who was from the Bai clan and who was an outsider martial artist. These people had undergone earth-shattering changes and suffered heavy losses. At this moment, they were even more depressed and incomparably dispirited. There were people fighting everywhere, fighting over a piece of fresh meat. The people of the world were also very stingy about the food supply in the slums. These people who lived in the slums all year round ate leftovers and moldy food that was inferior to pig food. Xianxia wore a black cloak and his face was shrouded in shadows. He couldn't laugh out loud. Although these people deserved their sins, he really couldn't laugh out loud. Perhaps, a ragged beggar passed by him. He was a relative who was connected to his bloodline, a former member of the Bai clan. He walked on the dark and moist streets, with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, stepping on mud and stagnant water. A woman's scream came from a dark corner. 7 or 8 strong men were desperately beating and kicking the woman, seizing the only piece of moldy steamed bun in her hand that was emitting a stench. Don't steal my steamed buns. I've been hungry for 5 days and 5 nights. Please. The woman was dressed in rags and her hair was strands of mud. There were countless holes in her clothes. What was exposed was not her smooth, snow-like skin, but her body that was dyed black by mud and dirty water. She knelt on the ground, choked up, reluctantly grabbing onto a small side of the steamed bun. She bit her lips, tears falling down her cheeks. There was no need for those sturdy men to care about this. One of them kicked the woman in the stomach and kicked her out, causing her to tremble in the corner of the wall. Everyone took the steamed buns and shook them. Little bitch, I'm gonna get some steamed buns to exchange for wine. How dare you not give it to me, they said. After saying that, they left. The girl hugged her legs and buried her face in her knees, crying. From her tattered clothes, it could be seen that she was incredibly thin. It was unknown how many times this kind of scene had happened after starving for several days. When someone who was distributing food passed by her side, they even viciously spat out a mouthful of saliva. She was just so scared that she quietly moved away a little. Xiang Nan's heart softened. He couldn't bear it anymore. He took out a roasted chicken from his bosom and walked over. He handed it to the girl and said, "Here." The girl suddenly lost her mind when she smelled the fragrance and grabbed the roasted chicken. But when she looked up and saw Xiang Nan's face in the shadows, she was stunned. Xiang Nan was also stunned. This almost unrecognizable face that was contaminated with mud made him somewhat familiar. The girl loosened her grip on the roasted chicken and ran away. Xiang Nan hurriedly chased after him. "Stop! Wait!" The girl covered her face and ran while shouting in panic. "Don't come over! Don't follow me! I don't want you to see me like this!" Xiang Nan was anxious and shouted, "Jiang Shuelu, stop!" Xiang Nan rushed forward and grabbed the woman's shoulder. The woman turned her back to Xiang Nan and rubbed her face twice. She turned around and said with trepidation, "Master, did you recognize the wrong person?" Her face had already been wiped black, but Xiang Nan was still able to recognize her identity. But Xiang Nan saw the look in her eyes. It was a kind of person who had once been respectable, desperately wanting to protect his once glamorous image after he had fallen into a state of despair. Xiang Nan's heart ached, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I seem to have recognized the wrong person. You look very much like a friend of mine." The woman smiled miserably and said, "Friend? How can a dressed person like you have such a depressed friend like me?" Xiang Nan picked up the roasted chicken and said, "It's already cold. You can either." The woman's heart was clearly struggling. She didn't want to act so despondent in front of the man she once liked. However, hunger was an irresistible calamity for a person who had completely lost her cultivation realm, especially since she had been hungry for many days. Xiang Nan would not give her such a chance to struggle. He would not be cruel enough to make her end up like this. He would also cruelly make her make an unbreakable choice in front of dignity and survival. Xiang Nan directly stuffed the roasted chicken into her hand and said, "Hey, it's already cold anyway. I don't like cold food. If you don't want it, throw it away for me." With that, Xiang Nan waved his hand and turned to leave. The woman held the roasted chicken in her arms, turned around, and walked silently. As she walked, her shoulders slightly shrugged. She cried and cried as she walked, in such a dark and humid environment, in this dark underground slum. Xiang Nan hid in the shadows at a corner, watching her back at all times. The slums had administrators, and some of the soldiers sent to the slums kept the slums running, distributed food, and maintained law and order. They said that they were maintaining law and order, but in reality no soldier cared if they were everyone. This group of soldiers hated the people of the Bai clan to the bone. They wished they could kill each other one by one and kill each other in the streets before they could resolve their hatred. Originally, it was already sad enough to leave their homeland, but they still had to be sent to such a dirty slum to distribute food to their former enemies. Being trapped here made these soldiers treat the Bai family as nothing more than humans. A small group of 5 soldiers crossed the street with their shoulders crossed. While shouting loudly, they drank wine and occasionally threw 2 whips at the pedestrians with their whips, causing the destitute people to scream miserably. Xiang Nan stopped the 5 of them. Before the 5 of them were about to curse, he lifted his hood and revealed his true appearance. When the 5 people who were about to curse saw Xiang Nan's face, they immediately opened their mouths in surprise. "Ah, you are Xiang." Xiang Nan quickly made a silent gesture. The 5 of them hurriedly covered their mouths, but they still couldn't conceal their excitement. Xiang Nan pointed at the woman's back and said, "Did you know about her?" One of them, who looked like a squad leader, hurriedly approached and smiled flatteringly. "I know. A stinking beggar." Xiang Nan frowned slightly, his face filled with displeasure. The 5 of them were veterans of Jianghu. Seeing Xiang Nan's expression, they immediately understood something and quickly straightened out their attitudes. The captain said seriously, "This girl is actually quite pitiful. She is not a member of the Bai clan, nor is she an outsider of the Bai clan. She should be an individual martial artist who was recruited into the Bai clan alone, right? That's why she doesn't have her own power, nor does she have a backer. She is often bullied." There are a few rogues who snatch her things at regular intervals. Basically, all the food that was distributed to her was snatched away. It's just that every time she's about to starve to death, those hooligans will leave her a bit of food to save her life so that she can survive. Another person sneered, "Those hoodlums are not kind. They don't want her to die. As long as she is alive, she can get food every day. Those hoodlums can continue to rob her." Xiangnan's heart ached when he heard this. He told the 5 of them to find a place to drink and chat. The 5 of them naturally nodded in excitement. Xiangnan was the man who had killed White River. Who could drink wine with such a person so easily? This was a blessing that the 3 of them had cultivated. In a dilapidated restaurant, Xiangnan and the others had hired an entire floor. They said that it was a private room, but in fact no one had the money to eat here. Xiangnan first toasted to the 5 of them. The 5 of them immediately stood up in fear and drank with both hands clenching their glasses. Xiangnan waved his hand and signaled for them to sit down. He lowered his voice and said, If I had a friend with a decent status, but one day I found her down. What do you think I should do to help her?" The 5 of them exchanged a glance, and their hearts instantly became like a mirror. The captain laughed and said, "Such a person, since he was once rich and noble, he was once beautiful in front of you. Then what she cares about the most now is her beautiful image in your heart. If you look at her in such a sorry state, it would be even more embarrassing than directly killing her." This person had already said it clearly, and Xiangnan did not explain. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I thought too. Then what do you think I should do to help her? It won't make her feel uncomfortable." The captain took a sip of wine and muttered, "Well, that depends on your relationship with her." Xiangnan smiled and toasted him, saying, "Together, she is my savior twice." When the 5 heard this, their eyes immediately went straight. The captain apologized and left the seats to go to the bathroom. He turned around and slapped himself twice, cursing himself for not seizing the opportunity. Wouldn't it be equivalent to Xiangnan owing him a favor if he treated that woman a little better? This was a great opportunity. Just like that, he missed it. Later, the captain tidied up his clothes and walked back, saying, "I've already thought about it. It's not suitable for you to personally intervene in this matter. You need someone else to help you. Let's put it this way. You must let her recognize you again with such a face. Otherwise, it will be difficult for her to do so." Xiangnan suddenly became enlightened and said, "Hey, I'm very good at killing and fighting, but these are the details of the human world. I'm not very professional. I still rely on a few brothers to help me a lot." The 5 of them immediately patted their chests and swore an oath. This matter was on their own, and they guaranteed to give Xiangnan a satisfactory answer. Xiangnan also smiled and said, "If this matter succeeds, I can transfer all of you to a decent job." The 5 of them were so moved that tears were almost coming out of their eyes. Xiangnan opened his storage ring and took out a large pile of items. There were gold coins, delicious food, and spiritual herbs. The captain hurriedly pushed them back and said, "Keep these. You can't give them to her. Otherwise, she will be suspicious. Leave them to the 5 of us to take care of them. I'll let you be satisfied." Xiangnan nodded. "All right, then it's settled. I won't embarrass my friend, nor do I try to arouse her suspicions." In the next few days, the 5 soldiers took good care of Xuelu. The food that should be given to her was doubled, but the quality of the food was still terrible. It was a snowy night. Xiangnan stood on the top of the tall building, looking down at him curled up in a corner, shivering with cold. For people without realms, coldness was still fatal. Xiangnan couldn't bear it and wanted to give her some clothes, but he didn't know what kind of excuse to use to get close to her. Unexpectedly, the 5 soldiers staggered along the street drunkenly, carrying a small stove in their arms. One of the soldiers gently kicked Jiang Xuelu on the leg and said, "Hey, burn the stove up a little. Damn it, you still have to patrol in such a cold weather. What world-shattering Tao." Xuelu didn't dare to disobey. She hurriedly hugged the stove and placed it on the ground, carefully protecting the warm flames in the stove. But this way she could be warm by the stove. Xianxia laughed and said, "These 5 fellows really have some skills. In terms of killing people, I am not willing to give in, but when it comes to human sophistication, I am truly willing to give in." Just like that, the 5 soldiers guarded General Xuelu, leaned against the wall and drank wine. Some fell asleep, while others talked drunkenly until dawn. Only then did they leave cursing with the stove in their arms. Before leaving, the captain glanced at Jiang Xuelu and said, "Little girl has served you well. I will reward you." After saying that, a chicken leg was thrown onto Jiang Xuelu's body, and the 5 of them left. Not long after they left, the 5 of them turned around and arrived at Xianxia's side. The captain slapped his face twice and said, "Don't blame me. I didn't mean to call you friend, little bitch. It's just that this show needs to be done properly. If you're too polite, it doesn't suit our usual behavior." Xianxia smiled and said, "These are all small matters. I'll trouble the brothers. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to a good meal." The captain smiled and said, "Friend, you have to nourish yourself for a few days. Keep up with the nutrition first. You can only go into the next step after you've nourished your face to the brim with red light. But my brothers can only help her here. As for how to help her regain her confidence in the future, you have to think of a way yourself. We don't have that much ability anymore." Xianxia nodded. "I know this." After a full meal, Xianxia bid farewell to the 5 of them and went to see Jiang Xuelu. Coincidentally, he encountered a few rogues who were snatching Xuelu's things. One of them even slapped Xuelu fiercely and knocked Xuelu to the ground. Xianxia endured all of this and didn't rush out to stop it. After the hoodlums snatched away the items, Xianxia quickly followed. In a dark alley, the hoodlums were gathered together, trying to figure out what they had stolen today. Suddenly, they felt a gust of wind coming. They turned around and saw that the person who had hit Xuelu was hit on the face by a heavy punch. His entire body was sent flying sideways and smashed heavily against the wall. The head was blasted apart by Xianxia's heavy punch and smashed into the wall. The broken bones sprayed all over the wall, spraying out a large patch of blurry flesh and blood. The other scoundrels were so scared that their souls flew away, and they turned around to flee. Xianxia chased after him, punching his fist to the flesh. Bang! 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 However, it wasn't just these scoundrels who bullied General Xuelu. A drunken fellow who had been drunk last night was kneeling on the ground with his lust-struck heart. He grabbed Xuelu's hair with one hand and stretched Xuelu's other hand straight into his embrace. Xianxia sprinted with lightning and kicked the man's head to shreds. This speed had already reached the speed of light, causing Xuelu to be completely unaware of what had happened. Blood flashed in front of her eyes, and then the drunkard who had molested her disappeared completely. Not only did Xianxia take away the drunken man's head, he also took away his corpse, directly turning it into elemental particles. He looked back at Jiang Xuelu, nodded slightly, and left the slums. "Chenner, there's something I need your help with." Half a day later, a tall masked woman brought a large group of people to show up in front of Jiang Xue. The masked woman looked at Xuelu, who was frightened, and said, "It's her. Take her away." Xuelu struggled and pleaded like a frightened rabbit, but the group of people did not care what she did and directly forcibly kidnapped her. Next, she couldn't help but be arranged by others along the way, but all of them were good arrangements. A few women helped her take a bath and scratch her eyebrows, while a few women helped her pick out new clothes. Jiang Xuelu stood in a daze in the gorgeous palace. She was at a loss for what to do. Her eyes were complicated and she wanted to escape. She thought that perhaps Xianxia was secretly helping her. But to her, this kind of help was something she could not bear. Even if she was just an ordinary friend, she still liked Xianxia in her heart. Right at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter sounded. Immediately after, a burly figure walked over with a large group of people. When Jiang Xuelu saw this, her heart suddenly jumped, but she began to wonder, Sect Master Luli? After all these years of struggle, Xianxia didn't have much, just a lot of friends. The Valurium Sect Master laughed heartily and said, It seems that you still recognize me. I have to put in a lot of effort to find you. Wuxia said, Why are you looking for me? The Valurium sect master smiled and said, Have you forgotten that this sect is a pill refiner? Back then, when you displayed your skills in our Valurium sect, it was unforgettable to this sect. Jiang, I want to help you, but as a fair exchange, you will be my Xiandao consultant in the future. Xuelu didn't reject this. She was originally from a business family, so the terms of exchange were naturally the best. She sighed and said, I don't have any cultivation now. The Valurium sect master laughed loudly and said, So I said, I will help you. Master, it's your turn to take action. The mysterious masked woman appeared again. Under Xuelu's puzzled gaze, she placed her palm on Jiang Xuelu's forehead and said, Your life is good. This is your good fortune. After saying that, the masked woman released a ball of soft light that enveloped the snow dew. In a short moment, the snow dew's spiritual sea was quickly restored. Jiang Xuelu looked at the woman in shock and said, You. The mysterious woman nodded and turned to leave. Sect Master Luli said, All your injuries and cultivation have been completely healed. In return, be my right-hand man in the future. Xuelu was overjoyed and clasped her fists. Thank you, Sect Master, for your kindness. Xuelu will definitely look to the front and back and swear to serve you to the death. All right. Sect Master Luli waved his hand and said, From today onwards, you are my trusted aide. You know that I like the path of pills the most. If you perform well in the future, the benefits will be indispensable to you. But I'm going to attend a meeting soon. Come with me and see the big scene. The Valurium sect master immediately flew to the central area with General Xuelu. In the center area, in the huge conference hall, there were big shots from all over the world sitting. There were Shi Beihong of the Howran sect, the various grand elders of the Dragon Valley, the 7 demon races of the 6 Emperors' world, the Starry River Empyrean of the Star Guild, the various sect masters of the 6 Emperors' world, and even a few representatives of the demon race. In such a big scene, Jiang Xuelu didn't have a place. She just stood behind the Valurium sect master carefully and didn't dare to raise her head for fear of being recognized. Behind the door of the entire conference hall stood Xianxia. He was carefully observing the movements of the conference hall through the cracks in the door. This was really a big arm. He was so grand that Xianxia actually pulled in so many big shots to act together for Xuelu. Perhaps only Xianxia had such great face in the world at this moment. Everyone knew that Xianxia was one of those heroes who repaid the kindness of a drop of water with a fountain. Her master had nurtured him, so he gave Su Kaiwei a son. Jiang Xuelu had saved his life, so he contacted all the big shots to rebuild her confidence. Such courage was rare today. However, this meeting was indeed a temporary request from Xianxia, but it was definitely not nonsense, because he really thought of a plan that would not only rebuild his confidence in Xuelu, but also benefit everyone. At the meeting, all the big shots were discussing how to deal with the pseudogod believers. The Valurium sect master found an opportunity to stand up. Everyone looked at the Valurium sect master with tacit understanding. This sect has a good suggestion. I have found a strange woman here. She has a 7-apertured exquisite body and can directly search for exceptionally talented martial Dao seedlings, said the Valurium sect master. At the same time, we can't rule out the possibility that she might be able to search for a pure Dao heart. The pseudogods feed on the Dao and search for pure Dao hearts everywhere. If we can find people with pure Dao hearts one step ahead of time, we can lay an ambush. Everyone nodded their heads in astonishment. Shi Beihong said, May I ask where that mysterious woman is now? The Valurium sect leader laughed heartily, moved aside his seat, and pushed Xuelu out, saying, It's this woman. Countless eyes landed on Jiang Xuelu, making her feel very nervous and restless. Shi Beihong stroked his beard and smiled. Little girl, are you willing to contribute your strength? Xuelu nodded as if she was pecking at rice. Yes. The Black Snake Queen smiled and said, That's great. Although you are too young and don't have any strategic experience, your talent is something that even the rest of us can't compare to. Coincidentally, we recently established the New World Council of Elders. Then, we formally invite you to become a member of the Council of Elders. Then, she covered Xuelu's face, tears falling down her cheeks. She was so touched that she didn't know what to say. This was truly a great ups and downs. Happiness came too suddenly. Her identity suddenly changed. The New World Council of Elders was someone who could stand on equal footing with this group of bigwigs. She could even face the Demon Emperor at the beginning of the month. She had transformed from an exiled slum, a humiliated person, into a giant overnight. Such a change of status was not unpleasant. Actually, Xianxia was still willing to give her some time to slowly buffer and let her climb up bit by bit, but he didn't have that much time left. A warm applause rang out in the meeting hall. Someone said, "Come, let's drink a toast with the newly promoted elder, General Elder Xuelu." Behind the gate, Xianxia smiled and turned to leave. 2 days later, someone came to inform Xianxia and said, "Mr. Xiang, ask General Elder Xuelu to see you." Xianxia sat in the bamboo pavilion and said with a smile, "Please come quickly." Xianxia knew that she would definitely come. On the bamboo forest path, the two finally met. The two of them walked towards each other excitedly. However, they stopped within 5 meters of each other and stopped again. Both of them wanted to say something but could not say a word. At this moment, they were unable to say a single word of Wanyu Qianyan. That Jiang Xuelu smiled with tears in her eyes, her face no longer as sharp as before, and she no longer had that kind of cleverness that was skilled in calculation. Some were just mature and steady after experiencing great ups and downs and thorough enlightenment. She opened her mouth and said after a long time, Are you all right?" Xianxia smiled and took a few big steps forward to hug her into his embrace. In the pavilion, the two of them were chatting and laughing happily, and they were back to the relaxed way they used to be. Xuelu seemed to have something on her mind. She wanted to say it a few times, but she couldn't. Xianxia knew what she was going to say, so he said softly, "I know. It's not your fault. Back then, half a gourd controlled your mind. Everything you did was not your original heart. Do you still remember how you used your wit and intelligence to resolve a calamity in the cave of the mysterious lady on the island of exile and save me at that time?" Jiang Xuelu lowered her head and smiled embarrassedly, her face slightly flushed red. Xianxia said, "I still remember that back in the western region. You freed me from the control of half a gourd and saved me from Bai Wudao, allowing me to unleash my potential. The past was vivid, but things had changed a long time ago, making people sigh in their hearts." Xuelu's heart flew back to the past, and she couldn't help but become distracted. Xianxia said guiltily, "I am sorry for you. I have always said that I will save you, but these past few years, I have been unable to protect myself. Ever since I was in a hurry with you in the Valurium sect, I have fallen into an infinite predicament and have been fleeing in a sorry state all day." Jiang Xuelu quickly said, "I don't blame you. I know everything that happened to you. At that time, the Beihuang wanted to hunt you down, so did the sections. The entire 6 Emperors world was hunting you down. However, even though I said that, I did commit a monstrous crime. Although it was not my original intention, it was indeed caused by my own hands. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't have been the origin pill plan from back then, and there wouldn't have been so many calamities afterwards." Xianxia nodded. "So you can atone for your sins now and make up for your mistakes. Since you were controlled back then and were able to help he create a war of annihilation with one hand, you can also help us fight against the false gods today." Xuelu nodded forcefully. "Naturally, it is incumbent upon me. Good snow do." Xianxia laughed loudly. "This is the General Xuelu I know. She is the exceptionally intelligent but kind-hearted girl I know." At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang out in the bamboo forest. The Valurium sect master strode over and said, "Xianxia, my good brother." Xianxia also smiled and stood up to welcome him. The relationship between the two of them was quite complicated. They said that their friends were also friends and that they had used each other several times. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not really lose face. On the contrary, they had helped each other a few times, and they could be considered to have established a rather deep friendship. In particular, Xianxia appreciated the pleasant nature of the Luli sect master. You don't have to worry about your own words when dealing with this kind of person, nor do you have to worry that those words would offend him. Indeed, the Valurium sect master grabbed onto Xianxia's shoulder and said, "You're going to take my right arm so soon. Xuelu is a good girl. I saw you two talking happily. Do you want to love each other on the spot?" Xianxia and Jiang Xuelu both blushed. Xianxia bitterly smiled and said, "The Valurium sect master is still so straight back and forth." The Valurium sect master said, "Ah, what's so embarrassing about this? It's normal for men and women to roll around together and mess around blindly, isn't it? I don't really like those secular people. They blew the lights at night and wanted to make a ruckus together, but they were ashamed to mention it during the day. Then who else can pretend to see? I've already done everything, but I'm actually afraid to say it." Xianxia said helplessly. The sect master's opinion has always broadened Xianxia's horizons. It is very unique. Since you have such a weird idea, why are you here to ruin our relationship? The Valurium sect master asked curiously. Hearing window roots, isn't there such a custom among the people? Newlyweds and newlyweds are tossing and turning at night, and their relatives and friends are hiding outside the window to eavesdrop. Don't worry, my Valurium sect master is not that filthy person. I can't do such a despicable thing. I'm looking at it openly. All right, you two take off your clothes and toss around. I'll watch from here. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was solemn, and everyone was sitting in a tight seat. This was a mahogany round table. All the elders of the elders' seat sat around the table. They were at the same level as each other, indicating that the new world of the mahogany was fair and equal. Xianxia, Fengxian, and Jiang Xuelu were also among them. They were the only three young people who could sit here. Jiang Xuelu's physique was exceptional, and she was extremely helpful in resisting the pseudo-gods. Fengxian, on the other hand, was a wise man. He was also a member of the Council of Elders and also the leader of the think tank. As for Xianxia, there was no need to say anything else. Everyone knew what his existence meant. He was the first person in modern times to be recognized as the next generation martial emperor except for the Demon King at the beginning of the month. Shi Beihong said, "Let's introduce the situation regarding the false god here. I believe everyone already knows. Next, let's leave the right to speak to Fengxian and let him plan the first counterattack." Fengxian stood up with a pile of documents in his hand and said, "There are three ways to resist pseudo-gods. The first is to destroy the main god statue and expel the pseudo-gods. Second, the primordial universe has merged, and the general trend is unstoppable. Every human planet has become a first-class world. Multiplans no longer existed, so the term first-class plane was changed to first-class world." Fengxian continued, "In a short period of time, a large number of pseudo-god believers with divine talent will quickly rise to an unpredictable realm. It will be a long and arduous road to stop them. Therefore, the second aspect is to focus on preventing the cultivation of the pseudo-god. As everyone knows, the pseudo-god feeds on the Tao. We need to find a pure Tao heart to possess. We also need Elder Xuelu's help in this regard. In the third aspect, the five spirits have awakened. We have the help of the demons. The remaining dragons, white tigers, vermilion birds, and black tortoise race are also our priority targets. We must rely on their strength to fight against the entire army of pseudo-god believers." At this point, Fengxian named Xianxia and said, "The first counterattack plan begins with the first aspect, which is to find the master god sculpture and release the power of filth. And this matter can support many of our speculations, so we can only allow success and not failure. Only by entrusting such an arduous task to Xianxia can we guarantee that nothing will go wrong. It's better to have fewer executives than more in search of the master god sculpture this time. The captain will appoint Xianxia, and the team members must be limited to 5 people. Xianxia will personally select them." As he spoke, Fengxian took out a small crystal bottle and placed it on the table. Inside the crystal bottle there was a strange gas. The gas was continuously rotating in the bottle with no regular shape. Strangely, the color of the gas was not fixed either. Sometimes it was black, sometimes it was gray, and most of the time it was a state of tangled gray and black. Feng Xian used his index finger to gently button the cork of the bottle and let out a clear sound. This is filthy energy. It needs to be injected into the Master God sculpture in order to complete the task. As he spoke, Feng Xian looked at Xiangnan and said, "With Xiangnan's strength, we originally wanted him to take charge of the second plan, protect him, and leave the person with a pure Dao heart. His combat strength is the strongest and most suitable for this plan. But since our counterattack has only just begun, it is necessary to raise our morale. We can only let Xiangnan release the power of filth first." Then Feng Xian explained to everyone the difficulty order of the three plans. The most difficult thing was to protect those who possessed pure Dao hearts, because pseudo-gods had to devour pure Dao hearts in order to upgrade their cultivation realms. In that case, those who sought pure Dao hearts were definitely powerful pseudo-god believers. All of these believers were divine talent experts. To deal with such an expert, it was none other than Xiangnan. The second was to release tainted power. Of course, during this process, they would also encounter divine grade innate believers. However, they would encounter a large number of believers who did not possess divine grade innate abilities. The test was not the individual combat strength of the resistance army, but rather the excellent qualities of scouting, penetrating into the enemy's rear, and so on. The easiest thing to do was to tax the 5 spirits, join the resistance army, or form an alliance with the resistance army. This kind of thing required senior leaders like Shi Beihong to negotiate with the 5 spirits. Success or failure depended not on who was stronger, but on who could convince who. Finally, Feng Xian said to Xiangnan, "Because the spatial power is incomparably strong, the timeliness of the mission has become particularly important. We can open a spatial passageway to the world with the Master God sculpture. However, this passageway cannot be maintained for long. We are also unable to determine when you will be able to succeed and when you will need to return. Therefore, we have drawn up such a plan. The first step is to open the spatial passageway for your team to enter the world of the Master God sculpture. The second step is to close the spatial passageway, and you will carry out your mission. The third step is to begin. 5 days later, open the spatial passageway again. The opening time will be 10 minutes to welcome you back. So the time limit is 5 days. You must complete your plan within 5 days and arrive at the opening of the spatial passageway within 5 days. If you delay, you will be permanently left in that world, surrounded by a large number of pseudo-god believers until you die in battle. Please make sure to complete the 3-step plan within 5 days. The spatial passageway was no longer something that could be opened just by opening it. Resisting the military elder's courtyard could only use the clumsiest method to open the spatial passageway at a certain point in time. This involves a lot of uncertainty. For example, if Xiangnan and the others failed to complete their mission within 5 days and completed it on the morning of the 6th day, they would not be able to catch up with the space passage for their return flight. At the same time, the spatial passageway for the return flight could not be opened for too long. 10 minutes was already the maximum acceptable time for the Council of Elders. This did not mean that the late heavenly tribulation experts would not be able to last longer, but that the longer the return passage was open, the more dangerous the new world of the Maelstrom would be. Once the spatial passageway was discovered by the pseudo-god followers, the passageway that was used to allow Xiangnan and the others to return would become the main entrance for the enemy army. At that time, countless pseudo-god followers would be able to enter the vortex world in one fell swoop and completely collapse. The plan of releasing the power of filth will be carried out tomorrow morning. The meeting will be adjourned. In the garden behind the conference hall, Xiangnan and Feng Xian sat opposite each other, pushing their cups to exchange for a cup of wine and chatting. Feng Xian drank a cup of sweet wine. He examined Xiangnan's reaction and said, "I know that something is hidden in your heart. I have no chance to mention it. Right now, it's only you and me. Tell me." Xiangnan sighed and told Feng Xian the terrifying information that this world belonged to the dream realm. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian did not panic. Instead, he looked very interested and said, "If that's the case, then many things can be explained clearly. However, 1 year is indeed too short. You're right that you didn't expose this matter. Such disruptive news is not suitable for the public to know. Yes, Xianxia sighed. But I have too many things to do in this year. These things are intertwined, making it impossible for me to sort them out. Feng Xian said, That's for sure. Why don't you say it out loud and let me help you analyze it? Xianxia said, First of all, I must increase my strength, break through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible and step into the spirit void realm. Only in this way can I enter the real world and enter the divine realm. At present, there are 2 most effective ways for me to increase my strength. One is to enter the sacred domain and obtain the sacred spirit stones, and the other is to search for the world-devastating divine lightning. Secondly, I have to organize an attack from the pseudo-god legion. If I advance to the spirit void realm within a year, I won't be able to stop the pseudo-god believers. At that time, even if I enter the god realm, there will still be a large number of god races who will find the true body of the Creator and destroy it. In the end, I will be the only one who survives, so this battle will be meaningless. Feng Xian nodded his head and said, I understand. You have to consider both improving your strength and stopping the pseudo-god army. But these 2 things can't be accomplished together. Xianxia sighed and said, That's right. To seize the sacred spirit stones, I have to go to the sacred domain. I don't need to worry about the pseudo-god army anymore. It will also take me a lot of time to search for the world-exterminating divine lightning everywhere. However, I actually have a 3rd direction outside of these 2 directions. That is to go to the land of 5 spirits to obtain the heart of innate spirit. Tell me, I have so many things to do at the same time. Where should I focus? Feng Xian smiled and said, This is actually very easy. Let me draw up a plan for you. That's great, Xianxia said happily. Feng Xian said, I recommend that you give up the sacred spirit stone and concentrate on finding the world-devastating divine lightning. Xianxia said, If I were to search for the divine lightning, how would I be able to fight back against the pseudo-divine believers? Feng Xian said, You said that the pseudo-god believers you met in the 5 continents realm knew how to use Dao-grade intermediate martial skills, but in reality, it was impossible for a low-level martial artist to possess such a level of martial skill. Pseudo-gods are god race cultivators. Their cultivation methods and martial skills are different from ours. They can't be taught to low-level planar martial artists either. Tell me, how did those believers obtain Dao-grade martial skills? Xianxia was thoughtful. Feng Xian raised a finger and said, Excavate the ruins. Before our 300,000 years of modern human history, there were many splendid civilizations of different periods. Those civilizations have disappeared from the long river of history, but their ruins are still there. You have encountered one before, right? These ruins were once destroyed by the lightning bull messenger. Those pseudo-gods and the lightning bull messenger are of the same race. They can definitely sense that the area where the lightning bull messenger's power was once left behind. This is why they can accurately search for ancient ruins and dig out high-grade martial skills. Xianxia's heart suddenly brightened. He nodded and said, After what you said, this is indeed the case. However, what does it have to do with me searching for the world-exterminating divine lightning? Feng Xian smiled and said, There's one detail you didn't pay attention to. You said that after destroying a civilization, the Thunder and Lightning Ox envoy would starve to death for a long time and break into small pieces. After countless years, these pieces evolved into world-devastating divine lightning. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, You're saying that there's a high possibility of world-exterminating divine lightning appearing near every ancient ruin? Feng Xian nodded. So, there's no need for you to search for the world-exterminating divine lightning. All you need to do is find the ancient ruins being excavated by the pseudo-divine believers and enter the world-exterminating divine lightning's range at almost the same time. Xianxia laughed heartily and said, You're still smart. Feng Xian said, Then this matter is much simpler. First of all, you have to find and protect people with pure Dao hearts. The pseudo-god believers who chase after these people must be very powerful and high-ranking believers. Save the owner of the pure Tao heart, defeat the high-level pseudo-god believers, and find an ancient ruin excavation site from their mouths. Then, go to the ancient ruins and stop the pseudo-god believers from mining the ruins. Find the world exterminating divine lightning and absorb it. This is a circular operation. You can solve 3 major problems at once. It can stop the pseudo-god believers and increase their cultivation. You see, I said it was a very simple matter. After Feng Xian's analysis, the clues in Xiangnan's mind immediately became clear and organized. In his heart, he had no choice but to admire Feng Xian. With so many entangled chaotic clues and routes of action, Feng Xian found a solution without even thinking about it. All right, I understand. Xiangnan was not afraid of working hard. He was afraid that there was no direction for him to work hard. Once he knew what he should do, he would be full of energy. Feng Xian said, "Your plan this time is to release the power of filth, so you don't need to bring General Shui Lu. Who are you going to let be your subordinate?" Xiangnan said, "I have a few candidates in mind, but I am willing to listen to your suggestions now." Feng Xian nodded and said, "The Master God sculpture is an important area. There must be a large number of powerful pseudo-god believers protecting the sculpture. It's not easy to get close to this place. So the first person I recommend is Xiao Wei." Xiangnan nodded. This person specializes in penetration, infiltration, ambush, and assassination. He is most suitable for releasing dirty power. Feng Xian said, "The second candidate, I recommend you to choose the Valurium sect master." Xiangnanchi said, "Why?" Feng Xian said, "First of all, the Valurium sect master's realm is high enough that he will not become a burden to you. Second, he can attract firepower, divert the attention of the pseudo-god believers, divert the tigers away from the mountains, and give Xiao Hui a chance to get close to the Master God sculpture. Furthermore, this person seems to be very quick-witted, but in fact, he is very resourceful. With him around, it will be easier for you and Black Sickle to do things." "I agree." Xiangnan nodded. The Valurium sect master had always spoken frankly, and even said that he was a little crazy. However, on second thought, the Valurium sect master had basically accomplished everything he wanted to do. Although he liked to say crazy things, he did so with a clear purpose. There was a saying that was so wise as to be foolish. "Just these 3. Feng Xian said, "No matter how many people there are, it will be inconvenient to move." Xiangnan said, "I'll listen to you. I'll go find the Valurium sect master immediately." After the 2 of them parted, Xiangnan went to look for the Valurium sect master. Upon hearing that, the sect master agreed. Xiangnan had always been unclear about this person's cultivation realm. When he saw him in the past, he only knew that he was at least at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. This time, only after careful inquiry did he realize that the Valurium sect master was actually a 7th heavenly tribulation realm expert. No wonder he could become the right-hand man of the Southern Emperor. Xiangnan thought for a moment. The 7th level of the heavenly tribulation should be enough. As long as a believer with divine talent didn't surpass the 4th level of heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Valurium sect master. As for himself, he could deal with at most a few divine grade innate believers at the 4th level of the heavenly tribulation. Early the next morning, Xiangnan, Xiao Wei, and the Valurium sect master were already prepared at the central teleportation array. The 3 great experts of the Hall of Elders, the Great Elder of the Volcanic Yalong Formation, the Great Elder of the Mountain Range Yalong Formation, and the profound Snake Queen of the 8th level of the Heavenly Tribulation were responsible for opening the spatial passageway. Before leaving, Feng Xian said, "Remember, once the 3 of you enter the Master God sculpture world, you must complete the mission within 5 days. On the evening of the 5th day, you must return to the starting point of the teleportation array on time and wait for the opening of the spatial passageway. The spatial passageway only lasts for 10 minutes. If it is delayed, the consequences will be terrible. Let's go." Xiangnan twisted his neck and said, "Shall we? Sect leader, come in." The 3 great experts dug out a brand new spatial passageway. The three of them turned into three shadows and entered the spatial passageway. Xianxia wasn't too anxious about the five spirits' innate heart. He didn't know where the five spirits were. The demons were searching for the whereabouts of the five spirits. Once there was news, he would personally make a trip. Right now, the first task was to release the power of filth. This trip to the Master God Sculpture world was precisely what the demons had found. It was a place called the Wind God Realm that was once a third-grade plane. Of course, this world had already become a first-grade world. In order to be able to conceal the eyes and ears of others, the spatial passageway directly appeared in the depths of the vast ocean of the Wind God Realm. The three of them stepped out of the passageway one after another and were immediately submerged by the seawater. After flying out of the ocean, there was a desert with a spear of light in front of them. After crossing the desert, they arrived at the human living area. Xianxia said, according to the clues sent back by the demons, they only know that there is a Master God sculpture in the Wind God Realm, but they don't know the exact location of the Master God sculpture. We still need to find it ourselves. TSK, this isn't easy. There must be more than one sculpture in this world. There must be many distraction sculptures. Xiaohui said, leave it to me. I will search for the whereabouts of the Master God sculpture as soon as possible. Xianxia said, although this world is not big, it is not small anymore. It takes too long for you to investigate bit by bit. It depends too much on your luck. Xiaohui had no other choice. This was indeed a big problem. 1 inch of land, 1 inch of land. When do we have to find it? The Valurium sect master said, 2. Listen to me. Xianxia smiled and said, sect master, please speak. The Valurium sect master looked at Xianxia and Xiaohui affectionately and said, you two are too hysterical. Ah! Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, why did you say that? How could this sect master curse? The Valurium sect master said, to be honest, with the intelligence of the two of you, you won't be able to understand my profound and mysterious calculations. Watch carefully. As he spoke, the Valurium sect master rose into the sky and suddenly shouted, boom! An earth-shattering aura suddenly burst out from the Valurium sect master's body. This 7th-level heavenly tribulation astral chi was not a joke. It instantly shook the mountains and shook the earth, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Xianxia and Xiaohui's faces turned green. Xianxia anxiously said, sect leader? What are you doing? It's not even time for us to hide. But how can you expose us? Xiaohui's expression changed as he said in a deep voice, this person must be a spy sent by a pseudo-god believer. Kill him. After saying that, Xiaohui suddenly disappeared. Xianxia wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The sharp blade in Xiaohui's hand had already sliced into the neck of the Valurium sect master. However, Xiaohui was only at the 9th level of the Martial Saint stage, and was unable to break through the defenses of the 7th Heavenly Tribulation stage. Xiaohui suddenly turned around and gritted his teeth. Xianxia, help me kill him. Xianxia said, wait, don't be impulsive. At this moment, a large number of experts from the Wind God realm were alarmed by the aura emitted by the Valurium sect master and had already rushed over. Xiaohui sighed and said, it's too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meteor showers of light descended from the sky. Thousands of martial practitioners surrounded the three of them. Xianxia gritted his teeth, and the huge saber on his back began to buzz, ready to fight a bloody battle at any time. This was the world of the Master God sculpture, and there must be a large number of high-realm martial artists guarding it. He saw a person stepping out of the crowd. This was a degenerate white-haired old man. He was estimated to be over 2,000 years old, and his cultivation realm was at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. The old man shouted, who dares to trespass into the Wind God realm? Xianxia was so angry that he held onto the hilt of the saber and hesitated for a moment. Fight, he definitely isn't afraid, but what if he's finished? That also exposed him. How could he find the Master God sculpture? How could he secretly release the power of filth? Unexpectedly, the Valurium sect master stood up. He pointed at the old man and said, Little old man, this sect asks you if there is a master god sculpture here. The moment these words were spoken, the entire arena went completely silent. Xiang Nan and Xiao Hui exchanged a glance and felt their scalps go numb. Speaking bluntly, how could he not be so bluntly? The old man's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Come on! Give these people to me!" The Valurium sect master stopped the old man and said, "Judging from your reaction, we should not have come to the wrong place. That's good. We're here to seek refuge with the gods. We want to obtain the blessings of the gods and become devout believers of our gods." The old man was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you here to seek refuge with my god?" Xiang Nan and Xiao Wei were also stunned. The Valurium sect master looked at Xiang Nan and said, "There must be a god in the place where there is the master god sculpture. The place where the god is naturally next to the master god sculpture. You see, I'm right. As long as we find the sculpture, we'll be able to find our infinite brilliance. Oh my God! Receive the worship of my little lamb." As he spoke, the Valurium sect master knelt in the air and crawled down. Xiang Nan and Xiao Hui exchanged a glance, and both of them came to a sudden realization. So it was like this. There was no need to search for it. He pretended to be here to seek refuge with the gods. Naturally, someone would bring him to the vicinity of the sculpture. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, I see. There are indeed quite a few people like you who have come to seek refuge with the gods. However, it is rare to see someone as high as you. I'm too rude. Follow me, gentlemen." Xiang Nan was overjoyed. He and Xiao Hui exchanged a glance and gave each other a look. That meant that they must not speak too much and must not reveal their intentions. However, sect leader Luli was obviously not someone who spoke less. He directly asked the old man, "Do you trust us so much?" Xiang Nan was shocked and broke out in cold sweat again. He thought to himself, "That old man finally believed me. Why did you remind him?" The old man smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as you contribute your own Tao heart, even if you want to resist, you won't have a chance. My great God can control your lifeline with your Tao heart. Once your Tao heart is destroyed, you will undoubtedly die. Hehe. So I'm not worried." Oh, Xiang Nan suddenly understood. So there was such a saying. The Valurium sect master glanced at Xiang Nan, which meant, "Did you see him?" In a few words, he deceived another piece of confidential information. Xiang Nan was truly convinced. The Valurium sect master had his own style in doing things, and most people really couldn't figure it out. There were some things that, at times, would be easier to say than plot. At this moment, the three of them set off with a large number of martial artists. The old man was also very happy and kept chatting with the Valurium sect master. This was a great achievement. It was a great credit for recruiting a seventh heavenly tribulation disciple. Later, everyone arrived at a grand place. From afar, it should have been a famous sect back then, but at this moment, this sect had already been converted into a divine hall. Outside the temple stood a statue of a female god. The statue was 300 meters tall and extremely dignified. Is this the master god sculpture? Xiang Nan hesitated in his heart. He had never seen a master god sculpture before, but he couldn't ask such a question. He gave Xiao Hui a look, which meant that he had to pay attention to all the movements around him and try his best to find valuable information to determine if the sculpture belonged to the master god realm or not. Bastard! Suddenly, the Valurium sect master cursed loudly. The old man was close to his ear, frightened by the Valurium sect master's voice. He hurriedly shouted angrily, "What are you roaring at? Why are you suddenly cursing?" The Valurium sect master angrily pointed at the sculpture and said, "This is not a master god sculpture. How dare you deceive this old man? There are no gods here." When the old man heard this, he immediately said with a pleasant expression, "Of course, this is not a statue of a master god. We want you to wait here for a while, and then we will send people to inform the gods. Only with the gods' consent can we bring everyone to worship. Stop shouting. When the time comes, you will naturally see the statue of the master god. Trust me, I will definitely not lie to you. Xianxia and Xiao Hui hid their right hands in their loose sleeves and gave the Valurium sect master a thumbs up. The old man added, also, let me correct you. That isn't called a statue of a master god. It's called a statue of a god. Do you understand? Be respectful. What is the style of sculpture called all day long? After saying that, the old man shook his head and muttered to himself. This person's cultivation realm is extremely high, but his brain is not very bright. He seems to be a little stupid. Xianxia silently observed these people's words and deeds, expressions, tone of voice, and unique attitudes. In the past, Xianxia had truly believed that these people had faith because they had found the so-called god spirits and had placed their trust in them. It was the power of faith that made them do so many crazy things. But now it seems that this is not the case. These so-called pseudo-god believers could not conceal their pride in their words and deeds. Xianxia thought to himself, Big Snake, I don't know much about religion and faith, and I haven't seen many devout believers before. You have lived longer. Help me analyze. Are these people really devout believers? I don't think so, said the serpent. These people are not believers at all. Let me put it this way. No matter what religion it is or what kind of deity humans worship, they must be humble and respectful in the sacred land they have done. Even if there were some cults that appeared in history, no matter how evil those believers did outside, they were still very devout in their own temples and sacred lands. Let's just say they were devout. After hearing what the serpent said, a large number of images flashed through Xianxia's mind. They were all illustrations from ancient texts that showed how the followers of various sects worshipped the gods and totems in their envelopes. Those people, some sects merged their hands together and spoke in a low voice. Some sects' followers knelt on the ground, chanting the scriptures devoutly. As long as they appeared in the temples and sacred lands of the gods they had enveloped, they would all be able to hide their sharpness. This behavior was manifested in their absolute respect and admiration for the gods. The serpent said, Look at these people again. Outside are the statues of the gods they believe in. But can you find a trace of devotion on these people's faces? Look at how arrogant they are. Let me tell you this, they don't have faith. They are just a group of people who have found a great backer and firmly believe that no matter what they do, there are gods who can protect them. Big Snake's last sentence could be said to have awakened the dreamer. Xianxia suddenly realized that the more he looked at the so-called believers, the more he felt that Big Snake's words made sense. It was like an ordinary person. Normally, he would be cautious when doing things. Because he did not have a backer, he had to be responsible for his actions. Otherwise, he would definitely pay the price. But one day, this person suddenly got to know the emperor and quickly became a celebrity beside the emperor. Look at him again, how arrogant he was when he went to the streets, how he bullied men and women, and how he did all sorts of evil deeds. After understanding this point, Xianxia did not feel gratified in his heart. Instead, he felt a deep sorrow. This group of pseudo-god believers acted recklessly. They did not fight for the gods out of reverence for them. However, they felt that they had some support. With the help of the gods, they would definitely be able to overcome their difficulties. Even if they committed monstrous crimes, they could still say that I was doing things for the gods and defending myself. Therefore, they completely released the dark side of their hearts, releasing their beastly nature. Xianxia suddenly understood that what he was resisting was not the so-called false god, but human nature. Even if the false god didn't let them slaughter a large number of humans from the higher planes, this group of believers would still do so. Soon, a believer in a red robe flew back and whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man smiled and said to the Valurium sect master, All right, my god has promised to summon you. Follow me. Xianxia and the others set off once again, following a group of believers and flying towards a further direction. These Heavenly Tribulation Realm and Martial Saint Realm martial artists were flying very fast, but even so, it still took them more than 2 hours to fly to the Divine Hall group where the Master God statue was located. This was an even larger building complex. Before they could enter the temple's airspace, Xianxia and the others had already seen humans crawling everywhere within a few dozen kilometers of the temple. These humans weren't true believers of the false gods, but a group of ordinary people dressed in all kinds of clothes. Such a spectacular and shocking scene made Xianxia feel the seriousness of the matter. Once Xianxia and the others reached the sky above the divine hall, everything they could see would turn into martial artists dressed in red robes. These were the true believers of the pseudo-god realm. As for the humans outside, they should have heard that there were ordinary people who came to worship the gods. Xianxia's group of 3 were led into the largest building. This building was located at the peak of the mountain range, and it had a circular opening without a ceiling. There were several circles of believers standing around the building, and there were also a few circles of believers standing on the facade and against the wall of the building. At the center of the open building was a woman with sharp ears and a golden pattern on her forehead that resembled an eye pattern. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This woman's image was basically the same as the man he met in China. This time, however, it was different. Xianxia appeared in front of a true pseudo-god as a pure martial artist. As soon as the 3 of them landed, Xianxia immediately discovered that this pseudo-divine woman should be a martial saint 6th-layer martial artist. The realm is not high, Xianxia muttered in his heart. It's a bit lower than her followers. In that case, the reason why she can control a large number of so-called believers is not only because of suppression by force. The big snake hit the nail on the head and said, "She relies on temptation, the temptation of talent." Xianxia was a little more cautious. Since the pseudo-god could grant ordinary people divine talent, the pseudo-god himself also possessed the divine spirit 5 veins. In that case, could the pseudo-god identify his divine grade lightning meridian talent? Xianxia was not sure about this, so he could only try his best to maintain his normal behavior and not attract the attention of the pseudo-god. The woman's gaze searched Xianxia's body for a while, and she stayed on Xianxia's body for the longest time. Xianxia was unable to decipher this meaningful gaze. He wondered if she already knew that she possessed divine talent. "Welcome, everyone." The female pseudo-god clapped her hands and warmly said, "Welcome to our big family. You are here to add bricks and mortar to our glorious divine religion. I believe that you will definitely make a tremendous contribution to our glorious divine religion." As soon as these words were spoken, all the believers crawled on the ground and shouted, "I am Divine Ming." The Valurium sect master took a step forward and cupped his fists towards the female pseudo-god, saying, "You are a respected god." The female pseudo-god smiled and nodded. "That's right." The Valurium sect master added, "Then, are you the strongest of all the gods? This old man is here for the master god. I must pay my respects at the feet of the strongest god." "How dare you?" Many believers shouted angrily. The female pseudo-deity looked at the Valurium sect master with deep meaning and saw her realm clearly. She said, "7th heavenly tribulation, not bad. You have the capital to make your own demands. A late heavenly tribulation martial artist like you is precisely the talent that our glorious divine sect needs." "Then are you the strongest god?" said the Valurium sect master. An undetectable peculiar expression flashed through the eyes of the female pseudo-god, but she quickly concealed it. She smiled and said, "That's not important. All of our gods belong to the glory god religion. No matter who you worship, you are a follower of the glory god religion. All the blessings you can obtain are the same. There is no difference, let alone any difference between high and low." Have you noticed her gaze? There's a trace of displeasure in her eyes. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be so harmonious between the 20 false gods. The snake said in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia nodded silently and thought to himself, "It seems that any fake god wants to be stronger and have more powerful followers. This is understandable. They are not true gods. One day, when they return to the god race, they will reward them based on their merits. Naturally, they will compete for merits one by one. However, this fake god has already seen it. But where is the statue of the master god?" Xianxia quietly observed the surroundings, but he did not find the so-called statue. It was probably not on this mountain. But now, it was not the right time for Xiao Hui to go out and search for the whereabouts of the statue. The serpent said, "There's one more thing. I wonder if you've noticed. The false god statues we've seen along the way are all the same person. It's the appearance of this woman in front of us. But the pseudo-gods we met in China are not only different from her, they are even different in gender. Could it be that all the statues in the world were carved according to her alone? Or is it that every fake god has their own statue?" Xianxia fell into deep thought and said, "If that's the case, then wouldn't the filthy power we put into the master god sculpture only pollute one pseudo-god? The other 19 pseudo-gods wouldn't be affected." "That's complicated," the snake said. "But at the same time it's much simpler." Xianxia said, "How simple is it?" The serpent said, "Since the sculpture of the master god in this world can only pollute her with its filthy power, then why should we pollute her? If we kill her directly, wouldn't the effect be even more remarkable?" Xianxia nodded silently and thought to himself, "I wonder if the Valurium sect master has noticed these details. What is his plan? Do you want to make a move? This female pseudo-god only possesses the realm of a middle martial saint. It shouldn't be difficult to kill her." Nan was not in a hurry to take action on this matter, because she was not the only pseudo-god. Right now, the most important thing was to get as much information as possible about the false god. While Xianxia and the serpent were discussing in secret, the conversation between the Valurium sect master and the female pseudo-god did not stop. The Valurium sect master laughed loudly and said, "Oh, is that really the case? No matter which god I worship, can I obtain the same blessing?" The goddess smiled and said, "Of course. Then, it's not difficult for you to make me your follower. But first you have to prove that you are stronger than me. Or you have to prove that you have the ability to make me stronger," said the Valurium sect master. "Otherwise, if I worship someone who is inferior to me, wouldn't that be disgracing my reputation?" These words made many believers furious. The female pseudo-god pressed down on her hands, causing the crowd of believers to immediately calm down. She smiled and said, "You are indeed a gentleman. You like to put everything on the surface. Not bad. I admire your qualities. You can be considered a human, an alternative type of person who walks alone." The pseudo-gods looked down on humans for a very big reason, because humans were too fond of plotting against each other, and they were too fond of fighting amongst themselves. On the other hand, the peculiar quality of the Valurium sect master had won the praise of the female false god. "You don't have to doubt it," she said. "I can let you see for yourself what blessing is." After saying that, she raised her hand and pointed at a person who did not possess divine talent from the crowd of believers. She said, "You step out." The scene immediately became lively. Everyone whispered to each other, their faces filled with unconcealable envy. The believer who was named was even more ecstatic. He ran to the pseudo-god with 3 steps and 2 steps. He knelt on the ground with a putong sound and loudly said, "Please bless me, my god." The serpent said, "This scene speaks volumes. It seems that there should be a limit to the number of blessings bestowed by the pseudo-gods. That's why these people who were named were so excited. This is good news. At the very least, we don't have to face tens of billions of divine-grade martial artists at the same time." At this moment, the female pseudo-god had already placed her right hand on the forehead of the believer who was kneeling on the ground. A red light flew out of the believer's head. At this moment, the Valurium sect master decisively interrupted and said, "What is going on? Shut up. Don't make any noise." Many pseudo-gods shouted angrily. The female pseudo-god took out a small bottle from her bosom and sucked the red light from the believer's body into the bottle. This scene caused a loud buzzing sound in Xianxia's mind. He had seen similar scenes in the Black Diary. Back then, when the god race attacked the human race, the diary had mentioned that the god race had used a Tao Aquarius to extract the Tao heart of the human race. However, the scene described in the diary was slightly different from what it was now. The humans in the diary who had their hearts pulled out would immediately die. However, Xianxia had witnessed with his own eyes that the believer who had his Tao heart sucked out had not died. "What kind of talent are you?" the pseudo-god asked. The believer hurriedly said, Disciple is an Earth-grade fire vein talent. This is a master cultivator, and he also has a spirit-grade water vein talent. He is a minor cultivator. Xianxia was thoughtful. The Earth-grade talent was really bad. Even the former second-grade nature sect was a martial artist with a large number of desert talent. All right, the female pseudogod smiled faintly. Now, I will bestow upon you the divine grade fire meridian innate. At this point, the golden pattern between the goddess's eyebrows suddenly lit up, following which, she pointed her finger at the believer's forehead. Boom! Almost at the same time, an inexplicably powerful fire attribute suddenly erupted from the believer's body. The Valurium sect master's pupils constricted, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Xianxia, Xiaohui, and even Big Snake's expressions changed drastically. I heard that it was a different matter from seeing it with my own eyes. Right now, Xianxia was watching helplessly as a pseudogod allowed a person who only possessed the Earth-grade fire vein talent to instantly grow into a divine-grade fire vein. This was clearly happening in front of him, and it was so easy. This scene had caused too much of a mental impact on the three of them. Not to mention these believers, if he had witnessed such a magnificent feat without knowing it, he would probably not be able to endure it, and he might even bow down in front of her. Who doesn't want a divine talent? All right, let's show off your abilities. After the female pseudogod finished her work, she took 2 steps back and made way for the field. Xianxia noticed that her expression was slightly tired than before. Thank you, my god, for your kindness. The believer's excited expression was ferocious. He shook his arm and a vigorous aura surged out. The fire attributes contained in the Dipper Chi were actually so pure and thorough. Xianxia and the others exchanged glances and saw the deep shock and worry in each other's eyes. So what if Bai Wudao did? So what if Bai He did? He could be considered a top expert, right? However, Bai Wudao and Bai He's demigod fire vein talents weren't as pure and astonishing as the believer in front of them. It was as if the pseudogod wanted to create a talented believer of divine grade. If a person's Dao heart wasn't strong enough, they would immediately lose their Dao heart when they saw this scene. They might even wonder if their desperate efforts over the years had turned into a joke. After fighting for so many years, other people's false gods would become divine talents with just a single finger. Now, are you at ease? The pseudo-god smiled and looked at the Valurium sect master. It could be seen that she cared about a 7th-order heavenly tribulation believer. The Valurium sect master clapped his hands and said, "Speaking of conscience, I have never seen such a shocking scene in my life. It is truly amazing. However, I still have 2 more questions. If you can answer them, I will be willing to become your follower. First of all, how many divine talents can you bless me with? Is there only one?" So greedy. The goddess narrowed her eyes. The Valurium sect master smiled and said, "This is not greed. If you grant me the divine grade innate, do I still have the motivation to continue to work hard? Unless you tell me that I can obtain the 2nd divine grade innate, what motivation do I have to continue to fight for you in the future? Regardless of whether I work hard or not, this is the only divine talent I have, isn't it?" The female pseudogod was thoughtful. It seemed that they really hadn't considered this question. Many believers were also at a loss. Yeah, why would those people who had already been bestowed with the divine grade innate skill work so recklessly? No matter how hard he worked, it was impossible for him to obtain a 2nd type of divine talent. Just work hard and give it to those who haven't been blessed yet. Isn't that enough? Even the old man was lost in thought. You've already given me what your fake god can give me. Why should I bow to you? You're not as good as me. He would occasionally glance at the female pseudo-goddess, and he would have his own little thoughts in his heart. This Valurium sect master is really amazing. His words have shaken the morale of the army, laughed the serpent. The female pseudo-god did not expect that she would fall into such an awkward situation. She thought for a moment and answered with certainty, "Yes, I can give you a 2nd divine talent." Hearing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The Valurium sect master's pupils constricted as he said, "Is this true?" Can you show it to me? The female pseudo-god said, blessing the second divine grade talent is extremely shocking. It will not be revealed easily. After you have made great contributions to our god race in the future, you will naturally be rewarded according to your merits. The old man's heart trembled, and when he heard this, he became extremely respectful. The Valurium sect master said, I don't believe you. The female pseudogod had already been set up by the Valurium sect master. The sect master's question was also the question of all the believers, although the believers did not dare to ask it out loud. However, if he didn't show it, it would be difficult to convince the crowd. After pondering for a moment, the female pseudogod whispered, Go, find the red lotus. Not long after, a few believers walked in with a dragon and tiger walking woman. This woman wore a silver crown on her head. Judging from the attitudes of many believers towards her, she should be of a very high rank. My God! The red lotus knelt on the ground. The female pseudogod said, Red lotus, you are the most outstanding of all believers. Now, I will grant you a second divine talent. When the red lotus heard this, it was shocked. My God! I have not yet made a great contribution. How can I bear such a gift? The goddess said softly, I believe that you are the most devout believer and the least likely to betray me. This sentence was like a needle that fiercely pierced into the hearts of many believers. A large number of believers lowered their heads in unison. Hearing this, the red lotus's eyes turned slightly red and said, Many thanks to my God for trusting me. The red lotus will go through fire and water for my God, and will not shy away. Come on. The pseudo-god pressed his palm against red lotus's forehead. Xianxia was shocked and said, Can you really bestow two divine gifts on me? At this moment, the pattern between the fake god's eyebrows became brighter and brighter to an unbelievable degree. This brightness was much brighter than when she had bestowed her blessing on the believer who had been drawn. At the same time, the pseudo-god's face turned even paler. This blessing lasted for a very long time. Normally, the blessing would end in about a second. The blessing of the false god on the red lotus continued for 5 minutes. Everyone waited quietly with different emotions in their hearts. About 10 minutes later, boom! Suddenly, an incomparably shocking earth elemental attribute erupted from within the red lotus. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He could clearly see that this woman called Red Lotus only possessed divine grade fire veins. And now, she did possess a divine earth vein. Fire, earth, and dual meridians are all divine grade. All the believers were fanatical and their eyes were red. However, the fake god seemed to have been drained of a large amount of strength. She immediately became weak and her body shook a few times. She almost fell down. Red Lotus rushed forward to support the pseudo-god and choked with sobs. My God! Please take care of yourself. The pseudo-god waved his hand and said, No problem. Blessing the second divine grade talent is indeed a huge drain on me. If you are really careful, look for more pure Tao hearts for me in the future. I can slowly recover. During this process, Xianxia and the others obtained some valuable clues. What realm is this woman at? Xianxia thought. The serpent said, Fifth heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing this realm, Xianxia knew that there was a lot of trouble. The Valurium sect master was kind-hearted, but he didn't expect that he would be able to create a dual divine talent expert, a fifth-level heavenly tribulation expert, double divine talent. If this were to happen, no one on the scene would be her opponent. The pseudo-god looked at the Valurium sect master and said, How is it? You are at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. If you can also receive my blessing, you will be the number 1 expert in the world. The Valurium sect master was moved and worried. He also knew that he had caused trouble, so he managed to get himself a powerful enemy like Red Lotus. However, he remained calm and said, The second question is, what is that red light you drew from them? The pseudo-god said, Tao heart. The sect master asked curiously, The Tao heart can also be extracted? Then wouldn't a martial artist become an ordinary person after extracting the Tao heart? Don't worry, said the pseudo-god. The Tao heart is only here for the time being. As long as you are loyal, there will be no problem. The Valurium sect master thought for a moment and said, "Doesn't this become a threat?" The Red Lotus's expression turned cold as she shouted, "What did you say?" The Valurium sect master spread out his hands and said, "Isn't that right? You took away my Tao heart and threatened me to do something for you. Otherwise, you would have killed me. What kind of faith is this? It's clearly coercion and temptation. Chi, I don't want to put my life in someone else's hands and let them do whatever they want. My good brother, let's forget about worshipping the gods. Let's go home and walk." After saying that, the Valurium sect master strode out. Many believers were incomparably furious. The Red Lotus pointed at the Valurium sect master and shouted, "How can you come here as you wish and leave as you wish?" The pseudo-god narrowed his eyes and lost all patience. He said, "Haha, all right, you've made things difficult for me time and time again, but in the end, you're going to shake your hand and leave. All believers, what sin should a person despise the gods? Kill him," the believers shouted in succession. Seeing the believers unleash their weapons one after another, Xianxia whispered to Xiaowei, "We are about to start a fight. We will attract firepower. Go and find the whereabouts of the Master God statue as soon as possible. Don't worry about me and sect leader Luli. We will think of a way to escape by ourselves." Xiaowei nodded and stood by. He only needed to start the fight before he could move quickly. Right at this moment, the Valurium sect master suddenly turned around and said, "Well, I've thought for a while. My actions are indeed inappropriate. However, it doesn't matter. Although I need to give up my Tao heart, I have also obtained my divine grade talent, right? If I want to obtain it, I must pay the corresponding price." The pseudo-deity's expression relaxed a little and said, "You finally understand." The Valurium sect master walked towards the pseudo-god and said, "Before I came, I actually prepared a great gift for the god spirit. I want to give this great gift to my god first." The pseudo-god smiled and said, "No need. If you have anything good, you should keep it for yourself." Red Lotus was touched and said, "My god is still thinking of us." The Valurium sect master had already arrived in front of the pseudo-god and said with a kind smile that was like a spring breeze that no one could refuse, "I'm afraid my god can't refuse this great gift. I know my god is looking for something. I have seen some believers before, and I know that the treasure you are looking for is the one in my hand." Hearing that, the pseudo-god's expression instantly became nervous and he said, "Oh? Quickly show it to me." This pseudo-god didn't care what kind of treasure it was, but there was only one thing that he cared about, and that was the pure Tao heart. She could not restrain the joy in her heart and looked towards the Valurium sect master's hand. "I know you're looking for this." The Valurium sect master escaped from his embrace with a small cloth bag. Everyone stretched their necks to see what was inside the cloth bag. The Valurium sect master folded the cloth into 3 layers, 1 layer at a time. The closer the cloth bag got to being opened, the more excited the false god became. When the package was completely opened, everyone was stunned. Inside, there was no pure Tao heart. After the last layer of the parcel was opened, there was a small ball of Dipper Chi flame inside. The Dipper Chi flames were spinning around. The Valurium sect master laughed loudly. "This is what you've been looking for. You're courting death." Boom! The Dipper Chi flames instantly exploded, engulfing the entire pseudo-god. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have guessed this scene. Even Xianxia and Xiaowei didn't expect the Valurium sect master to suddenly make such a move. Even Red Lotus, who was so close to him, could not react. Everyone stared blankly at the pseudo-god, who had been blasted into countless pieces by the Dipper Chi flames of the 7th Heavenly Tribulation Realm expert. Holy shit. Incomparably rare that Xiaowei was also shocked to the point that he cursed. "You can still play like this? Shameless. Really shameless. How dare you?" The Red Lotus was instantly enraged, and with a flame piercing through her heart's leg, she kicked towards the back of the Valurium sect master. This kick was a supreme killing weapon that possessed the divine grade fire vein talent as its foundation, and the 5th level of heavenly tribulation as its source of strength. The 7th heavenly tribulation sect master of Valurium was simply unable to take it. Xianxia roared and instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, sending the Valurium sect master flying. He knocked the sect master away, and he took the place of the sect master, just in time to use the Red Lotus's leg. Boom! Pa! The flames and lightning collided heaven and earth on the spot. Raging flames soared into the sky. The tyrannical lightning transformed into lightning waves, instantly engulfing the entire building. Countless believers instantly vanished in this collision. At the same time, Xiaowei turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Xianxia also suffered a great loss in the collision between the flames and lightning. After all, he was only at the 2nd level of heavenly tribulation, but Red Lotus was an expert at the 5th level of heavenly tribulation. During that bombardment, Red Lotus was pushed back about 3 meters by lightning. Xianxia, on the other hand, was blasted into an illusion and fell into the distance with a whoosh. Hurry up and leave! A roar came from the direction where Xianxia was flying in a sorry state. Without saying a word, the Valurium sect master turned around and ran away. Swoosh! The Valurium sect master flew in front, while Red Lotus chased after him like crazy. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, causing all the experts who were still alive and at a sufficiently high level to be stunned. Everyone, including Xianxia and Sect Master Luli, looked at the shadow. The pseudo-god that had been shattered earlier had actually appeared again. Undying, the Valurium sect master sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "I clearly watched as she was blown into pieces. A miracle!" Many believers crawled and worshipped, tears streaming down their cheeks. Red Lotus was even more excited as she said in a loud voice, "My god will not die." In the sky, the female pseudo-god expressionlessly looked at the distant Valurium sect master and said, "I treat you well everywhere, but you repay your kindness with vengeance. Do you really think that our god spirit is just a name? If that's the case, you're wrong. We are gods, and you mortals are unable to contend against us." Red Lotus. The Red Lotus clasped her fists and said, "Yes." The pseudo-god said, "Kill all those who offend me." "Yes." Red Lotus said loudly, "All heavenly tribulation realm believers, attack." Her voice spread thousands of miles away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of light rose from all over the earth. Those rays of light soared into the sky, and all of them were experts of the heavenly tribulation realm. Among them, the weakest was at the 2nd level of heavenly tribulation, while the strongest was at the 5th level of heavenly tribulation, just like Red Lotus. With the addition of the Red Lotus, there were already 3 divine grade 5 heavenly tribulation realm experts. "Sorry to trouble you." Sect Master Luli's expression changed as he said, "Brother Xiang, quickly escape." Xianxia's heart was also inexplicably shocked. What shocked him was not the strength of these believers, but the pseudo-gods that could not be killed. "Big Snake, what's wrong?" Xianxia roared in his heart. The Big Snake said, "I don't understand this fucking thing. Her life system seems to be different from ours.